Many schools, the roofs has been blown out, away. And the school fences has been falling down, but still that problem is still there. And then we are advocating for quality education, but how can we achieve this? When we don't have enough classrooms for our children, this is going to be difficult. So the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, I really need your intervention to make sure this problem is addressed, because it has taken a long time now, really. Sports, the Honorable Speaker, of course, we have a mini stadium at Farafenye, but this mini stadium, many people are using it, not only the people of Upper Badibu, but I can say the whole region, if not the whole Gambia. But the condition of this mini stadium definitely is not good at all. So I'm urging the Honorable Minister for Youth, Sports and Culture to consider upgrading this mini stadium, because if you look at even the field, it is not level. It's very difficult to use it. So, and then definitely it will be fitting if the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Culture intervene and upgrade that mini stadium for the people of Upper Badibu and Gambia as a whole. So, Honorable Minister, I thank you so much for giving me the floor. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Iliasa. I now call on the Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to have my lunch before giving me the opportunity to deliver. And then I must first and foremost also thank the ministers for being here with us, the time and resources you've dedicated to be here. And however, I must thank you again for answering the questions that were posed to you people. But there are questions that were not adequately answered. And Honorable Speaker, let me start by saying it's not about you, it's not about us as parliamentarians, it's not about me, but it's about the people that we represent here. I always say it, despite people might see me as an opposition, I would never wish for this government to fail. The failure of Barrow is not Barrow who is going to feel the pain, but it's the Gambian people who are going to feel the pain. Again, for a country to succeed, we have to believe in ourselves. No one can achieve any positive results without believing in yourself. I have said it here before, my contribution will not be politically motivated, but it's going to be based on my background, work experience, and then dictated by my academic qualifications. I am here to represent all Gambians. I am voted representing a political party. I am voted representing a particular community. But when I'm in this National Assembly, I am here to represent every Gambian, home and abroad. Honorable Speaker, this country did not believe in ourselves. We believe that someone is going to develop this country. And there is a saying that we always say, no one is going to develop this country must be developed by Gambians. Let me start with health. I am representing the people of Fonyi Jarol, I must thank them. They voted me into the office based on they have trust in me that I'll be able to represent them positively. During the recess period, I did all part of my leave with them. I don't want to come here to say things that are not based on fact, but based on hearsay. This is why I was there with them. I have been touring, visiting all the health facilities within my community and beyond. But it is really very disappointing. This is why I one time said that we must appoint leaders to positions who we believe would be able to deliver. The failure of this country is based on appointing people to wrong positions because they are not the right people to occupy those positions. And then when that happens, there is no way we're going to move forward. There are people who are knowledgeable enough. In management, you have to work through people because you cannot achieve results by yourself. But there is no way you could neglect your guys and then you work in isolation. Therefore, the places I visited, Biam Hospital, when you go there, the conditions are terrible. There is one health post in Kalagi. An ambulance was given to the community. That ambulance, during the COVID-19, the ambulance disappeared. They said it will come back. Up to date, we are yet, but they said they will replace it. But the worrying situation here is, if you go there, the structures that are there, they are just left in a very, very bad condition. And then upgrading this health post will be able to reduce the load of Biam main hospital and that of Kampasa too. So we need to upgrade this health post. I don't know whether I should say thank you or I should wait before the promise is implemented. They already told us that there will be electricity to the remaining villages, and then they will be there to put the poles there the beginning of October. Maybe let me just wait when they are there, then I say thank you. And I come back to the economy. My brilliant guy, the expert, Honorable Mbo, have said a lot of things. And then I believe in the Auditor General and his office and the external auditors who audited the institutions. And then we have all seen what has happened. There are a lot of leakages. And then there is no way we develop this country without proper management of our economy. Our economy is in a very bad state. We have to manage it well. And then I know the Minister of Economic Affairs, Minister of Economic Affairs, he is an expert in the area. He'll be able to know what these leakages are and how to solve the problem so that we move as a country. You talk of security, very sad. Sometimes when I complain about security, some people think that I don't want the economic forces to be here. But I have my bargains, because the same thing that happened here happened in Mali. ECOMOG is not there. Guinea-Conakry, ECOMOG is not there. And then these economic forces are posted in the Fonyi, and they are doing the responsibilities of police officers. Because they are casing people with timbers, that even resulted to a fight between them and the rebels. And then now most of our people in that community are displaced, and they are not getting the proper response from the government. And then again, you look at our securities again, like we discussed here about their travel allowance. I am talking about security because there is nothing that is going to work in this country without proper security. But we have to motivate the security forces. I will appeal to the ministers during your travels. Include them, it used to be. Include them so that they collect the per diems. That is a source of motivation. But we sometimes travel leaving them behind, but in the country we go everywhere without them, with them. We never leave them behind. Here we feel we are not secure, we go around with them everywhere. But when we are traveling, we just leave them at the airport. That's where they stop. We have to motivate them. We have to create benefits for them. And then again, security-wise, the whole of Fonyi, from Kalagi up to Ibn Abuko, no mobility. You look at our borders in Fonyi, we are living just with the rebels. And then the Senegalese are there. These are two enemies fighting. The securities who should be there to protect us are not even mobile, are not even motivated. So I even have to ask my people, just always park luggage, because we don't know where we're going to be refugees. Because anytime, this is just like a time bomb. Because we have the Senegalese forces there that they call economic forces. Because I last time said they are so-called, it did not go well with the care here. I said it because the economic commander in the Gambia said that they are not part of economic, they are just part of Senegalese forces. That's what I was told. But now these people are there, the rebels are on the other side. We are in the middle. Are we safe?
No.
The securities who are supposed to protect us are not even well equipped. They are not even motivated. Like what I said, ministers can travel leaving them at the airport. They collect the per diem. When they come at the airport, they pick them at the airport, and now they go around with them. It's not fair with them. These are our brothers. I'm saying this because whatever this government, whether the money we pay to the economic guys is coming from the European Bank or it's our own money, but I believe that if we use that money to motivate our securities, then this country, I think the problems that we are facing will be reduced. That's why I said the economic troops should leave the country, and then we believe in our securities to take over security here. We have to believe in ourselves. I don't even mean to spend more time because the Gambia, all of us have the same problems. This is why what makes me proud of myself is not based on academic knowledge, but is based on the general knowledge that I have about this country. Because from Banjul up to Jara Pakali, there is no village that one will tell me that I don't know. Because I work for forestry, and then I work for community forestry and then child fund. So I know what poverty means, and I know how the communities are feeling. Here is not my voice, it's the voice of the people that I am representing. The government is not creating jobs. I was one time a director at the livestock, at the abattoir there. I was pushed out of the abattoir because of politics. That's what happened to me there. And then when I was there, the people are there. Anyone who wants, journalists go and find out how was I removed at that place. I created jobs there. All those shops along the fence, I created them. And today people are benefiting, even the women who are selling inside. I increased my revenue there that I collect. And everything was going well. But today, I'll urge anyone who disagrees with me to visit at the abattoir. I was pushed out based on politics when I was trying to say no to certain things. Part of the abattoir inside there is sold. The Gambia has no other abattoir. It's only this single abattoir. The population is increasing. The demand for meat is increasing. We need to empower our businesses. Because look at during Tawaski, when we go there, who do we depend on? The foreigners who import these rams and other things. They decide the price. There's a time people will come to me and ask me, manager, why is it so much expensive? I said, these are from Mali, Senegal. How can I decide price for them? The same abattoir, instead of upgrading that abattoir, so that instead of our government importing meat, we can supply it from the abattoir. This was what even the project proposed, that the plan is still there. But when they came, they said, these are Ageme people. In fact, they feel like us from Foni would not get the job, because even the people that I left there, at the moment they brought new people there, who my qualification is above them. They decided salaries for them. They are paid traveling allowance. They are paid social security benefits. And those people they found there, because they are employed before they were there, maybe employed by Ageme, they are not receiving traveling allowance, and they are not paid social security. And then we still call this a government, and we call that this is inclusive. We are not part of it. What is happening in this country is unacceptable. We have to work together, and we have to believe in ourselves to move this country forward. And I say thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Foni Jarol. I need not comment. I now call on the Honorable Member for Tumanna.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And I will join my colleagues in thanking the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia. And I, of course, thank our cabinet ministers that are here with us. And it's a pleasure to mount this podium or the platform in front of the whole Gambia and show my appreciation and thanks to the people of Tumanna for giving me the trust and confidence to be speaking on their behalf. I say thank you very much. During our campaign, we were all requesting for our electorate to have confidence in us. And they have given us that confidence. And today I am one of those that have been given the confidence and trust to come here in this August Assembly to represent them. And we were saying that we are going to be there to support the government as the other arm of the government, to support the executive as the other arm of the government, to push the development agendas of this country so that our socio-economic development can be realized. And our electorates, they answered to our calls. Therefore, we are here to say or to talk on constraints or issues affecting their lives. Honorable Speaker, in my constituency, that is Tumanna, we have poor road networks. Of course, I have to thank the government of the Gambia for bringing the Trans-Gambia that divide Tumanna into two. But still now, we are obviously in need of good roads. We have a road that carries large number of our villages that is there without a good road. There is a road that starts from Chamoy Bridge in Tumanna, and it goes to Tinkinjo, to Sanunding, to Dingring, to Madina Samako, and goes to Diabuku Basila. This is the same road that goes close to the Kantora through Misraba Mariama. And it's the same road that moves to Nyamanar and then to Fatoto. This road is carrying more than 30 villages. And obviously speaking, we will be able to imagine the number of people that are struggle both day and night to get themselves to Basi. Because there is the closest health facility, is the closest major market, and just to name a few. Therefore, we are requesting the government of the Gambia to consider this road, because this road is very, very important. It's even equally important to us, equally like the Trans-Gambia that divide the constituency. Because the number of villages that are on the Trans-Gambia Highway is by far less than the number of villages that are on this particular road. Therefore, the Minister of Works and Construction, we are appealing for you people to consider this particular road for us. It's our main problem today. Education. In Tumanna, we have only one senior secondary school. We are appealing to the government, requesting the government to also consider this area for us. Because we all know today, there cannot be any development without good education. And Tumanna is with a population of about 25,000 people. And if 25,000 people is having only one senior secondary school, I think, definitely speaking, the basic and secondary education need to consider us to at least have 2 or more senior secondary school. Honorable Speaker, still on education, this one is higher education, research, science, and technology. Of course, we have a Gambia College Annex in URR. But the condition there today is, of course, not favorable. Anyway, we need to thank the government of the Gambia for bringing the institution to our doorstep, that is the college. And of course, it is helping us a lot. But we still have some issues that are bothering us there. We have students that are struggling to have even meal because we are receiving complaints every day from that end. So we are calling on the Mohas to please consider this. Yes, it's important to bring such a good institution to our doorstep, but also the services there also are equally important in bringing them. Honorable Speaker, in our rural communities, the health, especially in Tumana, we are very pleased with the Ministry of Health for bringing us the only and ever hospital that is under construction. And maybe very soon it is going to be inaugurated. We will definitely thank the government of the Gambia for bringing that hospital to us. But still now, we will call on them because health is very, very important, especially our primary health care system. We have our village health workers and our CBS. These people are very important because they are the ones that are directly connected to our people. And they are the ones that are every day linked to our pregnant women and the like. These village health workers, I think the Ministry of Health need to empower them, to help them connected, to help them mobile, so that they can respond to our daily needs. Empowerment, Honorable Speaker, in our schools also we have grassroots structures there. These structures are very, very important as far as we are concerned. These are the SMCs and also the mothers clubs. Nowadays they are going away. People are not knowing, people didn't know about them. It's simply because of their effectiveness. And I believe the government need to consider them so that they can be more effective. Fencing and maintenance of our school structures also is a problem because we still have some schools that don't have fence. We still have some schools that have broken houses, that have broken furniture. So we are calling on the government to please help us to fix those ones. Honorable Speaker, in Tumana constituency, we have madrasa schools there. These madrasa schools are very important to our life because we all know that they are teaching our younger people to know their religion. For that being the case, they are complaining, saying that they were receiving subvention during the Jammeh's regime. But today, they are not receiving that subvention. So I believe the Ministry of Education or a relevant ministry should consider them and see to it that they subvented them. Honorable Speaker, our VDCs in our villages, this is also a constitutional, an act of parliament that are instructed for every village to have VDC, but the VDCs are not being empowered. I believe the ministry need to consider them and give them more and capacitize them. Honorable Speaker, there is one thing also in the country that is very, very important, but people have forgotten them. That is the World War II veterans. Honorable Speaker, these people for the past 75 years, or even more than that, we all know that they fought for all of us. They are the one who empowered UK to become UK today. And they fought preventing the whole world from the control of Hitler. So, but these people, when they come, today, none of them is benefiting from any of their effort. I think the Ministry of Defense need to, of course, pay more attention to them, because the last war veterans just died some few months ago, as far as records are concerned. So they need to pay, the government need to pay more attention to them, and so that they can benefit what they need to benefit. Honorable Speaker, rural electrification. In my constituency, that is Tumanna, they came there last time, some 2-3 years ago, for surveys. They have surveyed many communities. That is, they are going to bring electricity there. But still now, nothing has happened other than that. So we are also requesting the government to please fast track, because these are basic needs of our life. We all know that there cannot be any meaningful development without electricity. So therefore, these things need to be fast tracked, and so that our people in that end also can enjoy electricity, like those in Combos. Honorable Speaker, youth and sports. Our youths and our youth structures in our grassroots are losing a lot of revenues, especially during this summertime. We all know that football used to be more popular during the summertime when schools close. I believe when our sporting facilities, our fields, football fields, have been given fence to them, that this will enable the grassroots structures to be collecting some revenue so that they can empower themselves. Honorable Speaker, availability of farm inputs is very, very important if we want to make agriculture a vibrant sector. This is very, very important. We need to have, our farmers need to have fertilizers, seeds, and seed source, seeders and weeders at the right time. And also we need to be giving trainings to them at the right time. Because most of the time, what happens is when it is time for rainy season, that's the time their projects come to train the farmers. Farmers need to be trained well before rainy season. Farmers need to be provided fertilizers well before the rainy season, seeds, and you name them. Honorable Speaker, it is a common concern today. For that being the case, I am also going to join my fellow NAMs to request the government of the Gambia to please separate the Ministry of Agriculture, or to please separate the subsector of livestock and veterinary services from the Ministry of Agriculture, for it to be a stand-alone ministry. I believe this is going to make it more vibrant and more effective. Honorable Speaker, as far as agriculture is concerned, there is a community in my constituency, which is Damfakunda. They have a rice field project. But before this rice field project, these people have been harvesting rice. Sometimes they harvest 10 to 20 to 50 bags per year. But since this project comes, all that has stopped, and the project is not completed. It is lying there fallow. It is a big concern for us. I will join my colleague to thank His Excellency the President for his wonderful SONA 2022. This is a great statement. Of course, we all need to applaud him. So, Mr. President, thank you very much. I will again join my people to people of Tumanna to thank them.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Tumanna. I now invite the Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang Karanai.
Honorable Speaker, democracy is no longer the solution. Honorable ministers, honorable members of parliament, security officers, service team of the parliament, you are all greeted. But my special greetings to my honorable chairman of my constituency and the ward chairman, and my people of Fonyi Bintang for making the right decision by voting for me into this National Assembly. With my presence in the National Assembly alone, there is great hope that the Gambia will move in the right direction. Honorable Speaker, I cannot be part of any group that will be bribed. I can't, because the people of this country are great people and they deserve better. On that note, the people of Fonyi Bintang have been crying for long, and we are in the 21st century. My belief is, by now, wherever you may be in the country, you should have electricity, at least as a basic need for all the people of our beloved country, the Gambia. What is the reason as to why other areas are having electricity and other areas are not having electricity? I know the politicians are only interested in the population and numbers. And this should be a thing of the past. The Gambians, wherever they are Gambians. I'll join my colleague in calling for the ministries and the government to consider the people of Fonyi Bintang in terms of electricity. All the villages in Fonyi Bintang, without an exception. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the side of agriculture, my people of Fonyi Bintang, throughout history, they have been benefiting from tractors. But when the new government came, the coalition government seized all the tractors and sold the tractors. After which, we were not told the money was used for what. But we cannot exchange tractors for donkeys. We can't in terms of agriculture. When we are calling for mechanization, I think the ministry should look into this. I can remember vividly in 2017, when I was in Sandu Misra, if a tractor comes into the village, the people of the village, they celebrate. You taking those tractors from poor innocent Gambian farmers, and you sell those tractors, you distribute money among yourself. If it is not explained, this speculation becomes the reality. And that's what stands. So the people of the country, as per se, are in need. And I firmly believe that it is not in the interest of the government for us to attain food self-sufficiency, because we can. We can. But what is preventing us? Because those PhD holders in agriculture that want to sit in office will not give us food self-sufficiency. As I always say, the PhD holders must appreciate the fact that they are PhD holders in the field of agriculture, and they must lead by example. They must demonstrate the skills. Agriculture in the office, you are a PhD holder. How will that benefit the nation? To be honest, I think it is time for the Gambia to speak of the reality and speak up from the bottom of the heart and not from the lips. I believe when the minister is committed, for instance, today I am the president, the basis of my appointment will be based on agreement. If you want to become the Minister of Agriculture, you have to sit with me and discuss. If you are unable to attain it, I'll take you to mile 2. If you are unable to attain food self-sufficiency, I'll take you to mile 2. When that is put forward, then anyone who is interested in becoming a minister, you apply. But you must assure me of food self-sufficiency, in the absence of which, after 2 or 3 years, I take you to mile 2. That will reduce corruption. But this constant nepotism, constant corruption will not move our nation forward. This Maslahat syndrome will not take us anywhere. We must be in business as a nation. Coming down to the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, the minister did not explain to us the reason as to why we have many failures in the last WAS exam. I believe when you see students failing, it is the minister that failed. And it is the entire ministry too that fails. So the Minister of Basic and Secondary Education, you need to redouble up your effort. for the nation we want to build. And time and again I wonder, how do politicians want to develop a country in the absence of education? It can't. You have to develop education first, then you come and develop the nation you want to build. The teachers in the field, I will always continue to cry for the teachers. He who feels it knows it. The teachers are suffering. We are here enjoying the AC. Some of them are down there at Bolibana. Where they are sleeping is not conducive. But the politicians care not. I will continue to call for their allowance to be increased, especially hardship allowance, because most of the teachers will want to stay within greater Banjul areas. So hardship allowance still need to be increased. And in fact, some of them will complain that in the upper part of the country it is hot. I believe that the Gambia is our country, and wherever you are posted to, you should go. But then they should enjoy special treatment or special allowance that will motivate them to go to the provinces, because those children that are in Basse, they also deserve better treatment too. They are all children of this beloved country, and we should not expect the good teachers to remain here. I will continue to call on the government to provide them, especially through the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, to come up with something like clothing allowance for teachers, to better their life at least. Coming back to defense, my people of Fonyi Bintang Karanai and Fonyi Kansala, especially Fonyi Bintang and Fonyi Kansala, we have greatly suffered through the last conflict between the Senegalese soldiers and the rebels in the zone. Now, these are two people that have been in conflict for long. You brought these soldiers, you call them ECOMIC. Now, in ECOMIC, we all agree that there are Nigerian forces and there are Ghanaian forces, and we also have Senegalese forces as a combined force that combines and make it ECOMOG. You did not choose any of these countries except Senegal that have been in conflict for long with the rebels in Casamance. You place them at the borderline. What do you expect? You want to use our land as a war zone? This will not be accepted, and the government must address this issue immediately. And in fact, some of our people time and again will be arrested and taken. What is the justification to this? Enough is enough. When we want peace, we all live in peace. If you want us to be in war and you are in peace, it will not be accepted any longer. Some of our people are constantly arrested. Please, the arrest of our people, I want the Minister of Defense and the Minister of Interior to work on this. We are not going to accept any more arrests from our people, and Senegalese coming into the Gambia anytime they feel like coming into our borders threatening us will not be accepted. Take note, please. I will join Honorable of Upper Salem that we are producing what we do not eat and eat what we do not produce. Like the groundnut oil that GGC is producing is exported, and the oil that we are importing to this country is unknown to us. Can't we go for the best as a nation? It is time for us to have the concern of our people at heart and eat the best and treat our people in the best manner, because the Gambia deserves the best. The priority of our people should come first before any other thing. And in the priority of our people, that we should never compromise. Honorable Speaker, the cost of living in this country is very high, as other honorable members clearly state. You can go to this shop and they tell you, for instance, if you want canned drinks, this guy will tell you it's 35. If you go to the next shop may tell you 40, the other shop may tell you it's 50. There is no form of price control. But I can vividly remember when His Excellency, Sir, Professor Dr. Alhaji Idris Jame was here. And the politicians went on and saying that everything that people are selling, he will also go further to sell that. Selling this dry fish and selling pepper and everything. But today we know the reason as to why he was selling all those things. The government of this country need to address that. I know the ministers are not suffering, I know the president is not suffering, the members of parliament, you are not suffering, because you are well paid. But the individual that you are paying $3,000, you want him to buy a bag of rice for $1,600. A gallon of oil is how much? What about the transport to work? So we need to think of how to better the situation. Time and again, the ministries will come and tell us there is no money, there is no money. But yet no minister will resign. They will continue to tell us there is no money, yet you are going with those tinted glass vehicles, expensive vehicle. One vehicle worth $3 million, yet the government bent on crying and telling us there is no money. How can we believe? And you want us to believe? We can make a difference if we all agree and come to terms. When it comes to this murder case, I was thinking like it's time, but it's not yet time. When it comes to this murder case in the country throughout, I can remember the only advice that was given by the former president to the new president of your country was security. He said, Your Excellency, do not compromise with the security of this country. I wish the president adhere to that advice alone, then it will have saved this country greatly. But look at it, who is killed? And who will be next to be killed? It may be a member of parliament, it may be a minister. The security of this country, and the president, we secured him fully. We secured the ministers. They failed to give the Gambian people security in return. So sad. And we all want the same Jannah. It's not possible. People give you whatever they want, or whatever you want, in return for you to better their life. You fail to better their life. Please, I want to urge the government to secure the life of the Gambians, because they don't deserve the manner in which they are dying. Enough is enough. The people deserve better. Honorable Speaker, Pase, you are the Speaker of the House, and you are the custodian of the House, and you are the chair, and everything, all the titles. But Honorable Speaker, I am not happy with one of the comments that you made on my side, telling me, be disciplined. I have utmost regard for this country and for this House as well. But I am a representative of the people. As young as I may be, I deserve every respect that every other member possessed. And I will always continue to respect you. And I will always continue to respect members of parliament. But I am so disciplined, to be very honest. So I deserve equal treatment, and the people of the House also deserve the utmost respect. Respect is reciprocal. We give it to you, you give it to us. And a parliament is not a graveyard. People are entitled to their opinion, their ideas. A parliament cannot all agree on to one thing. We must differ in opinions. And at times the parliament must be a critical place wherein people disagree. When all of us agree on to one thing, then we are not thinking as a parliament. This is the House. If this House is good, 100%, the nation will move forward. But if this House is bad, the nation will not move forward. In our oversight function as members of the parliament, let us think about those poor Gambian farmers. Let us think about those poor Gambian fishermen. Let us think about those unemployed and perform our oversight function to the best of our ability without begging for relationship, without allowing corruption, without allowing nepotism to drain us. The oversight function is what will build this nation, and it's only the parliament that can do the oversight function, regardless of the political party that you belong to. The service team of the National Assembly, they also deserve the treatment. Because if you sit with a member of parliament, you are also, at least you should also enjoy some facilities. At times I see them struggling for leave. Please, you should help them with a vehicle that is reliable and a vehicle that can help them with their transport day in, day out. At least they deserve that. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang Karanai. Honorable member, you call my attention to a comment you made, the comment I made, and that you are an elected representative, many other comments. Honorable member, being a member of the National Assembly doesn't make you a special person. You should be respected, and equally, those you talk about should be respected in public service. You are guided by laws in this hall. Those laws most of them were made by us. If you are going to be an oversight, if you are going to perform oversight, you can better perform it when you yourself is disciplined in doing your own. We make blanket statements. Nobody talks about it. Some of these things are not backed by evidence. And we are making reference to people in public service. Why can't we ourselves try to investigate and get facts and then put it on the table, than always making allegations against people who cannot be here to defend themselves? That's between you and your God. But what I am saying here is, any member, for me, I have no grudge against any member. And I will allow each member to participate the best way you can. But according to our own regulations. That's my major difference. Two, in my statements, I will caution, just express opinion, caution, remind ourselves about the duties we perform. Oversight is not only limited to Parliament, as you stated. So let's try and at least broaden our scope, give dues where it is due, and then express our opinions within the ambits of the law. That's all what we are requesting for. That I will not compromise. I have no friend for that. But I will want every member, both sides, express your honest opinions on issues or the problems of your consequences. No objections. I'm here to make sure that I am at least a referee that ensures fair play. But equally, if you commit foul, I'll give you red card. Honorable members, I now invite the honorable member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would want to acknowledge the presence of the cabinet ministers here. And of course, the Vice President was here with us, but nonetheless, I would want to thank him for coming to witness this August Assembly today. Honorable Speaker, you did mention that you are in solidarity with the people of Upper Nyomi and Nyanija for their lack of electricity in these two areas. Honorable Speaker, I will also want you to be in solidarity with the people of Lower Badibu, most especially Lower Badibu North. Lower Badibu North have suffered so much during the First Republic, Second Republic, and here we are in the Third Republic. There is no development in that part of the country. There are no good roads. Excuse me. Honorable Speaker, no proper road network in that part of the country, and indeed, these are the very people who will dine and wine with the politicians during elections time. Honorable Speaker, most communities in Lower Badibu North are without good drinking water as I am speaking to you. And I feel that it is my duty as a mouthpiece of these people in this National Assembly to relay this message to the ministries responsible of that particular problem. Honorable Speaker, coming to the issue of medical facility, of course, we have a health center in Kerewane. But Kerewane is, of course, far from most of these communities because they are in the north, and like I said before, the road access or the road connection from those communities to Kerewane is impossible. And I would want the minister responsible of that particular area to pay great attention to it, so that my people can also enjoy like other parts of the country. Honorable Speaker of, Honorable Member of Tumanna has mentioned that he said, of course, in this area they have, some of their roads are good, but in my area, Honorable Speaker, apart from the roads that connect Bara to Farafenni towards Wasu, is the only good road in that area. Of course, I would want to speak about the plight that the people of Lower Badibu South are facing, but as of now, the priority is the people of Lower Badibu North. These people are, like I said before, they are very wonderful people. And these people, they, of course, the moment you face them as a politician, most especially if you are an opposition politician, they will tell you in your face that yet still the same guru is trying to give its back to that people. Is that fair, Honorable Speaker? I believe that is not fair. The people who are trying to bag you to remain in power should not be neglected. And this is what is happening to the people of Lower Badibu North. Coming to the people of Lower Badibu South, of course, these people are enjoying a little bit of development from the government because there is, of course, electricity, though it is possible, but it is better than that of Lower Badibu North. We also have water supply in Lower Badibu South, but the women of Lower Badibu South are also facing another problem, which I believe should be properly taken care of. That is the fencing of their garden. Of course, my Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Water Resources has promised me that he is going to take care of it. My Sarhule grandfather, please try and come to our aid. My people are suffering. And I told you there will come a day, of course, I will knock on your door and, of course, try and share this problem with you. And I believe you're going to give us a helping hand. Honorable Speaker, coming to the issue of agriculture, as I always said, agriculture used to be the backbone of our economy. But is that the case as I am speaking to you? I say no. Agriculture is now dying down in our country because of the system of agriculture we tend to take. To me, should be abandoned, and of course we go in for what we call mechanized system of agriculture. By providing the farmers with, of course, modern farming tools and, of course, high-yield seeds. These will result to the fighting of hunger and starvation in our country. Our people, my fellow honorable honorable member mentioned it here. He said, Jahali Pachar is a food basket of the Gambia. But, Honorable Speaker, I want to tell you that if the people of Badibu, most especially Lower Badibu, are given an opportunity to have access to modern farming materials, they can, of course, supply the Gambia with the food that we need because they are ready to farm. They are farmers and they will continue to be farmers. The only thing that is, of course, confronting us is lack of modern farming implements, as well as the accessibility to fertilizer. Fertilizer is, of course, is another problem for my people. Not only for my people, but the whole farmers of the Gambia, especially this year. We all know the price of fertilizer, $2,000. How many of our farmers can afford that when they are thinking of how to put food on the table for their families? Honorable Speaker, every day Gambians are struggling to feed their families. This is as a result of the skyrocketing of basic commodities. I'm challenging the Minister of Trade to look into those areas so that, of course, the poor people can also have a sense of belonging. Honorable Speaker, a lot has been said by my fellow honorable members. But nonetheless, of course, as a NAM representing the great people of Lower Badibu, it is my sole responsibility to, of course, talk on issues that are directly affecting the people of Lower Badibu and Gambia in general. As you know, Honorable Speaker, majority of Gambians are not wage workers. The bulk of Gambian people are not employed. They are farmers. How many of these farmers will be able to buy, how many of these farmers who has, of course, a family of 20 to 25 will be able to buy 2 bags of rice in a month? How many of them? Honorable Speaker, the fact of the matter is, I know some people might not like this, but the government people are finding it tough to meet their daily meals. In fact, people are going in this country without 3 daily meals. It's happening. I was passing somewhere. A young lady, dressed in a very nice attire, approached me. He said, "My brother, can you help me with $100? I want to buy food for my kids." And this is not Gambian, honorable members. Is this Gambian? This is not Gambian. Gambians are not used to such. But if people want to talk about it, people, of course, will relate it to other issues. Of course, we are all elected under a party ticket, but here I said we should do away with party politics when it comes to national matters. There should be collective interest in national issues. And this is what we are trying to address here, honorable member. Honorable Speaker, coming to the high rise of crime rate in our country, it is alarming, honorable Speaker. I think we need to tell each other, if this is a spade, this is a rake, people know, we should say this, a spade is a spade. But you cannot, of course, exchange spade to a rake. The rise of crime rate in this country is alarming, honorable Speaker. In the month of September alone, 7 killings were registered in this country. And this is not Gambian, like I said before. A Gambian, as I am speaking to you, people are now trying to employ what we call self-defense while you are in your home, because you never know whether they will, of course, break your house and, of course, attack you and your family at home. This is what is happening. It happened to my daughter when she closes from school. 2 boys attack her to retrieve her food from her, and she has to surrender the food to them. Otherwise, they're going to know that they might kill her. This is what is happening in broad daylight. When we were out for lunch, I went to Facebook. Somebody was now saying that NAM should keep quiet because they are receiving fat salaries and fat allowances. We represent people, and we have to talk on behalf of these people. You cannot silence us. There is no way that we can keep quiet on some of these things. There is no witch hunt here. I have an uncle here in the midst of the ministers here. And the idea not to disrespect him. But when it comes to national issues, we have to talk and discuss about it so that we can find and make a solution to it. This is what we are doing. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I rest my case here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Badibu. Lower Badibu, yes, I'm in sympathy with you a little. But Nyanija said not one town in that constituency has electricity. we should all of us, should help Nyanija. At least one town in Nyanija also get electricity. I now invite the honorable member for Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thank all the ministers present, and I thank my honorable colleagues honorable colleagues here present. It's indeed a great thing, and I first of all salute my people, the people of Kansala, the people of Fonyi Kansala, for the trust and confidence that they have in me to elect me to represent them. As I do always say to people, I am a consultative, a representative. Whatever I am to say or do, I'll work towards the best interests of my people, the best interests of the country, and to assure both parties that we have a country to build, and with that we could make difference to where we want to be. Honorable Speaker, on the first part, I will then put across this message in terms of social amenities like water and electricity. In my constituency is only the villages within the road. Only 2 villages off road had electricity and road. I can even say I have about 42 villages. Out of that 42 villages, only 10 had electricity and proper drinking water. So I believe so with consideration should be done to my constituency and my people. And also we have a lot of affection in terms of transportation road. The road linking from Sangajo to Dasilame is in a bad state. The road also linking from Kampanti down to Balen Jikes, down to the end route of the border belt region to Kanilai is not motorable. So I believe equally they could also be considered to see a way out that they're all taxpayers and they deserve the right to enjoy those facilities. And more so, within the belt sides of Buyam itself, sideways is very gullied, and sometimes when rainy season occurs, it's not even safe for people to walk around. So I believe with the relevant ministry to work on trying to develop a better drainage system so as to avoid any accident or so. And in the other side of my constituency, that is Sangajor, from Nyantempo down to Sangajor and passing across before Kanfenda, a very dangerous, gullied, eroded way, and it has caused a lot of accidents around that end. And the status quo as it is going, it may end up eating the road, the road going from Brikama to Basse. So I think National Road Authority should vividly look at it and find a solution to that particular problem. And inside of Minister of Local Governments and Lands, in my last, when we had a holiday in August, I went around my constituency, especially in the border region. Let him also note and revisit. I've went through from Kanilai down to the end path of Kansala. Most of those border demarcations have fell down. Though you could see that this is where the stone was left, I think they could also rehabilitate it and make it better to know or to avail that, so that people will also be able to know that this is the demarcation of the border, as it could also help the dwellers of that particular area. And in the other side also, in terms of education, we believe that Minister of Basic and Secondary Education, there are schools in Fonyi and also Kansala, but most of those schools are mission schools. In the entire 42 villages of Kansala, it is only one high school, and that is a mission high school. Others travel all the way 12 kilometers to Buyam, others 15 kilometers to Buyam, 8 kilometers to Buyam, 5 kilometers to Buyam to get access to higher education, that is the senior secondary level. I think Minister of Basic and Secondary Education will also consider in drawing a roadmap to see where vividly possible to upgrade some of those junior secondary schools to high schools to avail that crowded part of other areas. In the other aspect also, I want also to put this to Honorable Speaker, to Minister of Justice. There was a particular project, I think most of them were employed by the government, subvented by the government. It's called PEJEB, President Empowerment for Girls Education. A lot of people were working there. So when the change came, they were unfortunate to receive their salaries. They've been following each and every area to see avail but not avail, to see possibilities of them being paid salaries. 6 months, a year, around, they're not paid still. And investigation shows that the account is still there. It is not part of the commission. And I think they should be considered to pay back their salaries of the services that they have worked. So I believe Minister of Justice could take this up. And I've also been informed that they made a lot of following and write-ups, but it's still not availed. So I believe an individual who had worked for months or years, he or she deserves the right to be paid. Honorable Speaker, in the area of agriculture, arguably in our last question and answers, the Minister of Agriculture said tractors were given to Fonyi, but I don't know which of the Fonyis. I think they had did a game whereby they did a high jump game, not a long jump, high jump, to at least move away from Kansala, without which, as fellow honorable members alluded, tractors were taken and sold. And again, even the distribution of donkeys that we had previously, no donkey was even sent to Kansala. And if you talk of modernization of farming, I believe the status quo of farming should be equal and should be for all, not a particular set of region. So we were not given any tractor, and we are denied our right as citizens and as taxpayers. So I believe so. Let him reconsider that and see that we owe to develop farming. We all know a lot of furrows are there before people do a lot of farming. And they also eat what they grow, and they grow what they eat. But it's now history. Those furrows are left dormant now because they don't have equipment to do those farming. Honorable Speaker, in terms of security, it is a core mandate to every individual, irrespective of your political belief, your color, or the job or the position holder that you are having. Without peace and security, nothing will work. Failure of peace, it will bring catastrophe and chaos within societies, villages and towns, or particular cohorts. So I believe so. For the past 6 years, the people of Fonyi, most of Kansala, have faced a lot of traumatization. And I believe this is not acceptable. And we believe that no government will remain forever. Positions is amanat, is a responsibility. So when you are given positions, you have to do the equal way of doing things. And I want to put it to the relevant authority. We want to know who were the negotiators, who negotiated for the Senegalese economic to be in Fonyi. The signing, we want to know. It's high time now. We don't want the dogo-dogo games of blaming X, Y, Z. It was done for a purpose. And when that purpose was manifesting now, a lot of people were happy. But today we are seeing that as if others are not game players in those signing, in those gaming of what had happened to the people of Fonyi and most of Kansala. So I believe the rights of a citizen, the rights of the people of Fonyi, most of Kansala, we've been deprived. And it's unacceptable, and I think it should be looked holistically to see a better changing moment for my people. Putting the right things across. Sometimes I feel very devastated. Ministers or a representative of government will come here and say, most of it is, if you want to know, you can contact the ECOMIC. I feel as if I am not in a country. I feel as if I'm not a Gambian. And I feel as if I am not represented in issues of governance. All this ECOMIC, whatever Senegalese forces, are brought by people, are brought by the government, are brought by a cohort group that made that signing. So I believe if whatever is transpiring going wrong, they should be held responsible. And the people of Fonyi, that of Councillor, would not forgive the ill will and affection that those particular dwellers have faced for the rest of 6 years, and still they're facing the suffering. You can sign, intimidate, do a lot of things, bring policies, programs to intimidate a court. But you know, Rabbul is the Rabbul Alamin is watching both daily and night of the happenings that are going on. It's unacceptable. So I believe if we say we are Gambians and we represent Gambia, it should be equal. When the former president was taking over, there were no security forces sent in Jawara's place. Barajali. Everything was neutralized. Things were going very fine. Today, it is a changes that went through a ballot box. Some misconception arrangements were made or difficulties in terms of peace brokers made their work. Why taking a particular private home that is not even owned by the former president? It is owned by the family. Today, it is called the 4th Infantry Battalion. Men and women, young ones, before you enter that particular compound to go to your father's home, your ancestors' home, you are break and ask owners of that particular land. The people are terrified. The people of Fonyi are cajoled out. The people of Fonyi are built up. And I believe this is unacceptable. And I think the right authorities should make sure they do their rightful needs. As we are Gambians and we respect, and also we will follow the law in whatever comes. In that moment, the same dwellers, 2 weeks ago I was just from Fonyi. So that's why sometimes I feel as if, what is going on? 2, 3 trucks from Senegalese were brought to make an exchange. Others are going, others are coming. We all know if it is economic, they'll announce that their mandate is finished, a new badge is coming. But we see exchange from their end to another end. So we want the government to come out and tell us what is going, who is behind the signature, and what is the purpose. We want to know, and we want to be very clear of what is happening in this particular region. Aruna Jatta was murdered by the Senegalese forces. No report, no investigation. Jobi was killed, no report, no investigation. Mariama also was killed, no report, no investigation. Ismaila Tamba was shot with live rounds, no report, no investigation. Are we fair to each other? Do we want unity? Do we want reconciliation? Let's speak the facts. These are real happenings that are happening to the people of Fonyi. And most of Councillor. Is it a crime for a son of Councillor to be a president? Is it a crime for a son of a region to be a president? We are asking this, and we want real answers. My people are deprived of farming for 6 good years. Their farmland has been seized by the Senegalese forces in Buyam, Kankuntu, Biam, Hariala, Jinie. All those villages, all those belt areas, that is their farmland, that they do their farming production. But 6 years till date, they are deprived. The Senegalese economic forces in the border, they serve as police officers. They can arrest and detain. They serve as fire rescue, they serve as forestry officers. They seize logs. They can do a lot of things. So I believe it is high time we speak the reality. We are here to unify this country. Let's fight for the unification. We are here to do things in common to make sure we see that Gambia, we see that country, but without which we'll be singing and drumming. These are facts that are there. Wherever you go, you see difficulties. Senegalese forces will go and invade a house in Buyam because of what they had a problem. It was a police case, but it was left off. Nothing was answered. Nothing was taken off. They can do whatever they like. They can go on and intimidate people. They go and ask and said, village so-and-so, hold on your cattle, donkeys, goats, and whatever. Records are there. Ask the militaries who are there. That's why I always thank the patrol team that we are doing in the border region. Soldiers of the Gambia need to be commended. And they need, it is high time for us to give them their mandate. Police officers need, they need recommendations. And I believe as at now, let's work on to see. And I'm asking the President of the Republic of the Gambia to end my quote that let him work with every minister Whoever is traveling now, travel with your orderly, or else you reject the traveling to make sure they are fed and also motivated. On that note, I thank everybody and I say assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala. You are a very good timer. You finished just at the dot. I now invite the Honorable Member, nominated member, Keba Lam Fofana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would start by really acknowledging the presence of the honorable ministers and telling them thank you for being with us here since last week. And Honorable Speaker, since this is my first participation in an adjournment debate, I want to take this opportunity to thank the President of the Republic for having the trust and confidence in me and giving me the opportunity and the privilege to serve in this parliament. It is noble, and I'm really grateful. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I will start my deliberations with the revenue collections. Yesterday, we were informed by the Minister of Finance that from January up till date, GRA have been able to collect $8.8 billion. And in accordance with the information he provided, that represents 62% of the total revenue forecast for 2022. Doing the arithmetic, which means GRA have a revenue forecast of 13 billion. And then if at all 8.8 represent 9 months, it means on monthly basis they are making around $977 million. So if that trend should continue, it means by December, GRA might collect 11.7 billion, which will result to an adverse variance of around 2.3. Why am I saying this? I am saying this to underscore the relevance of some of the strategies the minister highlighted here yesterday with regards to what? The broadening of their tax base. He attributed the revenue loss to some economic shocks which are happening. Evidently, part of that might be the Ukraine-Russia war. But, Honorable Speaker, one thing is paramount. And as a nation, we can go ahead with all the good strategies. We can broaden the revenue base. But the broadening of this revenue base as well should go ahead with sound control mechanisms, which are going to make sure that whatever we collect is sent to the government coffers. I've said it during the SONA debate, and I am reiterating it again. The only way forward for this country is to enhance our own revenue collection mechanism. The only way that we can attain financial and self-reliance is by broadening our domestic resource mobilization skill. And it is refreshing that yesterday when the minister came here, he reiterated those points. But, Honorable Speaker, currently, if you look at the strategies that the Gambia Revenue Authority are really using with regards to what the mobilization and collection of taxes, we need to ask ourselves, are they efficient? Every small business in this country, at the end of the month, you are required to pay tax. At the end of 3 months, you are required to pay tax. But how do you pay this tax? You assess yourself. How do you assess yourself? It's based on your what? Own inputs. Now we ask ourselves, the Revenue Authority, does it have control over the inputs of what? Those businesses? Today, each and every company in this country is allowed to use your own accounting solution. At the end of the day, when the Revenue Authority goes there, it's at the mercy of the business to give them the inputs that they are going to extract. If at all they believe that the returns the company is doing is really minimal in comparison to the turnover or the sales that they have made. it will be at the mercy of the company to give them those inputs. Which goes to tell that in-house the company can do anything to make sure that they match their revenue, they match their turnover to the returns that they have made to GRA. So, Honorable Speaker, what I'm trying to say here is we will commend the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs for coming out with the brilliant strategies. But we want to add that let them come out with implementation plans which are going to ensure that the VAT Act is implemented to the full. And one of the ways they can enhance that is with the installation of electronic billing machines. These electronic billing machines can be linked as an interface with GRA, so that each and every business in this country, once you make purchases, you input in your system, the records will reflect at GRA. Once you make sales, you input it in your system, the records will reflect at GRA. At the end of the month, when you assess yourself, if you give them misleading figures, they can always come back and do what? Verifications. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I would move on to the procurement. We are saying what we are collecting is not enough. Even though it is not enough, at the end of the day, we must spend because the country must move. If you look at the budget of the country, a significant proportion of it on annual basis is going to procurement. Fine, we have GPPA. GPPA is there to what? Regulate. But we've moved to a level that regulation is only for what? Formalities. Honorable Speaker, I'm saying this because everybody today, be it inside this assembly or outside, is crying for what? The passing of the anti-corruption bill. I'm saying this because before we pass that bill, we have to be what? Proactive. I'm saying this because we need instruments to make sure that once that bill is passed, it will be implemented efficiently. Let us look at the procurement process. They will ask for what? 3 invoices as backup. I can open 3 companies. RFQ, it has a benchmark. All those processes can be completed. Because today, if you talk about corruption, nobody takes his hand and dip it into the government coffers. Corruption is on the processes and the procedures. That's where everybody gets his what? Piece of the cake. Honorable Speaker, if at all the anti-corruption bill will serve its purpose, we have to start now. How do we start now? Let us encourage performance-based auditing. So that every unit of procurement will be evaluated based on its efficiency, based on its what? Price effectiveness, based on what? The economic value it will what? Serve. A budget line can be drawn for the procurement of what? 7 units of furniture. For formality, I can pass all the procurement processes. When the auditors come, I can show them the 7 units. But the units I'm presenting, do they conform to the specifications? The purchase of those furnitures at that material time, was it the need of the what? Organization? The price they were bought at, was it the best price that maximizes our value? The evaluations done by GPPA cannot highlight that. And at the end of the day, all of it will come back to this parliament. Honorable Speaker, at this stage, I will fast track and I will talk about the land issues. It was refreshing during the cabinet retreat when the Vice President spoke about land banking, when he spoke about the regulation of the real estate industries, when he said that we need a paradigm shift because we need to save land for the future, we need to save land for our children, we need to save land for our social amenities, we need to save land for everything that is going to be associated towards an improved society. But Honorable Speaker, when you go out right now, there are so many disputes with regards to land issues. There are so many land conflicts. Honorable Speaker, it is sad to know that if you look at many places in the Combos right now, they are all sold. I wouldn't deliberate much on that. All I would like to say is to urge the Vice President to deliver on those pronouncements. They've really elevated the hopes and aspirations of the people, because we are only called the Gambia because we have land. And we can only be proud of this country if at all the future generations also come and then inherit something. At this point, Honorable Speaker, I would take a little shift, and I would like to talk frankly about economic and phony. And I would direct this to misinformation and social cohesion. We are all part and parcel of this society. Economic soldiers didn't come to this country out of a vacuum. They came because it was needed. Nobody will stand and justify their actions if at all what they have done is not good. But the narratives that are coming from this National Assembly, it is as if the Gambian people don't care about their security men. For the records, my wife is a soldier. She's a military police. I have 2 wives, all of them are security personnel. I care about the security forces. And the government care about the security forces. But every day when we stand here, it's like we forget our policemen, we forget our military men in uniform, we forget what they serve. That should not be the way. And it is rather unfortunate that it is coming from this very building. We must be responsible, honorable members. Economic came to this country because the former president refused to leave. And it is disheartening. Sometimes it brings certain questions to mind. Why do people have the interest and the belief that economic have to leave? Do they have a plan? I'm asking, do they have a plan? We need to know. Phony is part of the Gambia. And we would all make sure that Phony gets what it deserves. No one is segregating one part of the country or favoring one part of the country over the other. But as honorable members of this noble assembly, let us make sure that our submissions are evidence-based. You know, it is easy. I can stand here and say that Gambia is sold to Senegal, but is it the reality? But what I would forget to know is that whenever I say it, I am sending fear in the hearts and minds of other people. I'm not saying people do not have the right to express their opinions, but let us do it responsibly. And when we are doing it, when it comes to the security forces, let us be mindful. Do not make the Gambian security personnel feel that they are not wanted. They are. If you had wanted them better, where were you when Yaya Jammeh was killing them? Why didn't you save them? Is today the day you have to say that? And to make matters worse, you want to stand here and make Yaya Jammeh look seemingly good, better than the current government we are having. Then you are telling all of us that we fought for nothing. My own brother, same moment, died because of Yaya Jammeh. President Barrow have given me freedom. Can you bring my brother's life back? You cannot. So look, history haven't gone so far for us to forget. And as a parliament, we have to be very, very responsible. And to conclude, Honorable Speaker, I would correlate what I've just said to Section 216 of the Gambian Constitution, which talks about social objectives. And what the Constitution promotes there is freedom of speech. But it tied it down to Section 220 of the Constitution, which spoke about the duties of citizens. It is our responsibility to promote the good image of this country. That doesn't mean that you have to be complacent and keep quiet if you see things going wrong. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I want to say thank you.
Thank you very much, nominated member Kebalang Fofana. Honorable Vice President, let me welcome him back. He is here with us. Now I give the floor to the member for Jimara.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ministers, National Assembly members, Office of the Clerk, support staffs, the media, and our distinguished viewers. I bring to you greetings and salutations from the people of Jimara that I represent in this noble house. Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the people of Jimara that sent me into this noble house to listen, speak for them, and also participate in debates in matters that concerns their life and livelihoods. Honorable Speaker, a lot has been said in the eastern province of the Gambia. All the issues are cross-cutting. What is obtained in Tumana is the same as what is obtained in Kantora, Sanlu, Udiwulis, Basse, and Jimar. And of course, it is the same thing all over the Gambia. We all know that as human beings, we have our basic needs. But before I go into details to elaborate on those, I want to take the opportunity also to thank the government so very much that for the projects that they took to the URR that has changed the life and livelihood of many that have been neglected for the past 52 years. Honorable Speaker, the issues that are affecting our people, as I said, they are cross-cutting. Despite the president being coming from Jimara, we have our needs, we have our aspirations, we have our constraints. We know the government is doing all they can to make sure Gambia and the citizens of the Gambia have a better life that we assign them to do. But these efforts, to an extent, is not enough. Honorable Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of the ministries, various ministries, that you still have people in Gambia, not only Jimara, but in Gambia and Jimara at large, that are still fetching water from wells that go deep more than 40 or 50 something meters. And these are people that they pay their tax. They do not only stop there, but they are compliant and they also pay on time. These are our mothers, our sisters, our brothers, and our fathers. Honorable Speaker, I want to bring to the notice of this to the notice of the Ministry of Works, Transport Works and Construction that the road networks in my constituency, especially from Basse Manekunda, because you have a connection from Basse Manekunda to Dembakunda, and also you link that to Numiel coming down to Sotuma Samba. This is a road that you have a lot of communities that are engaged in farming, especially when it comes to horticultural or gardening. But they find it very difficult to get their farm produce to the market due to lack of good road network. And also you go from Bakadaji to Kosemar, you have a road there. We all know Kosemar and Mamasutu, they are farmers. You have a very big rice field in Kosemar and gardens in Mamasutu, where our mothers and sisters are struggling to get their farm produce to the market because they don't have good lands. We want to appeal to the Minister of Works and Construction. Government is about prioritizing, we know, but we have been neglected for so long. We want them to consider in their subsequent plans to see to it that some of these issues are addressed. Ministry of Works, Ministry of Water Resources, Fisheries. As I said, Jimara, we have 87 communities, and these are very big communities, some of them, but you tend to wonder. 50-something years ago, they're still struggling to have good, potable, or healthy drinking water. I think this is a cause of concern that we want to bring to the notice of the ministry to put it in their plans. We want to tell them that by 2027, we don't want to see any community, not only in Jimara but in Gambia, that is struggling to have a potable drinking water. Honorable Speaker, Health and Security. We thank the ministry for all the effort that they are doing by providing community ambulances to the people, to transport them from one end to another, and also giving us some of the hospitals that they are building as we speak now. But we have a concern. We have a problem also. If you go to the hospital, Mr. Speaker, they will just give you a paracetamol and a prescription. Medicines, drugs are not enough. But as a country, I think we are losing a lot of resources, financial resources as that matter, to Senegal. Because where I am from, I know the number of people that travel on daily basis to Vellingara just to get amoxicillin and other medicines, among others. The ministry, we appeal for them to redouble their effort. We know they are doing a lot, but we want them to redouble their effort to make sure medicines are available always and on time. The problem that we have, I've spoken about it here before, that is this entrance of unknown medicine from Kasama's end through our borders. The Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Health need to work in collaboration to make sure this thing is being addressed. This medicine or the drugs that are coming into our borders, to our communities, are killing, or either we know it or not, these are the medicines that are killing our people on a daily basis. The pregnant women, the small children, and even the old ones. Because medicines are coming that we don't know their sources, that we don't know the ingredients that they are made of, because they are either written in Indian or in French, that no one can determine what it can cure or not. So this is a cause of concern. The both ministries should at least sit down together and see how best they can address this issue. Why I mentioned the Ministry of Interior is because the borders are very porous. We don't have security at the borders that will put check and balance and control on what comes in and what goes out. At that end of the country, we are facing a lot of challenges as far as this thing is concerned. Minister of Tourism and Culture, we said it here. We thank them for having the foresight to give us an eco-lodge. This, when the news was broke, everybody was happy. But today, this area, this particular land, is being infested by snakes and other reptiles that nobody knows. So these are things that we need the ministry to work hard to make sure the project is being implemented, because it's been on standstill over the years, or over the past 2 years. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I also want to join my fellow colleagues, honorable members, to appeal to Gambians, not only National Assembly. The problem that we have, Mr. Speaker, in this country is our attitude. We have an attitudinal problem that leads to the problems that we are having today. You have people in the system that we are sworn in to serve the country, to better the life of the people. But simply because the person that is overseeing them or the person that is supervising them, they want the person to be there, they are bent on undermining or drag-fitting the person. You have some people also that are in a system that you sign up for to at least better the life of the people, but you are bent on drag-fitting and also undermining because the person that is there, you don't like the person. This is not about you, it's not about me. It's about the people that we serve. It's about the people that elected, especially National Assembly members, that elected the president, but about the people that we all are serving as a nation. Mr. Speaker, it is disheartening if you go out at night, let's say around 9 o'clock, along Senegambia Highway, along Kotu-Manjai Highway. The thing that you see, as a nation, are we ready? As a nation, where are we heading to? As a nation, where are our fathers, our mothers, that are allowing our young sisters, young brothers to engage in an act that is un-Islamic? I think we all have a responsibility. Government alone cannot do it, but it is a responsibility upon every individual as a good citizen to make sure Gambia is safe. We cannot save us, it doesn't matter the amount of security that we have in Gambia, we cannot be safe if our attitudes are not changed. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I want to seize the opportunity also to thank each and every member of the National Assembly for their deliberation, but I also have an advice for us. As been said by some of the speakers, whatever we say here, it's better to keep quiet than to say something that doesn't make any sense. We have to be very careful to incite violence amongst ourselves. Mr. Speaker, what is good for the goose is always good for the gander. We know our security officers, we know their values, we know what they are capable of. But we cannot be here and be doing comparison between economic soldiers and the security of the Gambia. The security of the Gambia, they know what is going on, they know their responsibility, they know how government operates. Certain things are supposed to be left untold than to be saying things that will bring chaos and problems in the country. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I beg to take my seat, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Member for Jimara. I now call on the member for Goswan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will also join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Ministers present here. And I will not be fair when I go back to my own people, that are the Joshua people, to say a very big thank you to all of them for bringing me to this National Assembly. Thank you very much to all of you. Jere Jeff Njoko Anjal, Joshua constituency. Honorable Speaker, I start with the Ministry of Petroleum. Here, when we talk about petroleum, we always talk about the high price of fuel. Yes, the government is doing air quota to subsidize. Yes, we are always complaining about the high price of fuel. But for me, I think there is something very important here that we need to put across. That's the quality of fuel in this country. There are many parked vehicles in this country, very expensive vehicles in this country. What's the cause? It's the quality of fuel. And I can understand that all fuels are dumped at the manuring dump site. And our own GNPC is qualified to be named among the best in the country. Why? Honorable Minister, I want to know why. Is it after collecting from manuring, there are other acts that are being done from that dump site, or what? I need to know. Because you buy a vehicle for $2 million, 6 months, it is parked somewhere. Because the kind of fuel that you mix, today you are at A, tomorrow you are at B, and next day you are at C. Then you start having problems. When taken to the mechanics, it's become a problem. Injectors. And nowadays, we only having sophisticated vehicles in this country. So let's control and look at the kind of fuel coming into this country. Or when it comes into the country, let's make a follow-up to this petrol filling station where they are being sold. It's important. Thank you very much. Coming to the Ministry of Tourism and Culture. Yes, there is no tourism area in my area. It's not about the tourism part of the tourist part of it or tourism part of it. I'm talking about the sea that is being neglected, that the cultural part of it. I think that sea can change this country. I think that sea, when it is properly given its due, can transform this country to where you want it to be. Because we always talk about what? Our attitudes. Attitudes needs to be changed. Yes, because we forget about our cultures. We forget about who we are, which is very important. Now everybody has turned to be somebody from there. I don't want to name an area. They call it Jola Tubabo, Walamfula Tubabo. Why Jola Tubabo? Be a serial, what, not Jola, a serial Tubabo. Today we complain about Ukraine. We complain about COVID-19. Yes, it could have come into this country. Had it been the culture was given its due, we not even feel the pain of it. There is no Salkunda you will go into this country. Maybe in the Nyomis, you will find Sikat there, Chere. Chere is forgotten now. The only time you eat chere when they say you have diabetes, now it's time you go back to chere. There is no balamaro in this country now, it's very rare to see it. Malo sose. Because you forget about the cultural aspect of it. We don't respect those things anymore. For culture, we think it is music and wrestling. Yes, wrestling is part of it, and it can bring this country and unite people together. But it is given its due. Even the wrestling, they force us to change the way it used to be. Old people go and enjoy wrestling. But now what do we have? Boxing. You fight to have money. You bleed to have money. Let's go back to the old days of wrestling. When the Jolas will hold a full up, or when the Syrian will hold a full up or a Jola person, took him to the sky and bring him down and climb on him. That's the Syrian man. Let's go back to those cultures. If we go back to those cultures, the Gambia will be where it is. During those days, your parent will look at you right in your eye. You know what he is saying. When the ball is put in front of a family, if they looked at you, you know what they are saying. That the middle of that ball is not for you. But now, the little child in the house, the moment the ball is there, he knows where he's heading to. Because those cultures is no more there. So the Ministry of Tourism, let's try to bring back the culture. We only see the cultural traditional dress when they say Commonwealth. They say, put on your traditional dress and bring your traditional food. There is no Basirangab now in Foni. Munkayab in Foni. Let's try to go back to those things. It's important. Youth and sports. We need a well-built, skilled centers that are fully equipped in this country. Yes, we have skill centers, but we need well-built and equipped one in this country. Let it be sponsored by government. When youths are trained, they are given an opportunity to be self-employed. They can reduce that cost of employment. But every youth today is in what? In a haste of fast money. In those training centers, you can teach them their skills, attitude. Tell them the world tomorrow. Put good people there. Let the ustaz, the priest be in and also change their way of living. It will help in those skill centers. Not only skills, but the attitude also needs to be developed from there. Ministry of Health. Yes, somebody spoke about it, about this tobacco issue. At times it's become funny, but I wish some of the parliament members see the photo of it. It's important that a step is taken as quickly as possible. There are ladies advocating for it. Ministry of Health, give them powers, help them, give them finance to advocate for it, because the young ones are coming up. And most of it happens to those whose husbands are not here. What are they feeling out of that? Honorable Minister, take note. The food we eat, coming into this country, diabetes everywhere, they say it. Before they say the fat person is expected to have diabetes. Now even somebody like Honorable Njai is even maybe a suspect of diabetes. Why? Because the cubes that we are eating. Jimbo here, everything is over there. Now you go to prepare a special thing for you from the market. Our own women now, they don't know even how to cook. You buy ready-made things and come and mix 1, 2 and say that's the lunch. So let's go back to the normal system again. Honorable Minister, Works, Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Works. Yes, the OIC project is in my area, but I think we need to ask a question. The project is very delayed. We don't know why. And also, the gutters that are being built currently are very narrow. Looking at the pressure of water coming from the Iceman IEC building towards Old Joshua, if not taken care of now, it might cause a problem tomorrow. So let's look at those gutters and speed up the work within this OIC building. We have roads in Ibo Town. The main road that Ibo Town can call something of a road is no more where to be seen today. It's no more called a road. Everything is dilapidated. The roads are poorly. Everything is poor within that area. We need to help people in Ibo Town. Sankosila also the same problem. Sankosila going into New Joshua is a problem. Coming to Carnifin is south via pipeline. That road, that link between pipeline and Carnifin South via the French school, I think the Honorable Minister of Works needs to look at it. It is access for those people traveling within that area. We talk of road accident all the time in this country. What is the cause? We need to ask ourselves. Some say speedy drivers, reckless drivers, but there are also certain things that we need to look at properly. The road signs are important, yes. The good roads are important, but there are also certain things that are missing within the road when they're after construction. Those lanes that are created as overtaking lanes, those signs within those roads are also important. Because there are many drivers here at night, they don't know when to use dim and full lights. And if you are giving full lights while you are driving, that lane is not there to guide you. You don't know where you are. You might miss and then see yourself somewhere else. Next minute, if they wake up and say he was drunk, that's why this happened. Maybe he was not drunk. They need proper marking of the road so that it can help those people driving at night. At least that can reduce. The security aspect of it, coming to the Ministry of Interior, the prisons, our security personnel, the prisons needs to be looked at properly. We have a big prison in Old Joshua. The last time I told the minister to look at it properly, if possible to relocate it to at least Fonyi, give it to them because they have enough land there, or give it to the other people around the area. But for Joshua, or we use it as a training center because we have a vast land there. Or we use it as a rehabilitation center for the people that we feel that they need to be helped. Let's look at those prisons to at least change the scenario of the prison. If you are out of the prison, you can be somebody better than the person you were before. Most of our youth are in the streets, using abusive languages, drugs everywhere. Why is it happening? We first ask ourselves as parents, what is our responsibility as parents? Are we playing our role? We always think of government, blaming government all the time. Let's at times blame ourselves as parents. Your boy child be in the home. From 9 o'clock, he's leaving your compound, going out. You tell him, Bulgude, 9 o'clock, Bulgude. When do you expect him to come back? That's the responsibility is lacking from us as parents. The government has their role to play, but we also have our own role to play too. Let's come together and join hands with them. Honorable members, we are one family. Let's see ourselves as one Gambia. There is nothing permanent. This seat I am sitting, somebody was here before me. Where he is today, he is on different things. He never even talked about here. I might not be here, somebody else is coming. So let's see ourselves as one family and work together as one team and develop this country. Gambia is ours. Agriculture Minister, it's not government that can give us food self-sufficiency. I think it's both of us. During the old days, when I was a young boy going to visit my old mama in Pirang, I used to go to the furrows. But who is now taking me to the furrows? Nobody. Why were we having baramanos in those days? Up to the following year, you still have baramano. Was government helping? The parents were there to work. But now everyone do want to buy a bag of rice, send it down there for your family in Fulabantang or in Nyomi to say this is the bag of rice for you. You are now telling those people to be lazy. Let's go back to those days and do what our parents were doing. Honorable Minister for Fisheries, that's my dad. Dad, we have a fish landing area in Joshua, and we need your help. That road access is very bad. And that fish landing area has been here for decades. They need to be rescued. They need to be helped. So please look at their access point. Honorable Speaker, Ibo Town, we need your help. Joshua, we need your help. Everybody within my area, we need your help, especially when it comes to road network. We are suffering. The networks are very poor. I thank everybody, and I rest my case.
Thank you very much, the member for Joshua. Now I give the floor to the member for Nyamina West.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Nyamina West, please. Please, thank you. Take your seat, please. Sorry about that. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Woolly East?
Yes. You know, it's now time for 6. Either you allow me to move, that we sit beyond, or we stop here. But 6 is our time.
Honorable Member, you know, we are on an adjournment debate.
Yes.
And the motion was moved in the morning for us to sit. I don't think whether it's applicable to the adjournment debate.
Honorable Speaker. Observation, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, go ahead, Honorable.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, when we meet in the morning as ABC, yes, the idea came up as to whether we will continue beyond 6 o'clock. And what we agreed there was that we, with the speaker as the chair, was that we will continue up to 6. Then wherever it stopped in the list, we proceed in the next day, which is Friday, tomorrow. Thank you.
Come again, you said you will continue beyond 6?
We go up to 6 o'clock. We stop there and consider what is left on the list. It will be referred until tomorrow morning, and we continue the debate to conclude.
Observation.
This is what we agreed on.
Yeah, thank you. Sit down.
Yes.
Thank you. That's not. Yeah, the deputy majority leader.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to say, if you look at the number that have taken the floor, it's far less than the number left. So we cannot suspend the assembly now. Tomorrow also will take us a longer time before we finish. Why don't we proceed at least to 10 o'clock and see at least the number will be reduced so that tomorrow we can finish early. Yeah.
Thank you. Let me allow the honorable member for Central Badibu, then I will.
Thank you. We agree, though, at the ABC, but the speaker let us say that if we have less number to do the debate, we can adjourn so that we finish business. So I believe if we have few people to come up, we can adjourn this session, we continue.
Thank you. My understanding from the honorable speaker is that we are continuing.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's the speaker who is supposed to help us.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Thank you very much. Now may I give the floor to the honorable member for Nyamina West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor. At this juncture, I also thank the honorable ministers present in. I also take this opportunity to thank my people in Nyamena West who vested this trust in me and decided to bring me back to this parliament. Before going further, I just want to join my honorable colleague nominated, Kebala, that we care and we care for the security. The security are not forgotten and they are taken care of. I just want to remind my honorable NAMs that are concerned that this is the parliament and you are in the right place to solve the problems of the government. You are the ones that are vested on solutions. You are the ones that are looked up to give solutions to government, to bring in policies, and to give in funds for various departments and ministries to see that the people or the security that you have concern are well taken care of. So please, therefore, during budget sessions, those who are concerned of the security can push up their welfare. And it is here that we can solve their problems, and it is here that we can take good care of their welfare. So it's not a cost of a gameplay, but it is like a cost of we doing our due diligence for the security to be well catered for. Mr. Speaker, I will start with interior because security is a concern. This ministry, I know, is faced with a lot of challenges, and the new minister who is in, no doubt, will bear me witness the problems in this ministry are a nightmare. And this is for all of us as a Gambia to help each other to tackle this problem. The crime rates and the murder crisis that have just been registered recently are alarming issues of security and are concerned for the whole of the Gambia, including the president, including the NAMs, the ministers, and everybody in the Gambia. So therefore, it's a sole responsibility of all of us for the security of the nation. But the challenges faced this ministry are numerous. So with the help of the new minister, we are hoping he will take the right step and the right directions to help mitigate these crime rates and the murder cases that are being registered. Since I expect him to liaise with sister ministries, especially the defense, sister ministries like the Ministry of Information, the Ministry of Digital and Technology, whatsoever. So, in short, I am saying that the Ministry of Technology and the Digital Technology is at a right place to help this security, to mitigate crime rates in form of digitalizing our streets or our towns or our borders. We all know our borders are porous, especially these borders that have settlements well before the entrance of the Gambia. We have gone on a site visit and we are aware that borders are being settled well before getting the police post. So that is a challenge, and the police are crying on those challenges so as to see how best the minister and the government will help. Because if the first touch is the canteens and settlements and shops before the police checkpoint, that's a very big challenge, because an intruder can get into the Gambia without notice. So the border porous is a challenge. So I call on the minister to see how best he can help tackle those challenges so as to help mitigate these things. Ministry of Health. For the Ministry of Health in Nyamena West particularly, we are left far behind because we are not privileged to have a major health center, not to talk of a hospital. Within the 3 Nyamenas, we only have a major health center in Nyamena Dankunku, that is at Dankunku particularly, and also one in Kudang. So all referrals or all cases from Nyamena West had to go to either Kudang or Dankunku. And you can see there is a distance from our health post, that is Katamina or Nana, Jaulaba, to the major health center, which is Dankunku. So there is also equal distance between the health post in Nana to Kudang. In short, I visited the ministry and they promised to upgrade the Nana Health Center, the Nana Health Post to a major health center within Nyamena West, but still now I haven't seen any sign of development at that site. So, Minister of Health, please take note. Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, I want to look at land issues with regards to house rent and the rental policies, if there is any. And this is alarming, and we are aware that nowadays agents have taken the rental business and they are making a luxurious life over the poor people. Honorable Minister, please, you may help us with rental issues. If you have policy, or if we don't have, please come to the Parliament. We see how best we can put a policy and regulate rental issues. Also, physical planning under your ministry, I don't know what they are doing, because in most cases, physical planning will come after. And I expected that physical planning will work hand in glove with some of these agencies or development areas, or they will plan prior to settlement. But after settling, that's the time you see physical planning coming into action. I also want that to be regulated so that physical planning will take action before settlement. If you look at the town of Janjambure, you will notice that physical planning prior is very important. You stand here and you see the street to the end of the town. So, but in many places here, that is different. It's a different case. Agriculture. With the people of Nyamena West, we are less privileged when it comes to gardening.
Point of order. Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Order.
Honorable Speaker, it's
Honorable
against
Member for
the point of order to read verbatim, word to word, and the honorable member is reading from a note.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, these are...
Honorable, yes, you are allowed to make reference, but not to read. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not reading from any resources. These are jotting downs that I made, and I go through my jottings to expand.
Honorable, please, can you sit down, please? Please sit down, Honorable Member for Nyamina West. Timekeepers, I'm not sure at what stage the Honorable Member for Central Badibu rose for point of order. Now that do you know at what stage? Let's find out and let me know. I'm not sure how many minutes should I allow him to. Honorable Member for your Nyamina West?
Yes.
Maybe you have
7
minutes.
Yes. In agriculture, we are less privileged when it comes to gardening. Our women and youth need gardens so that they can be engaged. And also, we are blessed to have roads from NEMA projects, but they are not yet completed. Only one road is being worked to finish, but we have 2 roads.
Honorable Member for Nyamina West, let me rectify myself. I've been informed that you have 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Interrupting. Okay, education, Honorable Minister, I want to make you notice that most of our schools are not fenced, and these we have intruders, animals pop in from any direction. When it comes to electricity and water, we are very, very underprivileged. I'm calling into the government to please bring in electricity soonest and water. I also want the government to look at the issue of procurement, government procurement, and also government offices, that is public offices, and government vehicles after work. Most of these are misused and mismanaged. Judiciary, I have gone on a site visit, found out that there are a lot of challenges, especially human resources. Most of the courts in the provinces are definitely operating less. I cannot say not operating, but we need improvement. At this juncture, I beg to take my seat, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Nyamina West. And I give the floor to the Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, this is the adjournment debate, and we are duty-bound to raise issues to help the executive to formulate policies and programs to address them. Without us raising issues, it will be difficult for the executive to also play their part. Honorable Speaker, if you look at agriculture, what I want to remind the ministry is the farm gate of groundnuts. You go around the country, you will see the plants are fine. They are growing very well. Maybe we'll have good harvest. But my problem is, at the end of the harvest, if the price is lower than the price of our neighbors, I bet you most of the farmers are going to take their ground across the border. And that's going to deprive us of the foreign exchange that we require. from our notes. It will be interesting also, Honorable Speaker, if the Minister could help to inform where the tractor for Willie East is located. Because if each constituency is having a tractor, I'm not aware of the tractor that is in Willie East. Maybe he'll be able to help us that. Honorable Speaker, also, water resources. We know that we have the Japanese grant. We also know that there is a loan from the ADB, and we've sunk a lot of boreholes well before the presidential elections. But since they were sunk up to now, not much is done about it. And the communities where these things are docked badly need water. So what is the reason for this long delay for those people to access water? Clean drinking water, because that's the objective. Clean drinking water. Also, Honorable Speaker, in the last budget, 2021 budget, we allocated $10 million for the old projects, boreholes, somewhere 20 years back, somewhere 30 years back, but they went into ruin. And so we allocated this 10 million so that the ministry could rehabilitate them. I know in my constituency, Boro Kandakase is a beneficiary, but up to now, not much is done about it. Honorable Speaker, it is important that we put records straight, because we are a law-abiding country, and we want to do everything according to those laws. The sovereignty of this country must be safeguarded. And one of the institutions of this country that should actually do that, take up that, is the National Assembly. So if you look at 79(1)(c) of the 1997 Constitution, yes. With your permission, Honorable Speaker, 79(1)(c), for example, is saying the President shall be responsible for the conduct, for the conduct of relations with other states and international organizations. And C, it is saying the negotiation and subject to ratification by the National Assembly, the conclusion of treaties and other international agreements. So which means the executive can go into agreements, it can go into treaties, but they will not be binding until this National Assembly, ratifies them. But we have been told that the hot pursuit was an agreement between the Gambia and Senegal. But it has not come to this National Assembly. That's a violation of the Constitution. Now, the issue of ECOMIC engaging in police duties is a cause of concern. And we are told that the ECOMIC is engaged in police duties. And the Senegalese are also engaged in police duties. We all know the reason why the ECOMIC is brought here. They are military, they are troops, they are not police. I'm not aware of that they are police, but if they are police, the ministers are here, they can help us to explain that. So we must safeguard our territorial integrity. If we see Senegalese troops at Buyam, I have a very nasty experience with that. My constituent was coming with this wood, timber from, Sankwel Kunda, And he spent a lot of money on that, almost 80,000, that he invested in that timber at the Sangolukunda Community Forest. But when they arrived at Buya, the Senegalese troops there, stopped him and asked him to take the timber to Kanilai. And he insisted. So when he called me, I asked him to come with his documents, and we went to the Ministry of, the Department of Forestry. And we are told clearly that they are the ones who issued that document to the brother to actually do that work. But they do not know why the troops there would stop him. But they also told us that even if the troops stop any of those people, they don't inform the department. So they just pack your wood. That is also not lawful. So I pursued the matter up to the Ministry of Environment, and eventually it is understood that it is Senegalese that were actually doing that. But they are with them, they are negotiating with them, so that they will have a compromise as to how to do that job. So I believe that if the Senegalese are going to do, they are interested in controlling timber coming from their territory, they should stay at their border and control timber. But they should not come up to the middle of our country and started to control timber there. Because not every timber that they see is coming from Casamance or is coming from Senegal. Gambia too has timber. Where I come from, there is a lot of timber, and people are harvesting that timber, and they are bringing it here. So it should not be assumed that everything that we have here is actually belonging to Senegal in terms of timber. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance, I believe that we have to have a debt ceiling. Our discussion with the ministry was very fruitful yesterday, but I believe that the threshold for debt, that the debt type of loans that we take, which goes up to 89 something to 90% of our GDP, is unacceptable. And most of the crisis that we have here is as a result of the high debt that we have, because the higher the debt, the higher the debt repayment. No matter how you cry for them to give you debt relief, it will still not solve your problems. So I believe that it is time that we really look into this and put a reasonable debt ceiling that will not put the country into an economic crisis. Honorable Speaker, the other issue I want to deal with is the communication, the GRTS. The GRTS has the audacity to issue a press release stating that they will never cover industrial workers' activity. That is a violation of the Constitution. According to Section 208 of the 1997 Constitution, 208 is saying the responsibility of state-owned enterprises. All state-owned enterprises, all state-owned newspapers, journals, radio, and television shall afford fair opportunities and facilities for the presentation of divergent views and dissenting opinion. So there is state-owned television, media. They have the responsibility to inform the Gambian people on any issue of national importance, not of their liking. So it's a complete violation of the Constitution for them to come up with that, and this National Assembly should condemn that and ensure that no such announcement comes out of that place. Honorable Speaker, many members spoke about electricity. I think Nyani just said that not a single village has electricity. In my constituency, only one village. That's Bajakunda. So we have this rural electrification project. I think the Minister for Petroleum and Energy should clearly explain to us how far that project is, especially on the North Bank. We know on the South Bank between Combo and Soma, we're seeing the progress. But on the North Bank, we are not seeing much progress. So how far is that? Me, I have 40 villages in my constituency and only one. So that all the 39 villages do not know. They have never known electricity, except maybe generators and solars and so on and so forth. So that is something that we badly need. And in fact, it is going to a level where the villagers themselves, communities themselves are now thinking of how do we put our funds together to provide electricity for our communities. But you know that is also very difficult. They asked me to go to the NAVEC to ask them whether they can connect from Bajakunda to supply. I said, well, you cannot do that. These are in the tune of millions. It's not a small matter. You cannot do that. So that is another thing. Honorable Speaker, the minister discussed with us yesterday on subsidies, fuel pump subsidies. We know now what process they take to give subsidy to fuel and other lubricants. But it will be interesting for the minister to explain clearly what subsidies are they giving to basic commodities. Because while the big men are after the fuel, but the poor people are interested in the commodities, the sugar, the rice, the potato, the onion. These are the things. So if things are going on, we all know when fuel goes up, all these other things follow. So we need to give some sort of subsidy to them also so that life becomes easier and bearable. Honorable Speaker, well before the presidential election, during the presidential election, after the presidential election, National Assembly elections, there were milling machines that were distributed countrywide in various villages to different communities and associations. And those milling machines, they just give them, I don't know, let me call it a machine head. You distributed, you only distributed the machine head without the frame. So they are lying there, fallow. The women cannot use them, at least in my constituency. I would want to know which institution is responsible for that. Is it the women's, the Ministry of Children, Gender, or is it individuals distributing that? Because if we just give these machine heads to people and say this is milling machine, and you don't give them any frame, there is no power to run it. They will not be able to.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Woolly East. No. Thank you very much. I'm not sure you are pointing at me, telling me you distributed it. I don't know whether it's you, General, or you are referring to me. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Woolly East. May I now give the floor to the member for Jara West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And let me also use this opportunity to thank the Vice President and the Cabinet Ministers who were with us for all these days since this session is started. I also want to use this opportunity to thank my electorate, the people of Jara West. I really want to thank them for the confidence they bestowed on me to represent them in the National Assembly. I want to thank all the people of Jara West from Jaduma to Kabada. I say a big thank you to you a million times. Honorable Speaker, I want to begin with health. Honorable Speaker, during the oral question and answers, the Minister of Health, I raised some questions, and he said he responded, among my questions were concerning about the Soma District Health Center to be upgraded so that it can receive major cases like those that are treated in Buyam, Farafenye, or RVTH. And thank God, the minister responded, they are on the plans. They already have some materials that are supposed to go there, and I think some are already there. I said a big thank you to the minister and his ministry and the Gambia government at large. Thank you very much. But also still on health, I want to appeal to the Minister of Health. There is a community health center in Sare Musa, that is in Kabada. This health center, health post, used to be very, very busy. In fact, I was there not long ago with some honorable colleagues. When we went there, we met the queue, was too long, and then people were even asking, are all these people treated here? I said, yes. We don't have, that place is not fenced. The community have come up with options and even make some contributions to build a quarter for the nurses who are posted there. The community have done that, contributed, and then built a quarter for them. But we don't have a labor room for the women there. And then now they are attending to pregnant women. Sometimes when the woman delivers there, it's always a problem where to keep her. So we are appealing to the minister to help us have a labor room in Saramusa. That is a community in Kabada. Please help us do that. And also, if there is any possibility, try to note we also need that place to be fenced. The community can do it. They are trying, because they are, if you see the structures there, all those structures are built by the community. And also, I want to use this opportunity to thank the President and the Minister of Health for giving us a community ambulance. Before, it was very tough for my people. When they were traveling, they used horse carts, donkey carts, but since this ambulance came, those ones are gone now. Whenever the driver is called, at any time of the night, he will rush to the community to bring the particular patient to the health post. So a big thank you to the government, the President, and the Minister, and all the Ministry of Health. Thank you very much for that. Honorable Speaker, I want to elaborate on about our road network in Kabada. Also, I raised that question, and the answer given to me was also a good answer, but I still want to appeal, let me use the soldier language, for them to double up and then start our road. Kabada, we have a very, very bad road network. But the minister said survey was done, everything was calculated and handed to government. Now it's for them to have the funds and start that road. We really need that road. It's in a very, very, very bad condition. Sometimes in the rainy season, some people cannot afford to go to Soma because of the bad road. There is no way they can use. And then Soma is our own capital, where we can go and buy some rice, oil, and go back to the village. So that road, we've been calling for it for so long. Alhamdulillah, today we are told that it is surveyed and everything is about to start, but we want them to start it now. Let it not stay long. Honorable Speaker, I want to go on agriculture. We are talking of crimes every day. It's very, very sad. But also, let's come with ideas. It will help. Youths, we need to engage them. Let's try to engage the youths. I mean, my community, we have farmlands, very good farmlands, and people who are ready to farm. But the problem is farming machineries. They don't have the tools. We need tools. We need the farming machineries. The agriculture machineries will be very good in my area because we have the farms, the soil is fertile, but you cannot farm without farming tools. It is very unfortunate here, farmers are the poor people. But when you go to Europe, even when the farmers want to go on strike, the government have to engage them. So we have to concentrate really on farming. Our farmers don't have agricultural machineries. They need the tools. Let's get it, give it to the farmers, and see whatever it takes, I mean, and help them to have fertilizer. This is a major problem. I believe if they have the farming tools, the farming equipments, the youth will go to farm, they will engage themselves, and also on the side of the youths, give them concentration like have skill centers. I know skill centers are around. We need decentralized, let them be decentralized. We have a lot of dropouts from grade 9. You know, you are not performing at school, but sometimes when you go for skills, you can perform. The government look into it, have more skill centers all over the region. I think it will help. And the youths also, nowadays, we see they like football. If you engage them in football, you sponsor them, I believe it will reduce the crime rate or the laziness of the youths. So I am appealing to the Minister of Youth and Sports also to put this into consideration. Because in my own area, that is the Jaro West, I can see football is in their life now. So that one, I am appealing for all of us to come together and see that we develop football at the grassroots. It will be very, very important. Honorable Speaker, moving on to education, I will come back again and say there was a question I raised, but they say it was directed to the wrong ministry, but I have the opportunity to still appeal. In the whole of Kabada, there is no senior school. We don't have senior school. We have good students. Sometimes when they start for their grade 9, if they have to go to senior secondary schools, yes, we have people who will accept and then, accord them accommodation. But sometimes it's not easy. We have a school in Misira, basic and upper basic, lower basic and upper basic. If that school can be upgraded to a senior secondary school, it will help the community of Kabada. We have good students there. We are appealing to the minister to look into it, help us. The land is there. The school is at a very good location so that he can upgrade the summer upper basic cycle to a senior secondary school. We'll be very happy if that is done. And also there is a community in my area, very, very sad. I was at the village just last July. Kids were traveling to go to school from a village that is from Kohel to Fonkoikunda. A wolf emerged from the bush and attacked them. I have the video here. I went myself to see it myself because when they called me, I didn't even believe it. But I have to go. The wolf attacked them. They ran away. And this is daylight. They called their father. The father brought a gun and have to shoot this wolf. Eventually, he killed it. I went there. I have the picture. This community, they don't have a primary school. They don't have a nursery school. They travel from village to village, and they are very young. I'm appealing for if the government can help them to have a primary school. That is the community Sare Seidi, Sare Fonkoy, and Kohel. And this is not far from Jarasoma. We should put that into consideration. Honorable Speaker, water resources. The whole of Kabada, and we have difficult in access to clean drinking water. You still have wells there. That is not a clean drinking water. I appeal to the ministry for them to even look at people who should go and see that place. There are communities who they really work so hard to access water. Sometimes you see the villagers have to contribute some money to have a borehole. That borehole, sometimes you have water in the day, and in the night you don't have water. I'm appealing to them to at least come to our aid for us to have clean drinking water like other Gambians in the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, I just want to conclude by coming to tourism. In our tourism sector, my colleague talked about the tourism sector. Luckily, we are all in the tourism committee. We should work very, very hard. You see some hotels, if you know the salaries they are paying to their staffs, a roommate, or a room boy or a room girl, what you are paid, and then the contract, the agreement that you have with your employer is very, very sad. And then there are hotels that operate for only 6 months. With that 6 months, if you are paid something that cannot even afford a good bag of rice, this is terrible. It's terrible. We need to look into it. That is why when my colleague said, we, the tourism committee, we have a big task to do, I'm ready for that. I have brothers who are there. They are suffering. And they work from morning to evening. Just 6 months, you are gone. You don't have to work until the next 6 months again. This is serious. It's very, very serious. So we should look into that. And then the worst part of it, you are not even allowed to talk to the tourists because they said you are bombing. It's sad. So we need to work hard, double up, so that this country will enjoy what belongs to us. We need to enjoy what belongs to us. On that note, I want to thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member for Jara West, and thank you for generosity for donating us some seconds. Now the member for Fonyi Brefet.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I would like to thank the fellow honorable members, and also I would like to thank the honorable ministers and the Vice President of the Gambia. I will first of all thank the people of Fonyi Brefet for electing me here to become the honorable member and also to stand for them. Honorable Speaker, Fonyi Brefet is a constituency with only 13 villages, but we have only 8 villages who are enjoying electricity. The remaining 5 villages are crying for electricity. Honorable Minister, the Minister of Petroleum and Energy, let them not say that at least 8 villages have the electricity, but the rest also need it. We need the electricity. Electricity helps the women and the people, especially in business. So there are other people who have never even enjoyed the electricity since when I was not born up to now. They don't know what is electricity. And Fonyi Brefet is in the door of Fonyi, the doorstep of Fonyi, the starting of Fonyi, after Kombo East. We are not enjoying, only few people are enjoying few villages are enjoying electricity. We need it. Villages like Jajil is in the middle, Jalokoto, Ndemanjola, Brefet, Kanjamina, and the rest, no electricity. Honorable Speaker, last time I talked about the feeder road, and I will still talk again, because between Ndembanjola to Kanjabina to Somita is less than 25 kilometers. But the place is busy. No road. We need at least feeder road. When the women are coming out from that place, they are always afraid because the place is busy. We need road. We need the Honorable Minister to help us. Honorable Speaker, coming to agriculture, there are gardens in Fonyi Belfast without borehole. Those people are using only well. And I also thank the Honorable Minister of Health for giving us the ambulance. We cannot talk about only what we don't have, but at least we talk about what we have. And I want to thank the Honorable Minister for giving us an ambulance. Also, the President talked about the school, the skill center of Ndemban. I want to thank him for giving the people of Fonyi Belfast a skill center. But at least, I don't know how soon will we start learning, will we start using that skill center, because skill is very important. All of us cannot be in the office, but if we have skills, we can use that skill to empower ourselves. In agriculture, sometimes I can say the whole part of Gambians are complaining of cold store, because of what? Market glut. Because of what? After producing, you cannot sell your product. But I can say to the whole Gambians that we have a big problem where I think everybody needs to think about that. The cause of our market glut, I made an investigation and I know the cause of our market glut is not because of our farmers do produce at the same time. No. Every time Senegalese do come to the Gambia with lorries full of vegetables, our land are more fertile than that of Senegal. They use a lot of fertilizer, a lot of urea to make sure that their vegetables grow faster. And all those vegetables has remnants of this fertilizer. This is what they give us and we eat. We are complaining of health. We think we have this health issue because of the kind of food we are eating at the supermarket. Check on the type of food we eat on this thing, vegetables also. In our vegetable, the vegetable these Senegalese people brought here, less than 3 days. Honorable Speaker, if we check those cabbages and eggplant, it looks like you pour hot water on them. Just 3 days, the moment they arrive in the Gambia. And our farmers are eating. You people are eating that vegetable. So, we are eating such vegetables. So, most of our farmers are complaining. People are requesting cold store, which is very expensive. I think we need to address those sides again. We cannot stop them coming, but at least let them wait for our farmers to sell their produce. Farming is very difficult. After farming, you come to the market to sell, only to meet a lot of cabbage, a lot of Irish potato, a lot of vegetable from Senegal, which is containing a lot of fertilizer remnant in their vegetable, who our people are eating. Honorable Speaker, the market hygiene, all the market in the Gambia, especially the market of Brikama, where the whole people of Fonyis do go. I can say everywhere. The village is surrounded by Brikama also. Always take their produce to that place, to Brikama market. What surprised me was that every early in the morning, you will see a man standing near the women requesting $5. Duties. After collecting duties, those women will not have even a place to sit down to sell their vegetables. They have to go round. Sometimes you will see a woman sitting in the middle of maggots with standard water. And every day they are collecting money from our mothers. Our mothers will not have even a correct place to sell their produce. They will not have a hygiene place to sell their produce. With all that, you will see them eating breakfast in the middle of the maggots because they don't have any place to sell their produce. Sometimes you will be selling. A man will come and ask you, just like they are dogs. They will sack them like that. The women will be roaming in the same market. They are paying duties every day. Where is the money that belongs to the women who are paying the duties? Honorable Minister of Local Government and Lands, please, I want you to look this into consideration. Renovate this market. For the market to be hygiene. This is the very place your wives go and buy those vegetables and take it to our family and give it to your children to eat. Sometimes they will spread these vegetables surrounded by flies everywhere. And closer with maggots and standard water. It's not clean at all. Not only Brikama market, go to Serakunda market, go to Bakau, you will see the same thing. And every day they are collecting duties from the women. After collecting duties, they will come again and sack them. Go and sit at another place, go and sit at another place. They will not even have the correct place to sell. It's very sad. This is the work of all of us. We need to work together to develop this country. Honorable Speaker, also about the crime rate, I know every honorable member is talking about the crime rate. Yes, this is a problem. But the people moving with knives, are they not from families? They are from families. I think now some parents are not willing to take the responsibility. This is a great sin. If you are a parent, God gave you the responsibility to take care of that person, as the way God gave the responsibility to your father to take care of you. So leaving the children to move like that with taking drugs, cannabis, knives everywhere. So if a parent cannot treat your own son to have good attitude, how can the police and others also take care of them? It is not easy. This is the work of all Gambians. We need to work together. We need to collaborate and change this country to go forward. Honorable Speaker, most of the Gambians are complaining that the father of the country is going every day. The father of the country, Mr. President, is traveling every time. They say that he is spending our resources, our money. They want him to reduce the limit to traveling. At least he can assign some people to go. As far as if he is going, he go with delegates. Let him, as an economic student, I know our resources are spending a lot. To economize our resources, let him assign some few people to go sometimes. But for him to be enjoying every time, it's too much, Honorable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the member for Fonyi Brefet. Honorable member, I'm not sure when you talked about 13 constituencies in your constituency comprises of 13 villages, and only 8 had electricity. I'm not sure what would have been the reaction of the member for Upper Salum and Nyanija if they were here. And thank you very much for challenging us parents. Now the member for Banjul Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of the Vice President and all the Cabinet Ministers present here today. Like a fellow Honorable Member did mention, that it's quite a milestone to have almost all the Cabinet Ministers present. This wasn't the status quo before, so definitely this is applaudable, and really the current trajectory seems very positive, definitely. First of all, I would like to talk a bit on the economy. That is, I'll center it on peace and security. When we say security, it entails different facets, to my own understanding, because to have security as a sovereign state, you need a stable source of income, affordability in terms of commodities, also in terms of housing, also affordability in terms of housing and accommodation, food security, employment access, among others, transportation, and also our debt and liquidity aspect as well, or debt base. So these are all areas that really are of importance to any country in terms of our security aspect. Environmental security as well need to be looked into. Health security likewise is also of much importance. All these things that I've mentioned, when put together, determines or gives a variation as to exactly where a country stands in terms of security. So Gambia being a very small country, it could be said that we have lapses in all these areas. But I would like to say that following the deliberations of most of the cabinet ministers here, and also the set policies and frameworks that are currently ongoing, I think we are heading in the right direction. But what we need right now is proper planning and implementation, but also proper policing to make sure that these set projects and policies and frameworks are really looked into, because implementation is really our problem. We are very good at drafting stuff, putting down things together, but the implementation process and looking into all these things really sometimes proves quite daunting. So I'd really like to say that these things are quite of importance. In terms of the IFMIS, since we don't have much time, in terms of the IFMIS, I would just like to say it's quite commendable because I think domestic resource mobilization is quite important. And the direction right now the government is looking into, I think is quite good, because integrated financial management system is quite needed, because most of the, especially the FPAG report that was read here yesterday, really showed certain lapses, certain fiscal lapses in terms of our monetary management aspects. So I think the IFMIS project really is of much importance. At least it will close certain loopholes that will reap benefit for the economy, which is quite important. Honorable Speaker, I would like to discuss briefly on current issues. I'm quite appalled by the current killings and the rape cases that have been going on lately. And it's quite confusing to know exactly what the root cause is. Is it sometimes based on people needing psychosocial support? Sometimes, I don't know if it's based on the type of environment one comes from, or a certain stress one is going through. Is it based on socio-economic problems? Is it based on lack of employment? I just don't know currently. Because people that are doing these atrocities are everyday regular people like you and me. These are not people that have prior criminal records or anything. These are regular people that are currently doing these types of atrocities, which really, doesn't give us a head stand as to exactly what the root cause might be. So have been thinking hard these days to be able to come to a certain conclusion that I would bring to Parliament as to what exactly the problem might be, but it's still proving quite daunting for me. And I think really we are at a crossroad as a country, because it's quite appalling, and the current road accidents coming through as well. In terms of that, I think really I would think the the easy issuance of these licensings is really giving us problems. Because as you would see, just yesterday I saw on social media a 15 or 16-year-old boy was caught over speeding by some security forces, and he was apprehended and later on released without no driving license whatsoever. So I think we really have to be stringent in making sure that our documents are acquired legally. And also road regulations also need to be really enforced, especially among kids, maybe through starting from primary school going up, at least to help them be more cognizant of the road signs and stuff. And also, I think, if possible, before even acquiring, someone acquiring driver's license, to at least have a capacity building training prior to being given the license, as to at least have a short examination in terms of knowing the road signs. Because driving a car is not just, putting on the ignition and just driving. There are other things that are involved, which really needs to be looked into. Honorable Speaker, I was made to know that the high freight costs at the Gambia Ports Authority really is a matter of great discourse currently. And the Ports Authority right now is in a problem because it's lacking proper working tools of some sort. I was made to know that vessel offloads will take days compared to, let's say, our neighboring Senegal, for example. So government really needs to invest in proper equipments, even if the need be, if you don't have that capacity, because these things really involve sometimes a large amount of investment. At least have a private partnership whereby we will try at least to cope the situation. If you go to our neighbors, for example, Senegal, every single hour, 30 or more containers, are docked, which really improves efficiency in terms of scaling the revenue base. So I would say we have about 6 or 7 a day, which is quite low. So also right now, currently, with regards to our docks, vessels that are beyond 500 tons can't dock within our shores. So what these vessels do really is to divert their route to other places, whereby some of these goods are reloaded to smaller vessels. So those smaller vessels usually come to our docks. And when they come, this redirecting of vessels, sometimes diversion of goods, it increases the freight costs, which brings increment in terms of pricing for as an end product to the user. Really, it's really daunting, and people are really having problems with these things. And the other thing, Honorable Speaker, with regards to the Gambia Ports Authority, is the current what I'll call individualization syndrome currently going on at the ports, because it's really affecting trade. Because currently, single individuals have been given so much room, for example, in the handling of export and transit and exporting routes as well. And these sometimes when these containers dock, and sometimes let's say a container comes in, and the timing and the time frame that was given to it that the offloading will take place, sometimes a delayance might happen, and then the containers would have to wait a couple of days. So that waiting period, sometimes they have to pay what is called handling charges storage charges due to the delayance. So I'm made to understand that these storage charges were in there before, and that these are things that are really proving daunting in terms of these exporters. And some are even opting to move to Senegal from coming to Gambia, which is really a loss of revenue for the country. So this monopolization of the sector really needs to be looked into, and I think it should be a level playing field for everyone. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to make mention that in terms of the Department of Social Welfare, our fellow citizens, that is the differently able persons, I was opportune to visit Govi, which is the home of the visually despaired, and I really was really saddened as to their current situation, their current condition, because I had a tour around and met some of their executive members. So they've really been raising complaints as to certain things that are really not, I would say, not within their premises in terms of their structural set. There are certain deficits with regards to that. Also, they are having problems in terms of financing, because I've been made to understand that they usually have donors, they usually have donations from outside donors, these philanthropic organizations. And due to the COVID-19, some of these organizations have not been sending in funds. So right now, they are really having a tough time there. And these are people that have really been trying for themselves, because they have these integrated programs for people that we aren't born with visually impairment syndromes, but later on it caught up with them. So they help out in integration programs. They also have, they are doing IT, they have their equipments, they can use the computer, and so many other programs that are currently at a standstill because of lack of funding. So these are all things that really need to, I think the government really needs to visit the Federation of the Disabled Persons, I think. People that are differently able, sorry. Honorable Speaker, in terms of housing, Banjul currently is full of dilapidated homes. Some of these homes are not, I would say, are not habitable. They are just left at bay. They are not used. Some are called family homes. Others are homes that were owned by the former president, I would say, but have been taken back. It's currently under the government. And I think as a capital city, really, Banjul deserves a big facelift. I think a proper housing project might be put down, whereby at least it will give a fair share of accommodation. An affordable housing program can be set, whereby people will be able to be housed there. And also, currently, Banjul, we do not have any state-owned hotel, I would say, because the Atlantic Hotel is privatized, I would say. So I think the capital city really needs a proper facelift, and these are things also that need to be looked into, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, also in terms of the local authorities, have discussed with a couple of local authorities that are councillors from the length and breadth of the Gambia, because recently we even had a rollout, the local government community. So they've really been putting in their, frustration as per to their low payment scale, I would say. So most of them are having just allowances and are not having proper salaries. So I think National Assembly, together with the executive, need to look at these acts, especially local government acts, in at least trying to help these people. Because there was a place we went, a particular councillor said he earns about $4,000, and he's invited in all type of programs every single day, and he has to go to all of these programs, and there's also no mobility available to him to make his work easier. So I think these are also areas that we should look in. Also, Honorable Speaker, in terms of the educational aspect, I think the Honorable Member of Foni Karanai made mention of that. With regards to the allowances, the increment of allowances for teachers, I think it really needs to be upscaled, because in order to get value for money, the teachers really need to be motivated to be able to give their best. I think my time is up, so I'll just stop here. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Member for Banjul Central. Now I give the floor to the member for Banjul South. Member for Brikama South, excuse me. The member for Brikama South, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First and foremost, I would like to really thank the Cabinet Ministers and His Excellency, who is very much devoted with parliamentary proceedings and coming forward to adequately respond to some of the emerging questions coming from the National Assembly members is very important here, and we really appreciate your effort. Going forward, to my deliberation, I want to lay emphasis on this particular area. I think anytime you talk about the Gambia, most of the people will argue the most difficult problem we are confronted with as a country is the issue of attitude. And I want to believe that the current batch of the Gambian we have is going to be very much difficult for us as a country to change this attitude to suit our development agenda. But notwithstanding, I'm thinking since the two education ministers are around here, the higher education is here, if it is possible, if the curriculum can be looked at it in order to redesign it, and probably bring in a subject like nationalism that can at least do away with the issue of individualism in our country, as you are policy advisors to the president. Going forward, Honorable Speaker, I just want to draw the attention of Your Excellency, the Vice President, in connection to the numerous fire incidents that occur in Brikama Market. I vividly remember I was part of the 5th legislature that allocates $1 million to the complete overhaul of the Basse Market in 2019. And I know before the Basse fire incident, there was a fire incident in Brikama, and after the Basse fire incident, there was another incident. The 100 million was allocated, and if you go to Basse right now, you will see a full-fledged market that is built to standard. And again, coming on board, the most vulnerable market as far as the West Coast and the Gambia is concerned in terms of fire accident is Brikama Market. And remember, Brikama Market is not only for Brikama, but the entire West Coast and beyond. So you have to look at it, that market. Sometimes in a year, there will be 2 or 3 fire incidents that will be occurring. And we want you to seriously look at this in terms of probably overhauling and build a new market that we will consider avoidance of this fire incident occurring that really affect the vendors and the jewelers around. These are very serious issues. And inside the market also, since the fisheries minister is there, there is a special fish market in Brikama Market that has been a nightmare. And there's this problem between the two ministries, the fisheries ministry and that of the local government ministry, claiming ownership over that fish market that is installed in the center of Brikama Market. And in fact, there is that issue of the Sockaway problem that is really affecting the entire neighborhood in terms of the odor that is producing and the waste that is also affecting the neighborhoods. But I really want to thank the fisheries minister. This time he came on board to visit the place, and there were a lot of promises. I hope those promises are fulfilled in the soonest possible time. Honorable Speaker, I want to remind myself and the honorable ministers here, there is a reason for parliamentary question, and it's one of the tools for the parliamentarian to address certain major issues. That is why parliamentary questions are sent 2 or 3 weeks before the session, so that to give the ministers the opportunity to sit with their technician to thoroughly investigate and effectively and adequately respond to the issues on the ground. But yesterday was a question time for the ministers. But some of the response I got from the questions I sent regarding a particular area in my constituency that is affecting life and livelihood of the people in that particular area was not very much satisfactory. And these are very serious issues that we are looking at. And I am ready, more than willing, to join with the Interior Minister and the Regional Government Minister for us to go to these areas and investigate together to see what prevails there. I sent in a question with regards to the conflict in Kombo Dasilame that is really affecting, where we have 2 alkalis. And in his response, which I said I was not satisfied, but immediately after the response, I was made to understand the Seydou Badji, who is claiming to be a Gambian, a Senegalese alkali, is still there. And these people have a school, a French school in that particular community, where he is mobilizing people to go in for Senegalese national documents, to go into that schools by way of inducing them. These are very serious issues. And in fact, this is about the sovereignty of the Gambia. We need to protect our territorial integrities. This place is adversely affected. As you might be aware, there are constant visits in that area. If you go to Dasilame, Your Excellency, I want to inform you, there are pegs that are distributed around that border and claiming to be colonial pegs. I vividly remember I sent in a parliamentary question to those issues, but they are still persistently there, where in fact the Senegalese authority, the security are lodged in. That house was even built by the youths of Dasilame. I said this for a nightclub, but right now that has been used by the Senegalese, and even if you go there, they will try to stop you. I went there on several occasions as the MP of the area to see what prevailed there. These are very important issues, and we need to take it seriously. If we are not satisfied, we can go there. I'm ready at any time. If you are coming, we will go there and see what happens there. And this also goes up to Dimbaya. These are issues that are affecting the life and the livelihood of the people. So we have to look at it, how are we going to resolve this thing? One, the issue of border demarcation, especially these areas. It's important. We're talking about Foni, a lot of incidents, especially we look at, these are rebel zones. They are very close to Casamas, and they are prone to a lot of attacks. So we need to demarcate our borders. Because you cannot have a border where one leg will be in the other country, the other leg will be in your own country. We expect borders to have a buffer, a respectable buffer for that matter. But this is not happening. That is why I've been flagging, and I want the government to take this thing very seriously. From the Honorable Speaker, I also came out with certain questions regarding the issue of the street lighting, which His Excellency responded to my satisfaction. But the other issue of the art of the state hospital, I think the health minister is around. I don't know which people have you contacted, but we have the governor, we have the chief, who will be able to see with the Council of Elders. If this project is available, I think there is nothing, there will be no obstacle for us to provide the land. Because there is a land. There is a land. We have the whole of Tambana region. So I want you to probably channel through the governor. We can discuss and engage the Council of Elders and go in for land allocation if the out of the state hospital is available. The other issue I want to emphasize, that is the issue of the ADB water project that was approved, and there are 2 communities in my constituency that should benefit from 2019 up till date. That is Kitty and the entire Madina Kures, Madina Pipeline, and Madina Salandung. But up till now, this is not forthcoming. I don't know what is stopping it. As the Honorable Minister is here, I want an update with regards to the pipe-borne water that's supposed to be in Kitty and Madina, the entire Madina. Away from the Honorable Speaker, I want to emphasize the issue of agriculture. I think agri should have been a way out for this country. Because if this country becomes self-food sufficiency, I think this is going to liberate us a lot. I think we should not forgo about the issue of agri. Agri should have been a national attention where we have to work together. But there have been production, but the issue of market has been a problem, the issue of storage, and the issue of value addiction. You come to the southern part of Brikama, particularly the Marrakesh award we're talking about. You have a lot of fruits in that particular area. I wish you come there during the time of mango season. Even the cows have to choose which mango are they going to eat, because they will ripe at the same time. So the leftover is just too much, and this can be processed into something. More especially if you go into the real production, especially the vegetable production. There is no market. The market is a big problem. How do we link our farms to the market? These are areas. As the Honorable Member for Berefet rightly said, there are a lot of things that are coming in from the neighboring country that are really appreciated by our own produce here. So we have to make sure that we put embargo on certain importation, even if there is this ECOWAS protocol. But when you come to the protocol, the movement of persons and services and goods within member states, Gambia has been very much compliant, more than our neighboring countries. So we have to look at this thing and jealously guide what we produce here, and provide an internal market for it, especially in our industrial sector. Honorable Speaker, since the Honorable Vice President is around, the President did the SONA, the State of the Nation address, and he made an interesting and a marvelous presentation in his conclusive remark, where he was even talking to us for us to have a national reconciliation, for us to be together. And he went further to advise NAMS here, especially reminding us our legislative oversight and representative functions, irrespective of our political background. So if these things are going on, I think one needs to be very much careful with the level of provocations. The President went to America on UN summit. Upon arrival, he was making certain remarks against certain political parties. I think we need to be careful with certain remarks, especially as the highest state. He is everybody's president. He's our president. And we are ready to work with him. And nothing can stop us. But let us be very much careful with the type of provocative statements that comes from that level. So that advice can be forwarded. So on that note, I want to thank everybody.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Brikama South. I now invite the Honorable Member for Fonyi Bondali.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to take part in this adjournment debate. I would like to thank the Honorable Ministers present here, of course, the Honorable Vice President of the Gambia, sorry, and of course, my beautiful people of Fonyi Bondali. Thank you so much. Honorable Speaker, over 1 year now, the people of the communities of Kanjibatu and Kawali had a project, or have been awarded a project by the Brikama Area Council. But still now, the project is still lying there without completion. The only water source for the people of Kawali is the local hand pump, which is not in good use as we speak. the people of Kawali will travel from their place to Kanyibadu to fetch water, which is not normal. I therefore call on the Minister of Minister of Regional Government and Local and Land, as well as the Brikama Area Council to swiftly complete the project so that these people can have their water. Honorable Speaker, Fonyi Bonali constituency is we had the biggest challenge on the feeder roads. The communities of Nyantempo to Fasichamen and Nyefi, it's like 7 kilometers. But this road is unmotorable. Likewise, the community of Taiba, Nyas, is disconnected too. I would like the Minister of Works to note this and help us in these communities so that they can also have good or better roads. On electricity, however, Honorable Speaker, we have 30 villages in Fonyi Bondali, but only 3 villages have electricity. As we all know, electricity supply is a right for every Gambian. I applaud on the Minister of Energy to ensure that the people of Fonyi Bondali also benefit from this. Honorable Speaker, I would like to go to the Minister of Youth and Sport. At times, as a member of Fonyi Bondali, I feel jealous because of the all other district or constituencies are having mini stadiums. I would like the Minister of Youth and Sport to provide the people or the youth of Fonyi Bondali with a multi-purpose youth center. I will even further go to offer the ministry a land even to build another stadium whereby all Gambians will go to Fonyi Bondali. So Honorable Minister Biresa saw there is a land in Bondali in case you would like to build another stadium. Also yesterday, Honorable Speaker, I put this question to the Minister of Interior, but he did not understand me. I put to him that the checkpoint in Biam, the positioning of the checkpoint is what I am questioning, not that I did not want the checkpoint to be on the way or on the highway. We all know the importance of the checkpoints because they regulate the traffic. But the positioning of that checkpoint in Biam is very dangerous. And we all see the accidents that were caused by that checkpoint because of the positioning. I'm also a living witness. When I was going to Tobaski with my family, with my young family, I did not see when the officer was stopping me, but my wife saw him, but it was very late because I'm the one who was driving. So I was already in. Then my wife had to call my attention and say, Daddy, sorry. Daddy, the guy is stopping you. I said that, but I'm already in. I was so scared because of I was with my young family. Hadn't been that I was alone, maybe I may care less, but I was with my family. Hadn't been that something happened at that juncture, I don't know. So this is what I am talking about, but not that I don't want to see any checkpoint on the highway. It's the positioning of that checkpoint. It is causing a lot of damage there. So this is what I was trying to put across. Honorable Speaker, house rent is getting out of control. A good number of Gambians in the urban areas dwell in these rented apartments. And then sometimes the agents, as they call them, or even the landlords will put on the levy that is always very difficult for people to pay. Asking for payment in advance of 6 months. If the apartment is costing like 5,000 or 7,000, if you multiply that by 6 months or 7 months, 6 months, this will cost a lot of money, which is very difficult to Gambians. As we all know, the high cost of living, expenditure on commercial transportation, among others. So this will make it quite difficult for people. So I would like the Minister of Local Government and Lands, if at all they are the one responsible for it, and the tribunals to ensure the charges are regulated. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the people of Fonyi Bondali once again for giving me this opportunity. And sorry, but I would also like to thank my wife. I'll beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Fonyi Bondali. Honorable members, I will urge members who have contributed to also stay and listen to those who are yet to contribute, because they were here listening to you. So when you are ready, just don't go away. Please. We now have the Honorable Member for Jara Central.
He is out.
Honorable Member for Same.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Vice President and all the cabinet ministers here present and their technicians and their security personnel. Honorable Speaker, if we look at the SONA, the President was trying to tell us the 3 roles that we play. We are all here to represent the Gambian people, equally our constituency. So therefore, you must know what is the interest of your people, because you are here for them. And you also make laws. You do oversight functions. Honorable Speaker, this is why you should not allow any honorable member at the floor of the House to speak on behalf of a minister here. It should not be. If that happens, where is our oversight function? We should desist from that. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the people of Same for re-electing me back to this position. Honorable Speaker, I always want to start with education because education is the key to success. And I want to thank Minister for Basic and Secondary Education for the 5 years. They have done tremendous things in my constituency. You know, we have to tell the success stories, and after you come and tell the challenges. We have to say that. Honorable Speaker, the school that I was, Bayaba, there was no staff quarters. But with our interaction with the ministry, they have a staff quarters. Now teachers are staying comfortably. They can deliver. So that is a plus. And there are so many schools there. Tandikunda, it was a test that the community have made their own. They built their own school. When there was a windstorm, it destroyed the whole school. But with the help of the minister, the MRC Holland has constructed a standard, staff quarters and structures, good classrooms. Calais also, Boost Towns, these were all constructed during the 5 years. So thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I still want, there are still issues, because during our time, the 50th legislature, I am part of the education committee. When we were now, we saw so many challenges. Some of these challenges that I'm highlighting, when you go to other regions, it is there. You go and see where some of these teachers are staying, Honorable Speaker. Some are sleeping in classrooms, in stores. But they are trying, the government is trying. Still, keep it up with that. Although the donors are doing it, but we also should start doing something else. Honorable Speaker, I want you to take this information to the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education. The school that I was Bayaba, they have a constraint. There is no water in the school. They don't have water in that school. And Karantaba, the oldest senior secondary school, go and see how they are staying. The lower basic, they don't have staff quarters. Upper and senior, if you look at, we went there. That place also, their staff quarters need to be renovated. Tabanani, there is no staff quarters. You know, as a honorable member, if you want to know your area, you have to visit all these areas. You have to visit schools in your constituency. You have to visit health centers and know what is their problems. So that when you come to the floor of the house, you can see really what is there. Because maybe some of those ministers, they don't go there. They have their cluster monitors that goes there. This is why it is very important for the ministers to come here and listen to us. Whatever we say here is facts. We don't say stories here. Because we are always interacting with our people. Honorable Minister, or Honorable Speaker, let me go to health. There are also challenges in health. I must also thank the Health Minister and his team. But Karantaba need to be upgraded. And for colonial times, since CRR not, there is no hospital. And we have our challenges, Honorable Speaker. Our main challenges is the crossing point, Bustown and Makati. Those are challenges, Honorable Speaker. That alone should warrant the government at least to build a hospital in CRR North. Many people died on those riverbanks simply because they cannot cross. So that should make them at least for 5 years or more than 5 years. Honorable members are talking about it. I'm not the first person to talk about it. Those who were there, they were talking about it. We have a health post in Same Medina. I must thank the minister. It was 2018 that health post was handed over to the government. But they brought only one trained nurse there. If that trained nurse traveled, looking at the population in Pachonki, that health personnel worked the whole day and night, no rest for him. So that alone, you should at least give us more trained nurses there. And we have a constraint. I must thank the Ministry for Transport, Works and Infrastructure. Through NRA, they gave us an ambulance. That ambulance, the importance of that ambulance, Honorable Speaker, cannot be overemphasized. But we have constraint. I wrote series of letters. I have my letters with me. Any letter that I wrote to the ministry, I have my copy. That ambulance is the community who are paying the driver, who are fueling it, who are doing the maintenance. If the ministry cannot provide, if another ministry provide, just for the ministry to take care, the upkeep of that, they cannot do it. I keep on following letter. A poor person, how can they maintenance that and with the vehicle? About 15 villages around. Some villages are very far. When they have emergency like Bayaba, Madiana, Reneru, they find it difficult for those persons to come to Medina, much more to go to Karantaba. They find it difficult. I think, Honorable Speaker, the minister should now look at this situation and solve it. Because there is another ambulance, a community ambulance, that is at Kunting. But that ambulance also, there is an issue. Fuel, it's a problem. Not that just you give ambulance to people, you cannot take care of the fueling. Honorable Speaker, and even the people of Bayaba are telling me that the ministry should help them this motorbike so that if they have cases like pregnant women, they can take them to Sam Medina or Karantaba. They have been following me that. Okay? Honorable Speaker, agriculture, I think, left me alone, I think agriculture, they should be moved to this place. How to call it? Is it Jahal Pachar or what? So that they will be very close to the farmers. So that they will be very close. You know, definitely sometimes if you think agriculture, the way they are going, we are not happy with it. We are not happy. The whole, look at fertilizer. No fertilizer. Very expensive. And how to access fertilizer, Honorable Speaker? The whole CR, SAME, there is no reliance. They tell you go and pay to the reliance after you go and take your fertilizer. I don't know whether it is stopped. Just yesterday, I went to GGC, they told me that you go to Reliance and make payment. I made my findings. I'm not part of the Agri Committee. I asked the chairman, how is the trend now? He told me that now you go direct and buy. But I went to GGC just yesterday. They told me that you have to go and pay to Reliance. Why is the accessibility, Honorable Speaker? Let them take it to the SECOs, those who don't have loans, and monitor. Women are also interested in gardening in Same. There are places, villages that have gardening, like Kunting, Lamenkoto, but there are other areas, like Sametenda. The women travel far distance to go to Sametenda for gardening. If that place, there is a camp, if that place can be changed to a training center for agricultural training center, because there is vast land there. Because the higher education is telling me that they have already identified a place in Sierra North for skill centers. That's good. And we want to see, we, especially Sierra North, we are always at disadvantage. I always say that the whole region in the Gambia have skill centers except Sierra North. So it's high time the government recognize Sierra North. Interior, we must applaud our security. They are doing a very good job. This is why when the issue of 30% came up, I said, let us try and give it to those whose salaries are not up to that extent. If we cannot increase them, we give it to those who are low earners. At least give them, give it to them as an allowance. But with this high cost of living, now a bag of rice is 1,600. What is the essence of that 30%? It's for those who are earning high. We want a general restructuring of salary. We want that. Not just do 30% like that. It doesn't favor. So,
thank you very much, Honorable Member, for Same. Honorable Member, let's give others another opportunity. Honorable Member for Bunduakunda, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to use this opportunity to thank the Vice and the Cabinet Ministers who are present with us here since in the morning. I think this is wonderful. The purpose of this session is for us to consult each other so that we can be able to collaborate as a government so that we can at least fulfill our various mandates. So first of all, I want to thank the people of Bundung who voted for me to come to this national Bantaba. But also, even those who don't vote for me, I want to thank them. At the same time, I want to use this opportunity again to thank my predecessor, Honorable Bakari Njai, who served the people of Bundung for the past 5 years. So I want to thank him on behalf of the people of Bundung constituency for serving us at the best of his ability. Because the reason why I'm saying this, Bundung is a community, is a friendly community where we all live together, share the same value, and we always work towards the development of our community. So for that being the case, This is the first time I'm participating in the adjournment debate. Mr. Speaker, I just want to highlight some of the achievements and the challenges that we have. As a community in Bundung, currently we are having water problem. But the water problem is not about the community. As a community, during the last 10 years, when I was a councillor to serve for 2 terms, we were able to install over 80 community standpipe, which I think is a plus. And access to water for our community, I don't think is an issue now. But the problem that we have is Nawek. Some part of Bundung, we have low pressure, and which I think, for us, we did our part as a community, but the service provider is not giving us what we need. And at the end of the day, we pay our bills to them, which I think is not fair to the ordinary person who is living in that community. So we've been engaging Nawek, still nothing happens. So I want to use this, I want to appeal to the Minister of Energy and Petroleum to engage Nawek so that at least he can support and complement the effort that the community did in at least bringing water service to our people. So also, I must recognize and thank the government of the Gambia, because today, this morning, and also thank my honorable members, because whatever we achieve as a community, as far as I am a member, working with you, we all achieve it together as a Gambian. So today, the Bundung Highway, almost the work commenced, the consultants were there. So we want to thank the Minister of Transport, Works and Infrastructure for responding to our call. But notwithstanding, we still appeal, as far as road networks are concerned, we want to appeal to the ministry so that he can also partner with the Minister of Health, the hospital, the Bundung Maternal Hospital, road network to the highway. If they can construct that area too, it will be very helpful, because the ambulance normally passes there, and that area is a busy area where both ambulance and private or taxis normally pass to, at least transport sick people. So this is an appeal, because for us, whatever you need to have in this world, you must have to collaborate and partner. So on that note, I want to use this opportunity also to thank the partners who have been with us for quite some time to complement the effort of the government. Because when we talk about government, we are talking about the people, regardless of which political party you belong to. So also, I want to thank the Minister of Health for providing the community ambulance. Yes, this is a laudable initiative. As far as Bundung is concerned, actually the ambulance is really doing the work. And the purpose of bringing the ambulance in our community, definitely we are seeing the benefits, and in fact, the way it is coordinated is going very fine. We hope that it continue like that in terms of fueling and maintenance. So basically, we want to thank you, and also thank the Minister of Health, because Bundung Maternal and Child Hospital, right now, the face is really improving, and the work is also going very fine. So we are just appealing to the minister that let's just maintain the momentum at least so that, at least patients can always have medicine. Though sometimes it's always very difficult for government, it might be difficult, but we need to look at that. Sometimes there are certain people in our pharmacies, sometimes they may perceive you based on your status, they deny you medicine. So, and I think perception in any way is not good. We need to treat every individual as a Gambian or a patient. If the medicines are available, please let them just give it to an ordinary Gambian. Because the reason why I'm saying this, I am a politician, but I never go to private hospital because I want to be in the hospital where my people normally go so that I can know their problem and share the same problem with them. So, in fact, as far as the community is concerned, there also, along that the same Bundung Maternal and Child Hospital, the youths of Bundung, they did their best to at least repair that highway. So we appeal to the Minister and the Minister of Health and the Minister of Transport, at least you can collaborate to at least address that one for us. In the area of youth empowerment, in Bundung, we support football clubs, but that is on the area of sports. But we are appealing to the Honorable Minister of Sports, at least Serekunda East Stadium, yes, there was a work, they were doing a work there and it's a good work, but what the youths of Bundung and the surrounding, because Serekunda doesn't belong to only Bundung. Talinding constituency is there, Serekunda London is there, Bundung is there, Latrikunda is there, Abuko is there. They are appealing if the ministry can at least support them with a TOF. I think I'm right, TOF. This is the new modern, yes. So, but on the area of youth empowerment, we are appealing, for the ministry to at least try to see how best he can work with partners and the government to at least create some, employment strategies or to come up with employment strategies because, as you know, this tuk-tuk vehicle, this tuk-tuk, there are youths who really want to venture into that business, but according to sources, I'm not very sure that in December they are going to stop it. And I don't think that will be very fair because some of us, we really want to invest in that to support our youth so that they can engage into, an income-generating activities. Honorable Speaker, on the side of crime rate, is a concern. This is why most of the honorable members, we are discussing it. And what we need to do as a country, we must have to be ready to do what it takes to address it. As a community, in Bundung, there is a project that we call Community Street Lightening, which we did to at least minimize the crime rate. And in fact, if you go to the Bundung police station, if you go through their record, they will tell you, since we installed those community street lights, the crime rate was very low. So what we need right now, and also at the same time, we also form a community police through Talinding constituency, because we emulate them. Because in development, you just have to be jealous if you really want to achieve something. So when we saw it in Talinding, we did consultation and we collaborate, and now we have our own community police. So yesterday I asked the Minister of Interior, what are some of the mechanisms to put in place, at least to address their to enhance their operation. Because these are youths who volunteer to be a watchdog to the community. So there are certain things need to be provided so that they can be very effective in their service. So I will also want to thank the Minister of Local Government since he took the office by going around to all the area councils, which I think is commendable because area councils and the ministry, there shouldn't be any barrier. There should be open door policy because these are the people who are giving development at the grassroots level. So for that being the case, I want to applaud you that and also to fast track the local government act so that it can come to ensure that at least the whole system in terms of subvention and the salaries for councillors can be captured so that at least they can also, because they are equally important because some of the councillors, the number of villages that they cover is many and they don't have certain incentive and they are also elected by the same people. Honorable Speaker, in terms of float, as we know, Bundung, we were also affected, so many families. We are appealing to the Office of the Vice President to engage the National Disaster Agency to at least come up with a temporal solution because we know there is a project already, but I know that project might be a long-term project before the commencement and the completion of the project. Because I don't want my people next year, you know, to experience such float. So as a community at that level also, when it happens, we were able to purchase pumping machine at our level to address the situation temporarily. So we are appealing to the government to also come on board so that we can see together. It's not about the government alone, but together, because Bundung is a community where we always collaborate and partner with stakeholders or donors. So when you come, we can look at it and see how best we can just, you know, put up something that can at least mitigate the floating. The cost of living, Honorable Speaker, is alarming. Yes, everybody is talking about it. I think I will appeal to the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs and Trade. Let them work together to see how best they can address that for the betterment of the Gambian people. And at the end of the day, we all achieve our common goal together. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for allowing me to participate in this adjournment debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bundung Kakunda. I now invite the Honorable Member for Talinding Kunjang.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I joined my previous speakers to acknowledge the presence or to thank and to show my thanks and appreciation to His Excellency the Vice President and Honorable Ministers here present. Special greetings to all the honorable members sitting presently to participate in this debate. Honorable Speaker, I would begin with the Minister of Finance submission here in answering the questions concerning the black market, foreign currency exchange at the black markets. And if I can quote him right, he established that there are no facts that states that it is affecting the economy, and I'm not sure. Because yes, we might not be economists, but foreign exchange is very important in the economy. Foreign exchange trade is very important in the economy, and that is why it is protected in any country. And Gambia is not an exception, and it has never been. But then the how do I call it? The negligence or the lack of actions toward controlling the amount of people that are in this, and he rather said it's not illegal, which I found surprising because there are many people who are in this who are not registered. They are not registered, and they are supposed to be registered. And if they are not registered, meaning they are doing illegal business. So if the finance minister can stand here and say it's not illegal, it doubts me what is illegal then. Yeah, because if government is losing a lot of resources, revenue, those people that are engaged in that and they are making a living, they are making a lot of profits, and then they can even be amount to sort of holding these these foreign currencies at the detriment of our currency. So you can control the market you know is existing. Those are those that are registered, and you know what activities they are into. But these ones, government should put a check on them. And it is no secret to anyone who goes along Westfield or traffic light. You see them, we all know. So if at the level of the ministry they don't want to recognize that, it sounds alarming for me. You know, and then it's disturbing when some of at the level of the ministry they don't have some of those informations, and we have the finance intelligence unit, then we should scrap it. We have the finance intelligence unit that should do all these things to feed the minister and the ministries, and they don't have those information to inform them about some of these illegal underground markets affecting the economy. I think something should be done in those things. Honorable Speaker, another thing is about, because we are approaching budget session, I want to rush on this. The finance ministry also, still on finance ministry, this cutting. We've gone on consultations and ministries and all the times ministries come with a lot of laudable initiatives and programs, all just to come to finance, and they still cutting it based on just, you know, it's true. They guide the government in terms of budgeting. But then sometimes you wonder the budget that are presented and what are being excluded, what decisions, what fiscal policies inform those decisions. So it's important that the budget is proactive, it's pragmatic, because, you know, sometimes you see ministries that the recurrent budget is more than the development budget. The current budget can go up to 60%, or 70%, and the development budget is less than 30%, 40%. How can that country move? So as we approach the budget session, I'm looking at the government to intervene in certain areas. Yes, ministries are different. Like, for instance, service ministries like Interior or military, defense, you cannot expect that balance. But ministries like agriculture, ministry like Ministry of Youth and Tourism, Ministry of Trade, we cannot expect these things that are engines of development. You have the recurrent budget far outweighs the development budget. So what do we mean if we want to say we want to develop the country? What do we mean when we bring a budget of 300 million when more than 60% or 70% is all recurrent? So the finance ministry should check on these things. At the Ministry of Interior, in matters affecting the country, and it was in the deliberations, I didn't have the opportunity to do this. Let me use the opportunity to say it. The accidents, the licensing departments, the issuing of driving license. We have the Motor Traffic Act of 1948, you know, which has a lot of initiatives, a lot of ideas there. But is it been implemented? No. And then in that act, it is telling you, it is separating who issues license, who satisfies vehicles for who testing officers. That act stipulates all those things. But we make good laws, we do not implement them. And I want to encourage, I want to recommend to the Ministry of Interior to revisit that Motor Traffic Act and bring it alive, and to look at issues that conform with our present day realities and make it work. Because it's kind of overloading the police when they are the one issuing license, they are the one doing the testing, and they are the one to implement the traffic laws. You know, it's kind of difficult it's cumbersome to do all these things together. On education, time is on our side. Let me come to my constituency before I lose everything. Yes, on education, people of Kanifing municipality, to be specific, Taining Kunya, we've had a primary school formal education since 1984, and this came as a result of Tesito. The community felt they need to have a school, and they embark on, and the government meet them there to boost them, and that's how we have it. And then since then, we have grade 9. We are stopped at grade 9. And if you look at the number of graduates we have at grade 9 level, and the population of Talinding, we deem it necessary to have a high school. We have a space. And this is something the people of community of Talinding did inform the president about in the past one of his tours, to be specific, the 2021 presidential elections. And then the Talinding people are asked to ensure that there is space for this, and then a sketch plan has been drawn. And then I know by now it's at the Ministry of Higher Education, Ministry of Basic and Secondary School Education. I want to plead to the minister to consider this as seriously, because we really definitely need a high school. Looking at Kanifing, tell me how many government high schools do you have there? Government cannot relinquish their responsibility to private schools. It's not correct. Yes, government is building a lot of schools at provinces, but looking at the KMC and the population of Kanifing municipality and the population we have, all we can depend on mostly are private schools as high schools. We need government high schools, particularly for Talinding. And then the issue of road, we have this Koloban Highway. We know that it's part of the IEC road that has been inspected. We don't know when that is forthcoming, but people are in their constraints. The road is totally unpliable, and then is affecting the livelihood of people within that part of Talinding. And I hope the ministry concerned will take note of this. As we speak now, vehicles are not plying it, so that because 5 years ago it was graveled. It makes it better. So if we can have that gravel for the short-term solutions before we have this thing, it will be welcomed. With regards to water strategies, to add my voice to Honorable Member for Bundu, he said the pressure is low. For certain parts of Talinding, there is no pressure at all. And then the funny part is people are still being billed. You are paying what you do not consume, which is funny. This is why I want to encourage the government to expedite that process of separating NAWEC, the water division, and the electricity. And all the projects that will ensure that NAWEC has the capacity to provide the utility needs of the municipality. Because the population is growing. As we are growing, we expect also the service provided also to be up to the task. With regards to the hospitals, we've engaged, some time ago, I engaged the minister about that. He promised that we have to settle the ownership at the German clinic, which is on our onus to do that. And he also promised that there is a project concerning health posts. We want to thank the ministry for those things. We will do our utmost to ensure that we continue working with you, because Talinding is one of the communities that do not have a health facility, public one for that matter. With regards to foreign affairs, let me skip that one. Relationship with councils, for lack of, to gain time. Honorable Speaker, local government is dear to my heart, and I think it's one way we can take development to the grassroots. And as far as I know, the ministry is gearing up to come up with some of the reviews, Local Government Act review, and some of, especially this cadastral mapping. This is tied to economic development. It has it is very important, and the projects are coming, and I want to encourage the executive to embrace the laudable initiative that the Ministry of Local Government is coming up with, because we cannot develop if we leave our local government behind, and central government also cannot develop if it leaves behind the local councils. Local council is an integral part of the central government. These are not competitors. They are on the central government. We should not continue to give the impression that, you know, local councils should be on their own. They need the support of the central government to be able to provide certain development needs in their community. You go to certain councils, you feel sympathetic to the plights of the people in that. By government to neglecting them, it means the people who are going to bear the brunt of that sufferness is the people in those localities, not the council themselves. So one aspect that the councillor for the member for Bundu highlighted is the payroll of councillor, not only councillor but chairman. It should be standardized. You go to certain places, they are not equal in terms of financial muscle. Yes, but how do we augment the status of others that are in weak councils? Government should look into that and ensure that councils deliver, and government ensures that they use councils to deliver projects to the grassroots levels. Not government to work in isolation with councils. It doesn't bring a healthy environment. And recently, we've seen even in the past floods, the vice president going out with mayors, and that's what we need in this country. They should work hand in glove, collaboratively. And these things should continue. And we thank the vice president for those initiatives. Central government cannot go leaving behind councils. And then, you know, so we have to work together to take this country forward. With regards to flooding, you know, there is this perennial, persistent problem in flooding with regards to Talinding. Like I said, the issue is not about giving them funds and food every year. Let's look for final solutions. Yes, there are certain things that are inevitable, but certain disaster-prone areas, there are solutions. Let the government find those solutions, and we address them once and for all. And then, when it comes to Town towards Westfield, this junction, every year, 3 months in the rainy season, when it rains, traffic is obstructed. No one goes anywhere. And it has been there for more than 5 years. It seems no one is watching it. What are we doing? Minister of Roads and Transportation. Even yesterday, the same thing. When it rains, water will not pass. And then this as a result of the way the road is constructed. They don't respect the landscape. They don't look at the waterways before you construct. So, but having the road now, the problem is still persisting. Can there be any solution? I think somebody should do something. The government, the concerned ministry should come and study that Town Junction to look at what is really blocking. Why is the water from Bundung, from Serakunda, it's not crossing to the other side? Because it's the only good highway we have. There are no other feederways that people can use during rainy season. If you want to come to Banjul, it will take you 2 hours to reach to Westfield also. So this is something we have to really consider. I thank you very much. My time is up.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Talinding Kunyang. I now invite the Honorable Nominated Member, Fatou K. Jawara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I believe you and your table office, you are not fair to us. Why are you bringing the former member of Talinding and the current member of Talinding one after the other? Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I would also like to join my colleague to acknowledge the presence of the Vice President, His Excellency, and all the Cabinet Ministers here present. I begin my intervention in the office of the Vice President under NDMA. Honorable Speaker, I believe the NDMA need to change their mode of approach when they are coming to the aid of the victim of flood. I think the other approach that they need to take was to channel it through the village heads or town heads. Because sometimes if the funds or the package were given to local council, they will give it to their supporters and the purpose will be defeated. So I'm appealing to the Honorable Vice President to look into those packages when coming to the aid of the flood victim. Honorable Speaker, on the rent, I believe our rent tribunal need a serious overhaul. Honorable Speaker, We have rents in my, houses in my area which were built when a bag of cement is $25. But these people are still collecting huge tax, huge house rent from people. So I believe we need to look into that one also, because sometimes tenants continue to suffer in the hand of landlords, and when they went to the tribunal, there is selective justice, and the tenant will continue to suffer while the landlord will continue to work scot-free. Honorable Speaker, on the trade, considering the current take-home of average Gambian, the price of basic commodities continue to increase, despite the zero taxation on rice from the government, but still the retail price remains the same. I believe in that one also, the Minister of Trade should come up with a plan as importation of service and goods to improve the local business, as the importers will be occupying both warehouses and wholesale shops. Honorable Speaker, on the local government and land, I bring this submission in the last, I did this submission here by asking the Minister of Land how far has his ministry gone as per the corruption scandal at KMC, but still a deaf ears was given to me. And this is a general outcry that the Gambians need to know, and I need an answer from the Honorable Minister of Lands. Honorable Speaker, on the internal and external security, Honorable Speaker, I believe a lot of Gambian migrants in Europe are losing their life. 2 natives of Talinding have lost their life as a result of fire accident. This is Khalifa Njai and Babukar Gay. I'm appealing to the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs to thoroughly look at the magnitude in which these people are staying in the asylum camps. Also, a person of Yusuf Ayok and many Gambians were stabbed to death by other foreign nationals. I believe those things also need to be looked into before our migrants will be losing their life like that. Honorable Speaker, on the internal security interior, I believe every Gambian should take ownership of our country as we did in the 2016 when we wanted to break the clutches of dictatorship, Honorable Speaker. Before it was citizen versus government, but now it's citizen versus citizen. So I believe it needs a collective responsibility, because no child is born criminal, and these children are coming from homes. Why are we allowing our children to go out with deadly weapons like knife, nail, gas, among others, to be attacking others in the street? I believe as parents, we also have a responsibility to play. Honorable Speaker, to minimize or totally eradicate those things, we need to engage into community policing. The one we have in Talinding on the resources now, they are not with mobile, and I'm appealing to the Honorable Minister for Interior to help them so that they can continue with their patrol. Honorable Speaker, on the defense and security, at the end of the just concluded legislature, that is the fifth legislature, this parliament approved a budget line supplementary appropriation bill to equip our men to have entry into other missions, because Darfur is closing. This shows how committed this government is in ensuring that our men in uniform to enjoy a decent livelihood, both in service and after serving the country. Honorable Speaker, many Gambians fought in their heart, sweat, and blood to dislodge the tyrant. This is why our soldiers are no longer forced to go to the farm to work for the president. And the illegal disappearance of soldiers also is no longer the things of the day. Honorable Speaker, members also have speak about the members who spoke about the presence of economic troops in the Gambia and are showing people that, like, if the government is not paying attention to our Gambian soldiers. I believe, Honorable Speaker, these people are the people who served in the previous government and has the opportunity to speak against those brutality or have the opportunity to uplift the soldiers, but they mute about it. But today they were bringing some blame games. As honorable members, we should desist from that. Honorable Speaker, still on the security. Sorry to say this, sorry to say it, Honorable, but it's the Babili who failed them. It's Babili who failed them. And because I believe if he accepted the defeat and go, we would have graduated from the presence of economic soldiers in Fonyi. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to call the attention of my colleague, my honorable friend, who is a genuine representative of Fonyi and who was saying the killing of Haruna Jatta and others. I would like to draw his attention to the mighty citizens of Fonyi who have also been disappeared, the likes of Siaka Fatajo, who is a supporter of the coalition, the likes of Jasaja Kujabi, Ndongo Mbub, Tumani Jallo, Masire Jammeh, and Haruna Jammeh also need to be considered if he is a genuine representative of Fonyi. Honorable Speaker, and I believe the witch hunt exercise also mostly affected the people of Fonyi. I think he needs to speak about that one also. Honorable Speaker, the Fonyi people deserve to enjoy in this newfound democracy. So I believe it will be very unfair for somebody to misguide them like they should only belong to the opposition side and think that they are not part of this government. As politicians, we should guide them, but not to misguide them. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, we are not going to allow any ill-hearted citizen to dictate the security of this country, all in the name of democracy. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominated Member Fatike Jawara. It's just incidental that, Honorable, both of you probably raised your tax at the same time, and your names were written in following each other. I now invite the Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. First, before going further, I want to join my colleagues to thank the Vice President and the Honorable Ministers who took their time to come and listen to us despite their busy schedules. We say a very big thank you for giving us this time with us. Honorable Speaker, I would like to begin my submission by making some clarifications as per the so-called sale of basalt in Sabasanjal. I deem it necessary because we have been seeing it on media and so many people have misquoted us. Some are saying that Sabasanjal have now discovered a basalt factory or basalt area, which I think is a very wrong information. So I think I should use this opportunity before my honorable members who definitely represent the whole country. And if I give this message, I believe they should be able to transmit it to their own constituencies so that people will know that actually the information given was not correct. So the information I'm coming to give you now is the correct and most accurate one. Actually what happened is that route, first I have to thank the government of the Gambia for giving us that good route. The people of Sabasanjal have been crying to get such a route because it is very, very important. Honorable Saho can bear me witness because he has been in Sabasanjal for a couple of years working with us, so he understands definitely the difficulties that we used to face in that area. So having this route constructed and reflecting back on the difficulties that we had before, I don't think we will destroy it. What actually happened is the road is called a surface dressing, or you can call it chip and spray. Local people call it chip and spray. So in surface dressing, it's different from asphalt. What happened is the contractor was instructed by the consultant to clean the road before coming up with road markings which will indicate the center line and the two limits of the road. So the reason why the consultant will instruct the contractor to do that is for the benefit of the road. When the bitumen is done, this other layer that comes is the basalt, and they come in two forms. One is the fine grading, and the other one is the large grading. So these two, after being sprayed on the bitumen, the consultant will now instruct the contractor to allow the flow of traffic so that those particles of basalt that have been sprayed on that bitumen will cohesively bond with the bitumen. After a period of time, they will ask them to clean it, meaning all those particles that have not cohesively bonded with the bitumen has to go. So if that one is done, if the cleaning is done, it is for safety measures and also to make sure that the consultant will visibly see that the required amount of basalt is on the road. Because if it is not clean, with time, the rain will either wash it away, or with the movement of this vehicle, it will all move away. So if the cleaning is done, then the consultant will come again and inspect the road again to see whether the required amount of basalt is on that road. If it is not, they will ask them to bring fresh basalt, because the one that has been clean is already classified as unclassified material, and in civil engineering it cannot be used both in civil works and also in earthworks. So they will ask them to remove it from the road and dump it. They call it dump. But the contractor also, based on his corporate social responsibility, would say, okay, before I dump this away, why not give it to the villagers? Maybe they can use it during construction of their houses, because they can use it. It is usable, but not on the road, because it's already technically classified as unclassified material, and it cannot be reused on the same road. For that purpose, the contractor clean it and then ask, and in fact those heaps you are seeing on that video which was circulated on social media, actually those heaps were done by the contractor in the instruction given by the consultant. So the contractor then decided to give it to the villagers. And that was the time the villagers came to collect them using those local sacks, because that is the only material they have to use them. So, but the one who was making the video, I also have to commend him, because I don't think his intention was to give a false information, but because we should all serve as watchdogs for government. We should all serve as watchdogs for development. So if such a case is happening and you see it, if you don't understand it, obviously it's good that you make a video or you get something as reference to show that this is actually what you saw. But the whole scenario was misinterpreted. Some are saying it is all politics, it is UDP who is doing it. Some are saying the road is not good, the construction is not good. That's false, totally false. The contractor instructed the villagers to take that basalt for free of charge, and they were supposed to collect it for the benefit of the contractor. I think that one is clear. So let nobody go to social media again and talk about these things. Secondly, and because the reason why I'm saying, some are saying these people are opposition, blah, blah, it's important to say it. It's very important. In Sabasanjal, those people, they don't know those kind of things. Okay, the other one is His Excellency, the President, gave us a promise. If you look at Sabah Sanjal, before we were part of Upper Badibu, thank God now we have our own constituency. Otherwise, I would have been under Ilyasa constituency. But now, we have our own district, which is called Sabah Sanjal. And we have two words, Sabah and Sanjal. This is why we call it Sabah Sanjal. So, but if you go to Sabah, we have more than 30 villages. All these villages, you cannot find any high school in those villages. And they are far apart from each other. So I'm urging the Honorable Minister of Higher Education to see ways or methods or basic education to provide us with at least one high school in Sabah Ward, because it consists of over 30 villages. The other thing is about electricity. Sabah Ward is closer to Farafenye, where Sanjal is getting the source of electricity. So it's like the electricity is closer to Sabah, but they instead did not benefit. But Sanjal, which is far distance from Farafenye, where the source of electricity is coming from, is benefiting. So I'm urging also Ministry of Petroleum and Energy to help us and provide electricity in Sabah. None of the villages is enjoying this, and we are all paying tax. The other one is the promise that the President made to us, that he have the intention to build a health post in Sabah Ward. Still within this area there is no health post. So I'm glad that the Honorable Minister of Health is here. With your hard work, I understand that you have this country at heart, and you are putting all possibilities to make sure that health and health facilities comes to the doorsteps of every Gambian. So I'm urging you, Honorable Minister, to maybe go and look at the video. You will see when the President gave this promise, and at least you will facilitate by making sure that that promise is fulfilled for the people of Sabah Ward. The other one is in Sabah Sanjal. For us, we are farmers. We normally have these tomatoes. At the moment, if you go to Sabah Sanjal, you see that we have a lot of tomatoes, and we make a very good harvest every year. But what happens is we don't have a market. So normally we depend on lumos. And whenever our women harvest these tomatoes and go to the lumos, what happens is these people who come from our neighboring country, Senegal, to buy, they have a very good strategy. They will delay the time because they know that this is a perishable good. So they will wait until around 5 o'clock. They will offer them a very bad and limited price. So these women will not have any option rather than to just give them at a very cheap price. And they suffer in harvesting these tomatoes. So I'm urging the Minister of Trade to collaborate with the Minister of Agriculture to see how they can at least facilitate a good marketing strategy for the women of Sabah Sanjal. With these few remarks, I don't intend to finish this time because that was the promise I gave to Honorable Suleiman Saho. I thank every member for participating, and thank you, Honorable Ministers, for your kind attention. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sabah Sanjal. Honorable Member for Basse.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. First of all, I have to thank the Vice President, His Excellency, and his cabinet ministers who are here with us since in the morning, considering the role they are playing, and also looking at the most of the areas which people are asking, it commensurate with their line ministries, and it is good for them to be here, at least to hear from the horse's mouth. Thank you so much for being here. Honorable Speaker, first I have to thank the people of Basse constituency for entrusting me the responsibility for their development in electing me into office to handle it. I have to thank them very much, and I promise I will deliver up to expectation. Honorable Speaker, I also have to thank the government of the day through His Excellency, the President, Adama Barrow, for giving us good major roads within our URR. Honorable Speaker, still I have to emphasize again, looking at this road network. It was part of my oral questions, but also I have to emphasize because the answer which was given to me, I was not that much satisfied, and I still have a concern regarding those road networks. Those road networks is connecting the Kumbija, the 6 Banikos, Fast Bajong and Sare Pirasu. Those are largely densely populated communities, and they really need this road network very well. Again, these road networks, it also helps the women in those areas, because most of the women in those areas, they're involved in this vegetable cultivation, and with this road network, it will help them to access the market easily. The road network will also help the community to have access to the hospitals, and also have access to transport and a very affordable price. Because if the roads are not good, at times some drivers will not even like to go to that area, or they might even charge you high price just to discourage you from going there. So with this road network, it will help them a lot. Honorable Speaker, I also want to, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister of Youth and Sport, I want the Honorable Minister of Youth and Sport to engage the Youth and Sport, the National Sport Council, through the chairperson and his executive director, to at least see a partnership with other sporting associations in order to build some of these sporting facilities within the other regions or part of the regions in URR, CRR, and so on. There is one example at the stadium. The volleyball court was built by one of the associations. I believe most of these associations, they have a lot of funds, they have support. Using the sport council and the chairman or the council engage in some of these sporting facilities or sporting associations, they can have partners and they can able to at least make a difference. Because of maybe the funds allocated to the ministry is not sufficient to at least to erect some of these facilities. But using the sporting associations which are under the, your sport view or your under the National Sport Council, I think it will help. If you look at within the KMC, at least the GFF have some partnership with some of the zones, and they were able to at least upgrade some of these sporting facilities. And the same thing, the ministry or the sport council can also have the same partnership with GFF. Maybe they can upgrade some of the sporting facilities within the within the regions. Because, Honorable Minister, because all the athletes, the clubs, and other players being celebrated, most of them are centered within the Greater Banjul area. We also want to see the young talented youths within URR, at least to be playing professional and to be celebrated. So, Honorable Minister, please kindly engage the Sport Council, through the Sport Council chairperson and the Executive Director, engage these associations. I believe when they engage them, there will be a positive response. Honorable Speaker, I am still appealing to the Honorable Minister of Fisheries to put it at a high consideration to decentralize fishing within the regions. Honorable Minister, if you create these fishing facilities or boats within the regions, it will increase or even create job opportunities for the youths, and also it will reduce the price of fish around that area. Because all the fish they use around that area, it depends from the people transporting from Combo to Basse, and they also consider the fuel, the transport cost added to the market price. So we are appealing to the Honorable Minister. He gave us an answer from the oral questions. He said they are not having that plan as at now, but I'm also appealing to him. There is still time for him to go and reconsider and make some surges, or even to, he's yet to submit his budget. Let him incorporate it, and also we will look at it and whether it is necessary for us to support that budget so that it can be implemented. Because that area within the country, they deserve also those type of facilities so that they can at least have fresh fish and also at a reasonable price. Honorable Speaker, there is a big concern which we are also looking at, and we need to raise the alarm. That is this vehicle mechanic garages. Because here, so many members have alluded looking about the traffic congestion, and I believe some of these garages are causing most of them. Because at times you find a lot of these scrap or breakdown cars parked on the highways or on the roadsides, which is also disturbing or even making it a hindrance to other vehicle passengers passing freely. And again, where they are located, some of them are located in our homes or nearby Johnsons, which also is also causing an environmental hazard. Honorable Speaker, I'm also suggesting from the Minister of Finance and Minister of Environment to consult the GRA and GPA in looking at or considering the age limit of vehicle importation in this country. Because also it boils down to the type of vehicle they import in this country. Because if you bring a scrap car, after using it 6 months, 7 months, it's been scrapped. It also giving us a lot of congestions in the garages, in the streets, and in fact, it's also causing a lot of insecurity threats to the communities. Because most of these criminals, they hide in these vehicles and try to attack people when it is dark. So I think it is high time. I don't know where they attach to, whether they are attached to under the Minister of Works or under the local government or the councils, sorry, under the councils. But if that's the case, any of the authorities must take up a measure like issuing license to these garages, whereby they will be checking their premises so that at least whether it is fit for a garage before they issue them the license, and it should be an annual supervision to confirm these garages are well located and they are at a safe route and they are not affecting any road or people passing by. Honorable Speaker, also Honorable Minister of Interior, I am worried about the way and manner how illicit drugs is being smuggled, sold, and consumed in this country. Honorable Minister, it's sad at times. You go to any area, football fields, garages, highways, booths, you find them smoking this illicit drugs called, is it cannabis or Thai or whatever you name them, because they have abundance of names attached to it. And, Honorable Speaker, these illicit drugs, we are concerns of the crime rate we are talking about. When there is a problem, if you want to solve that problem, you must know what is the cause of that problem. You must go to the root cause of that problem in order to solve the problem. And most of these problems we are calling about, this armed robbery or whatever, this, how to call it, killing, unwanted deaths or whatever, is all caused by, most I can say, or 60% or 70% of it is caused by this illicit drug. Because the moment you use it, you are intoxicated. And when you are intoxicated, you are prone to any risk or to do anything that is harmful. You go to the mile 2, you find young people in that mile 2. You ask them what crime have they committed. It's either they are caught with drug, or they use the drug and go and steal, or they use the drug to go and attack people. So it's all about this drug. You go to Tanka, you find young people there, and it's all caused by what? Most of them, they overconsume this drug. They don't know when and how and where to use it. At times you find it even at 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock, when the sun is very hot, you find them smoking. 7 o'clock in the morning, you find them smoking. You don't even sleep. And the brain, it's all controlled by the brain. So the brain needs a lot of time to rest. You don't give you time to rest, and you are always smoking. You don't even eat good food. So I think this drug is causing a lot of problems. Honorable Speaker, I also want to put it to the Honorable Minister of Interior. The way and manner they are issuing driving license, especially motorbike driving license in Basse or Basse surrounding or URR, I don't think it is fair. Because if you look at for a driving license, it can cost you maybe 1,850 for the renewal. But they'll be collecting 450 for every 3 months. And if you times it by the year, you are almost paying 1,800. So, and the people of Basse, they are really complaining, because if you take this amount from the farmers, I think it's really affecting them. And it was a concern which they have been crying for all these years. And when I came also, the same cry they put before me. And I want the Honorable Minister for Interior to liaise with IGP and the licensing officer to see how best they can address this. If I don't have a driving license for motorcycle, give me all the necessary procedures, let me pay and be tested. Then give you my valid driving license, whereby every year I will just go and pay maybe 800 to renew it. Then every year I'll come and pay, every month, 3 months, I will pay $450, $450 for testing, and after every 3 months I have to pay the same amount. And at times I might forget. So at the end of the day, you hold me and said I'm driving motorcycle without a valid driving license, you charge me. Upon all that, I almost pay the cost also. So I think it needs to be considered, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think looking at the SONA, the President do mention about this dry port, and also the Minister. So I am asking when is it going to be built, and what are the steps being taken so far? Because we want to know about the dry ports, when it's going to be built, and what are the steps taken as at now. Honorable Speaker, I finally want to thank my people of Basse constituency, and also to tell them I will deliver up to expectation. And thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I rest my case.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Basse. I now invite the Honorable Member for Combo East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I must first thank the people of my constituency, the people of Combo East, for electing me into office to represent them in this honorable house. And I'm still here to extend their concerns and their worries to the Ministry of Local Governments and Lands in respect to their lands, which I raised some time ago to the Minister, that are the lands that the people of Combo East are considering themselves to be very vulnerable and that they feel to be unfairly treated in respect to their farmlands that government always allocate to companies and institutions uncompensated. And these things, upon the responses, the oral answers of the Minister of Lands, I engaged them again, but then to my surprise, this thing has never been the case. The case is the contrary. These lands have been taken from the farmers. They were their farmlands, and these are poor farmers that were relying basically on their agricultural farmlands, for lands that were already developed. In fact, some of these lands were cashew farms that were farmed in hectares. And yet still there has not been any engagement from the government end to consult these farmers for them to know exactly what is their fate in that land. I would urge the ministry to take care of this issue, to engage stakeholders in trying to know from them. Their concerns are very important, and these are lands that they were hoping onto. Next to that is the Narang Road. The Combo East is in two strips, the Narang and then the Trans-Gambia side. The Narang people have been vulnerable since independence. This road was erected as a feeder road in the First Republic. Now, the road has been dilapidated, it is not accessible, and people are living there. In fact, during the rainy season, they find it very difficult to transport their patients to any of the clinics nearby. And again, it is at a very strategic point, as my other honorable members that I shared borders with, Brikama South and the Fonyis, are proclaiming that it is a border zone. We are also bordered with the Casamance region, and in fact, in facilitating security patrols along that strip, the road is a requirement for the road to be rehabilitated to suit those kind of services that the people would need. I would urge the ministries of Interior and the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure to get to those places and see by themselves, to know that that Narang end is vulnerable and is within Combo, and it is very strategic. The people living there are very vulnerable. They find it very difficult to travel from that Narang end into the Combo, into their bigger markets like the Brikama market or Serekunda. And we have commuters that are living in Narang like Omorto, Som and other places, traveling to go to work in the greater Banjul areas. So that road is a requirement that it has to be rehabilitated, constructed to suit. And it is a space that can also accommodate residents. It is very near to the greater Banjul areas. These are future residential areas that we can take on to relocate people, to encourage people to get in, because it is a nearby place. It is bordered to the Brikama South. It is very close to Brikama, very close to Serekunda, and people can live there and then be walking into the greater Banjul areas to deter us from the congestions that we are experiencing now. Finally, I don't want to take much time. The statements that were given by the President during the SONA, to me as a National Assembly member, I was left with nothing but with hope. As a young parliamentarian, I sat before the President here, and he gave those touching statements in trying to give a very strong statement that will unify this country as people that should work together, irrespective of our political affiliation. All of a sudden, from a travel that he came from the US at the airport, I was left devastated. I was left hopeless. I was left with tears. The reason being, Gambians are given the opportunity to protest. If a Gambian politician, member of a political party, is part of a protest, doesn't mean it's a political party that came in. And here, we have a tradition by labeling people, bringing chaos. It is also a community. It's a political party with its footings. And we are also strong. We have representation at the National Assembly. In such a statement, I was not expecting such to come from such a high-level personality. I was rating him to be one of the key unifiers of our baby democracy that he is trying to develop. I commend him for the liberations that he has given in the political arena, that as he speaks, on his closing remarks, he has given his hands open to every politician to come up with ideas. Maybe these people that he thought could have been engaged. We've seen President Macky Sall being confronted, but he also handled it professionally. I'm urging the cabinet ministers during cabinet meetings to engage His Excellency the President, to know that it is through dialogue that he can hold up to this country and then walk to where we want to be. By giving labels to individual parties, is still bringing further division. And Gambia belongs to all of us. I beg, let the cabinet be advising the president to stay away from this kind of comments, so that Gambia will be the Gambia that we hope for. We are ready to work with government. We are not oppositions in critics. We are not oppositions in hatred. We are criticizing systems that might be rectified. This is a plus to a government. I urge the cabinet ministers to consider this thing and engage him so that Gambia can be a one country that everybody is correlated. We are all one people. This is a family that we all belong to before. If a family of that sort, individuals can be scattered. So I'm urging this thing to be taken seriously and to be addressed professionally so that we can live as statesmen, responsible people, the ordinary people, the poor people that have elected us would have hope on us. But if we speak good today, tomorrow we speak bad, it is a pity to a country that is merging to grow. We are all human beings. We have equal status in this country. Who knows what will come of tomorrow? The best thing is to be positive, to approach matters in the positive means. If there is anything that one has a doubt of, no need to put it on media. Engage the relevant, the concerned people, see their opinion, seek their opinion. We are a law-abiding political party that goes by the interests of this country, and we are interested in seeing Gambia to be on the peaceful. We cannot get hold of every member of our political party to say they will be law-abiding. We cannot hold on to that. But if a spot of us is doing that, if a political party is named, I am not singled out. I'm included. And it pains me because of no reason we would be plotting something that will spoil this country into pieces. God forbid. We are not in hatred of any individual within this country. In that respect, the peacefulness that we had here and the respect and cordiality that we are expecting to live on should remain. It would remain by the leadership. Let leaders be very mindful. Let advisors of those leaders be very mindful not to accuse. Although there could be political approaches, but then it would be very important matters of this magnitude be well handled. I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now invite the Honorable Member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much. I can say, Jerejef, Honorable Speaker, His Excellency the Vice President, and the entire ministers present, I will say Jarama to you all for being here with us until now, and patiently for that matter. This is a clear manifestation that we are not only in this debate to talk to ourselves, to talk to the authorities that we believe will go back to their various ministries and make sure that there is improvement in whatever concern we raise here as honorable members. Honorable Speaker, I will also want to join my honorable colleague to seize this opportunity and say thank you to Wa Banjul North for giving me the mandate to better represent them in this parliament. But I believe I cannot go further without also thanking the former members of Banjul North, more particularly the last member, that is Honorable Usman Silla, my mentor. I believe it is also very important for us to understand that Gambia is youthfully populated. And in understanding that, we have great opportunity in order to harness demographic dividend. But in doing so, we must also understand the tools that we put together in order to harness demographic dividend in this country. And one of the most fundamental tools is education, which is very important. I have seen efforts by the Ministry of Basic Education and also higher education. I would say jarama to you ministries, that you are doing all what you can to see that the Gambian people are well educated. But I also have a concern when it comes to the Arabic or Islamic schools in the country. I believe the Ministry of Basic Education needs to accelerate in terms of support so that we can have more students that will be of benefit for the nation as far as that is our interest as Gambians. Honorable Speaker, I cannot contribute in this important adjournment debate without talking about the most talked about Banjul Rehabilitation Project. Indeed, before going further, I will also want to seize the opportunity to sympathize with the affected families during the recent flash flood that happened in the city of Banjul. And I believe government is willing to put up plans that will always mitigate such a situation to reoccur as far as the city of Banjul is concerned. I will also want to seize the opportunity to inform the Vice President that the affected families, more particularly in Banjul North and beyond, that is the entire Banjul, they are still in need of support. Because as I am talking to you, some families do approach us and tell us that we still don't have food or enough food to eat, which is indeed a concern. We still have families that approach us and tell us that we cannot even put money together to buy uniforms and school bags for our children to go back to school, which is indeed a concern. And I want His Excellency, the Vice President, to put this into consideration by working with NDMA to see how best we can remedy this situation, which is indeed a big concern for the people of Banjul. Going further, I believe it is also very important, and it is indeed a very big concern for the people of Banjul, more particularly when it comes to the recent implementation of the Banjul Rehabilitation Project. The people of Banjul have concern when it comes to the reconstruction of that main ring canal. That is indeed very important as far as this project is concerned. We want to see the reconstruction of this canal because we don't want anything that happened this year to repeat itself next year. Because to be honest, if it happens, I'll be very serious. The people that will be affected will go to the minister's house, that is the Minister of Transport, and occupy his house, to make it clear. And I believe this is something that we must avoid. And I believe it can be avoided as far as our works are concerned. Honorable Speaker, I cannot also contribute without talking about health, which is indeed one of the most fundamental tools when it comes to harnessing demographic dividend. Health, in this situation, I will be a little bit biased by considering the people of Banjul. I will also want to engage or seize this opportunity to engage the Honorable Minister of Health to bring back our emergency unit. We understand that there is construction that is going on at the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital, but we still want the emergency unit to come back to Banjul because it is indeed a burden. Just yesterday, somebody passed away from my constituency. May her soul continue to rest in perfect peace. But we have to take the body to Nemban for them to make sure that she passed away, then we bring her to the mortuary. That is indeed a burden. Let's say if there is a situation whereby the family cannot afford to take the body to Nemban, for the doctor to confirm that he or she passed away, what will be the fate of that family that very moment? I think it is very important for your ministry to consider this as soon as possible, to see to it that the emergency unit of Banjul is brought back to the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. Honorable Speaker, I will want to inform this important gathering or August Assembly that the Ministry of Health have been very helpful in terms of collaborating with the local authorities of Banjul to fumigate the city, which indeed will always help the city to get rid of mosquitoes and more particularly, I can say, different insects, which is indeed a concern. I also want to seize this opportunity again to inform him that it is important for him to put together his team again for them to come with the same exercise because the people of Banjul are in need. As we all are aware that we are coming to the end of the rainy season. And normally what happens, we have stagnant waters and the mosquitoes will always seize the opportunity to lay eggs. So in doing so, this is the right time to fumigate the city of Banjul. Honorable Speaker, moving forward again, I will now want to talk about the ministry that is dear to my heart, local government. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for your energy because I've been consulting with the councillors within the city of Banjul and understanding that part of your familiarization tour, you had a lot of tangible discussions that you had with them, which we believe it will not only be a dream, but turn to a reality. That is what we are expecting. But in that regard, we are still very concerned in terms of the erection of stores within the residential zone of the city of Banjul. My honorable colleague talked about the issue of resident and also rent. It is indeed a very big concern. We want to see regulations so that we can avoid traffic congestions and other things that will move people not to have the opportunity to reside in the city, instead to move to the combos because there is no resident within the city of Banjul. Because all resident areas are turned into stores, which is indeed a very big concern for the people of Banjul.
And I believe you will take it up with your Department of Physical Planning to see to it that in terms of making sure that there are regulations to make sure that there is at least minimal construction of stores in the city of Banjul. And if there is any construction of stores that is going to take place in the city of Banjul, the upstate can be a form of a resident where people can reside, which is indeed a very big concern. In that regards also, we are waiting for you to bring up the Local Government Act for review, which is indeed very important, because there are a lot of challenges that the city councils, or the councils I can say, are currently going through. Because one of the elements that has to do with the subvention, that is the 25% of the development fund that they normally give to the play. I think it is high time we start fulfilling it, because it is for the betterment of all area councils to see themselves that development is taking place, and we are seeing central government contributing to that development to make sure that it is a reality. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, I think the minister have just stepped out, but I believe it is important understanding the issue when it comes to young people on the street. It is indeed a very big concern, more particularly the young people in Banjul. I will just share a scenario that recently happened within my constituency. Understanding that young people sit outside, use illicit drugs, is not moving the community forward. What I decided, I sat down with my committee, we came up with an initiative by encouraging these young people to come up with football teams. And currently, as I am talking to you, we paid for their registration fee so that they can participate in the Junior Nawetan tournament in the city of Banjul. And this is at least giving us, making an impact in what we want to achieve. Because I can tell you from the hours of 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., they all go to the beach. They don't have time to smoke. This, we believe, is an impact. But this is just what we have started, and we are willing to collaborate with the ministry to see how we can further engage the young people. For me, it's not about punishing them, taking them to mile 2. No, we need to support them. And how can we do that? We must be innovative in terms of creating employment and also creating opportunities so that they can see themselves as far as this country is concerned. Honorable Speaker, it will be very surprising that we, the people of Banjul, sometimes we face what we call shortage of water, because we have tank, that is water tanks, at the Brikama garage and also at Crab Island. But I can tell you, based on the research that I got, the tanks are not functioning for a time now. So I want to engage the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy to see how best they can engage NAWEC and see that there is a solution to that problem. The issue of Women Enterprise Fund is indeed a concern. I want us to move from another level. We have seen the support that the government is doing in terms of this fund. But what can 100,000 do for a group of people that are already 30 in number? Does it make sense, my honorable members? Give them, for God's sake, the required amount of money so that they will be able to make impact, and at the end of the day, the ministry will be able to produce success stories. But you cannot just give them 100,000 and you expect an impact as far as that fund is concerned. It cannot be. My time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Banjul North. I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I would like to express our sincere thanks and appreciation to the Vice President with his team And I will also equally want to thank the people of Nyani for giving me this opportunity to come and stand here and take part in this debate. I will be very much brief and precise, and I may not take long, but the points I have today, the first thing is in the side of agriculture. You know, whenever we talk about agriculture, there are a lot of things that needed to be done in the agri sector. Looking at the rice fields, especially our rice fields in Kuntaur, the Kuntaur rice fields. And these rice fields are having about over 300 plots. But as I am speaking to you, the number of plots that are in use is even less than 50. And those plots can only be used during the rainy season. In the dry season, there is no work that can take place in those rice fields. Honorable Speaker, looking at the nature of the rice fields, the canals are down. In the dry season, when the river is in high tide, that's the time that these fields will get water. There is no barrier. Whenever the river is on low tide, it means that the water has to go back to the river. We are definitely appealing to the Honorable Minister for Agriculture to consider the rice fields in Nyani. And if those rice fields are properly managed, even if it is going to be 1 month, we'll be able to sustain this country for rice. Honorable Speaker, the next point that I want to talk about will be in the fishing industry. Looking at the nature of our fishing industry, or fishing in general in the Gambia here, most of our youths want to involve in fishing, but there is always the challenge of improper fishing nets by most of our fishermen. And also, the other boats dwelling in our sea, most of these boats are non-Gambians. And there, they do not worry much to comply with the regulations that is abiding in these sea fishing things. And in that, no care is given to the smaller fish, because this is the ones that we can use for sustainability. I'm urging the Minister for Fisheries to support and help our youth and to come up with policies that will definitely assist the youth in terms of fishing. The area I come from, Nyani, we have some of our guys who definitely want to involve in fishing, but there is no material, there is no net, there is no boat that they can use in order to engage in this activity. The other thing is the health aspect. And in health, I will want to send everything today in micronutrient deficiency in Sierra, especially in Kuntaur local government area. Looking at micronutrient deficiency is in 3 forms. The first thing is malnutrition can be raised in 3 forms. The first one is hunger and underdevelopment. The second point is obesity or overnourishment. And the third one is micronutrient deficiency, which indicates the lack of some element in the diet for proper growth and development. Looking at the 2018 survey, micronutrient deficiency survey in Sierra North, especially in Kuntaur local government area. Kuntaur area is recorded as the highest number in terms of micronutrient deficiency. And if you look at this deficiency, it mostly affects the children under 5 years and also our pregnant women, whom you know that they are in their childbearing ages. Honorable Speaker, we definitely appeal to the Minister for Health. We know that he is a very concerned Gambian, to see how best we can regulate this situation. And equally appealing to the Minister for Agriculture to help the people of Nyani with more gardens. And when I talk about this gardening issue, I really have to thank the UNCDF project, because of recent, they have completed 2 garden projects in Nyani, one in Kataba Omar and the other one in Nyangabantan, which I hope in the subsequent times it will reduce the micronutrient deficiency in Nyani. Honorable Speaker, the other point that I want to talk about is water. If you look at in Nyani, we still have some villages that are drilling from wells that are more than 60 meter depth. 60 meter, they are drilling water from that every day. And this sometimes greatly affects us when it comes to fire outbreaks. As you know, the entire CRR North, there is no fire and rescue service. We have one in Bansang and the other one in Farafenni. If there is any fire outbreak in the far end, before those people will reach us, it will definitely be hard on our side. So the other one is Ministry of Transport. Looking at Nyani, especially in the eastern part, we have some areas there that are greatly affected with these waterways, and the water is coming all the way from Senegal. Sometimes there are moments in the rainy season whereby students will even find it difficult for them to cross that water and go to school. They can stay for 3 days without going to school, which I feel they really have the right in order to access education. And as I'm speaking to you, for the past years, this waterways has already claimed 2 lives of that community. We are appealing to the Ministry of Transport so as to help us, even if it is going to be a culvert, that will help them for easy access in order for them to cross. Looking at road network in Nyani, I can say there is no road network. We only have the national road that comes from Bara to Janjambure. So definitely we are appealing for due consideration to be given to the people of Nyani. If you look at it, for 30 years of President Jawara's regime, 22 years of Jammeh's regime, 5 years of independent coalition government, still now development cannot be realized in Nyani. And we hope that this present government will consider the people of Nyani. Looking at the aspect of electricity, sometimes the member for Fonyi Brefed said out of the 13 villages, 8 villages have electricity, which is 61.5%. For Nyani, out of the 87 villages, only 7 villages have electricity. And that gives a percentage of 8% for those having electricity. And 92% of the people of Nyani are not benefiting from electricity, but they are using Kando City, which I feel we need to enjoy. Last but not the least is Kando City. It's a new word. Don't disturb. Security. The security aspect there. Looking at robbery, broad day robbery, as alluded by the honorable member for Bakau. We have 2 areas in CRR North. One is in Sami, and the other one is in my area, Nyani. There's a border village there called Ngunta, and another border village in Sami called Raneru. These villages, they have a special time for launching an attack in those villages. And I know, as I'm speaking to you, they are just waiting for these people to sell their granules. They will come in, take whatsoever they take, and go back to Senegal. And the worst of all is, some of them will even come with horse carts. So we are appealing if we can strengthen our border patrols, especially in that area, or if we can even have a camp around the border areas where you know that at least for emergency cases, they will come back to our, down to our level and rescue us. We are definitely appealing for that. Every year they will come. And when they come, the issue of the network there, they have to locate themselves in strategic places where people can even stand and give a call. And they will be saying, narrating, some of them will even be saying that, hey, the number of people that I killed last year, just to terrify those people. And we are Gambians. We are definitely appealing for this present government to consider the people of Nyani in terms of development. The other one is interior. As addressed in the SUNA, page 55.8. If you look at page 55.8, the Gambia Fire and Rescue Service, GFRS, work to safeguard lives and property. In this slide, the GFRS receives and responds to 1,128 emergency calls in 2021. For the entire CRR North, there is no fire service. We have to call before they come, and sometimes they may not even respond to our calls. We are appealing, if we can have one in strategic places like Wasu, that will definitely help us and minimize even the bush burning that is taking place in those areas. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I thank you for giving me the chance.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyani. I now invite the Honorable Member for Lower Nyomi.
Good evening, Honorable Speaker. Good evening, fellow National Assembly members. Good evening, Vice President. Good evening, Honorable Ministers. Good evening, Office of the Clerk. Good evening, all the media present. Good evening, all the security staffs. I will first of all say thank you to my beloved constituency of Lower Nyomi District for electing me to represent them in this noble parliament. And thank God for participating in this adjournment debate today. I will first of all thank the President of the Republic of the Gambia and his entire cabinet ministers for working together very hard to move this country forward. Honorable Speaker, I will first talk about electricity. Electricity is a major challenge in my constituency of Lower Nyomi. Looking at Lower Nyomi, it has two main highways. One from Bara to Amdalai. In that highway, the high tension cable is already installed, and some villages are supplied with electricity, but from Mboletba to Kirjata, all those villages in between, they are without electricity. Coming to the second highway, from Bara towards Kerewan, some villages are with electricity, but from Same up to Kernbuguma, all those villages are without electricity. So electricity is a problem. So all the villages that are not on the highways are without electricity. So I'm urging the Minister of Energy to help with that situation. Honorable Speaker, let me move on to health. My constituency of Lower Nyomi, we have 66 villages. Within these 66 villages, we have 2 community health facilities, plus the SL district hospital. So I'm appealing to the Minister of Health once again to help with a clinic ambulance for Fast Health Center, plus a sea ambulance that should be situated at Bara to help for to help for referrals cases to Banjul, particularly on odd hours. Mr. Speaker, I will move on to road networks. My constituency of Lower Nyomi, which I said earlier, consists of 66 villages. They are also suffering from bad road network. So I'm appealing to the Minister of Works to help with some feeder roads. 1, a feeder road from Fast Njagachoy to Charmen Village, a feeder road from Bolet Bar to Kernbuguma, from Bara to Jinak Island, from Sambakala to Makabalamane, from Bangali to Fast Njagachoy, from Nungukebe to Makabalamane, from Sambakala to Makabalamane via Ndungucharen, from Amdalai to Tuba Angale, from Bunyadu to Mboletba, and number 10 from Tuba Angale to Fafanding. These are all feeder roads that we need help in order to ease access to health centers or health facilities, and for farmers to access their agricultural farmlands. Water supply. Clean drinking water is another major problem in my constituency of Lower Nyomi. Though there are some villages with boreholes, but still there are some villages without boreholes. If in the villages with boreholes, the supply is not enough, so I'm urging the Line Ministry to help with boreholes with my constituency of Lower Nyomi. Let me move on to sports. As 60% of the Gambian youths, Gambian population are youths, and sports is one of their, sports like football is one of their hobbies. I want the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, Youth Sports, to support all the activities in sports for my D's constituency, particularly when it comes to football. Also to help to build a mini stadium for these youths. Let me move on to agriculture, Honorable Speaker. Agriculture is one of the main source of income in this country. So I am appealing to the Minister of Agriculture to please help with a tractor that would help my constituency in their agricultural farming. Honorable Speaker, the women in my constituency do a lot of gardening without much resources. This, therefore, I'm appealing from the Minister of Agriculture to help with proper fencing of their garden, water supply, market to sell their products, and storage facilities. Honorable Speaker, I will move on to education. Most of the schools in my constituencies needs expansion and rehabilitation. Therefore, I'm urging the ministry responsible, both basic education and higher education, to help and provide learning materials for students and to motivate teachers in that rural area. On that note, I thank you all, and God bless you all. God bless the Republic of the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Nyomi. I now invite the Honorable Member for Sandu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. May I take this opportunity to thank the executive arm of the government through the Vice President and all the cabinet ministers present here. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my compatriot, a father figure, the Minister for Fisheries, Alhaji Musa Esrame, who is loyal to nation, who is a philanthropy and a gem hardly to find in any nation. I would like to thank the people of Sandu for the trust and confidence bestowed in me in the past parliamentary elections that have ushered me in this house. My submission today would touch on areas of road network, electricity, agriculture, health, sports, and other key important areas. For 52 years, Sandu has never enjoyed any feeder road until 2018, when this new dispensation came in. We have seen that in 2018, the 4-star road was built in Sandu. That is the road from Lamenkoto to Pasamas, thanks to the leadership of the President Alhaji Adam Barrow and its government. We have challenges. Most of the villages that are in Sandu are off the road, and as such, it is difficult for them to access health centers, markets, and other goods that they are supposed to have access to. The road from Naude is a key road that links almost 25 villages to Dasilame via Saregubu and Sarademba to Kuankuba is a major road that needs government intervention. And also a key important road that links Diabugu, the only health facility government recognized in Sandu, to other parts of Sandu, is a key road that links Saregubu, Barinabe to our health facility. And as such, we need government urgent intervention to make sure our people have good access to health care and other needs that are paramount to their living. And the road that links Dasilame Seka to Njaibe, Nyankui, and Jegejari is also a key road. As such, we need government intervention in the areas of the western part of Sandu for our people to have access to their daily needs. Honorable Speaker, away from that, electricity is a major need in Sandu, and as such, there are only 2 villages among the 60 villages in that constituency that are electrified. And there are major villages there that need the intervention of government, villages that are strategically located, villages like Kuankuba, Saregubu, Sarasiler, Sarademba, Changal Lankadi, Misira, Sarefodige, Jakaba, and Kurau, Naude, are all villages that are strategically located. And they need electricity for business and for other livelihoods. Villages like Nyankui, Jagejari, and Demboandu are also villages strategically located. And as such, we need government's intervention for electricity to be accessed by our people in Sandu. Agriculture. Most of the times we hear people saying agriculture is the backbone of our economy. But are we really serious in what we say? The question is, when the war in Ukraine struck out, we all saw how food prices went skyrocketing. Ukraine is actually 44 million, and the world population stands at 7.7 billion. If the world is feeling the pinch because of a war in Ukraine, and the Gambia is also feeling the same pinch are we really serious to call agriculture as the backbone of our economy? We are not. We have a viable land, a land that we can cultivate, we can use arable lands that can sustain our livelihood in this country. In Sandu, we have prominent furrows or rice fields that can take care of the livelihood if mechanized, the whole of URR. Villages like Changali Lankadi, villages like Misira, in Jakaba, in Diabugu, and in Kurau, in Nyankui, all are rice cultivable lands. And if we really are serious and put that effort in mechanizing agriculture, I think we can make the difference as a country. The people of Changali are experiencing difficulty in their rice fields right now. And the Minister of Agriculture, I'm urging for him to take action that our people in Changali are given their rice fields the necessary intervention that should be done. They have an irrigation machine from a project. Those machines cost a lot of millions of taxpayers' money, and they are still lying there without use. Government's intervention is needed for those machines to be operable in the very, very near future. Away from that, gardening is one of the hobbies of the women of the people of Sandu, and as such we are urging the government and through the Ministry of Agriculture to come to the aid of the people of Sandu with gardens, with solar-powered gardens that can be used to mitigate that livelihood that we all yearn for our people. Our way to health. We have only one recognized government health post in Sandu, and thanks to the ministry, and I will thank the health minister, but I would also like to thank the management of the Diabugu Health Post for their tremendous work. During these past years, referrals to Basi have been minimized. They've been making a lot of strides, and they have indeed minimized what we call referrals and managed cases which are even beyond their control. But they have done that during this past, and their statistics can speak for themselves. I'm urging government, through the health minister, to upgrade Diabugu Health Post and make it a major health facility, and also come to the aid of the people. We have other community health posts that are built by our people in Saragubu, in Changali, in Naude, in Nyankui, in Dasilame, to be health posts, minor health posts that government will take care of. I'm urging the minister. to sports. We have been lucky enough to have one of the mini stadiums being built in Sandu. Thank you to the Minister of Sports. The people of Sandu are grateful, but they are also asking the minister to make efforts to deliver the stadium in a very soon as possible time. The people of Sandu are grateful that the mini stadium is taken to that area. Indeed, we have lots of talents there, and if harnessed, Gambia can benefit in the very near future. I thank everyone for the interventions of past speakers, and I beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sandu. I now invite the Honorable Member for Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Vice President, Honorable Ministers present, and the colleagues. First of all, I will thank the people of Busumbala constituency for giving me the opportunity to represent their interests and their voice in this August Assembly. Honorable Speaker, we have numerous problems that affects the people of Busumbala constituency. We'll start with the road networking. Honorable Speaker, we have a village like Kubariko, Makumbaya, Kunkujang, Mandinaring, and there is a road network that crosses these villages, but it is under construction, but during this rainy season, it is very difficult for it to be motorable. As a result, businesses and other engagements were halt during this time. We urge the minister responsible for works to make it a priority for this area connect essential, villages that link from the airport down to Mandinaring, where you have these villages. Honorable Speaker, in the area of agriculture, we have predominantly women within Busumbala constituency, gardeners. You have Busumbala garden, where they call Young Farmers Garden, and you have Yundum Garden. You have Banjulinding, Mandinaring, Kirawan, and Daranga. They all have these women gardens, But Honorable Speaker, the constraints the women face in those gardens are lack of water, and also the pipes that they use to run those waters to access their crops. Also, they face a lot of problems on that, especially in the Banjulinding. Honorable Speaker, Banjulinding has a women's garden that is a very large area. The dimension is huge, and the women that are currently working in that garden is close to 150 women. But they have a constraint in water. That is, they are borehole, they have a tank, but that tank is leaking as we speak. I even took some partners from Norway to go and assess that tanks, whether they can give a helping hand.
So we urge the Minister of Agriculture for their intervention, because we believe if women are empowered in their garden, it is going to have a positive impact in our, even in our diet, balanced diet, and also it will be a source of income generation for them, and that will go a long way to make sure that they will become self-sufficient. In fact, supporting their children who are in school. Honorable Speaker, we look at the area of health. Yundum have a health post, Laming have a clinic, Banjulinding have a health post, Busumbala also have a private clinic. Honorable Speaker, we will want the minister responsible for health to prioritize this community, this constituency, because we have about 42 registered voters, and when you come to look at that, you come and look at the population of Busumbala constituency, it will go up to 50-something or 60-something people, 1,000 people. So we want, Honorable Speaker, we want the Minister of Health to prioritize the upgradement of this health center, especially that of Banjulunding and Yundum, at least to be a hospital, to have a hospital status, so that our people can have that quality facility of health. Honorable Speaker, I now go to general issues affecting our country. We'll start with the issue of protest. Honorable Speaker, it is a fundamental human right it's a constitutional right for people to go out and protest. If you look at Section 25 of our Constitution, subsection D and E of the Constitution require people to have a freedom of association and assembly, as well as a freedom to protest peacefully. Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate that the President can make a statement on his arrival from United States that people who wanted to protest are UDP supporters. That is unfounded and is a very irresponsible statement from a statesman. Honorable Speaker, I will urge the Inspector General of Police to make sure that he grants permission to people who are planning to protest, because it's their constitutional right. And we believe the Inspector General of Police have the whole intent to deny the people who wanted to protest, because he denied their permit. But for the security of this country and for the nurturing of our young democracy, we urge the Inspector General of Police to make sure that he grant them permit to protest and also give them security during the type of the protest. Honorable Speaker, we are aware of Section 5 of the Public Order Act, that requires the protesters or will-be protesters to request a permit from the Inspector General of Police. But even that, it was there for the Inspector General of Police to be notified, and also in that notification for him to know that they are going to use a public address system. Honorable Speaker, the much talk about airport security fee, I still, want to believe that this is a tax because the government, the president himself have confirmed it. This fee is for development of the Gambia. So it's a tax that has been imposed on citizens of this country without coming through the National Assembly for usual approval. So we are saying this is not correct, and the government should not have engaged or imposed tax on people without the notification and approval from the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, we look at we also look at these persons with disability. Honorable Speaker, Gambia have ratified the Convention on Rights of Persons with Disability, which make provision of their health status. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member for Banjul Central did state that he went to the disabilities their place and find that they are in a very needy situation. So we urge the government to come to the aid of the disabilities, as they are persons with differently able and special needs that they need to be attended to. Honorable Speaker, I also want to speak on the side of the victims. As we all know, the TRRC have made his findings and conclusions and recommendations on issues surrounding the Commission. Honorable Speaker, hence since they have tabled that their report before the government, the Minister of Justice did also government has come with a white paper, and that white paper still there is no implementation. So we often ask the minister about this, the implementation phases of this TRRC report, but yet still they haven't started any implementation report. We want to have a roadmap on these implementation phases so that it can start now, because victims have been suffering for so long and they have been patient for so long. We are not saying only prosecution. Those who bear the greatest responsibility must face the law. But supposing there are many ways of, many ways of implementation, we understand there is a way of reconciliation too, and we should see that started now. And there is reparation also. So those are things that that should not have taken a time. Government should have endeavored to make sure that he engage, set up that reconciliation office so that we can see citizens of this country being reconciled, set up reparation commission so that we can see the victims have started enjoying or having some money, and also prosecution, for those who bears the greatest responsibility of committing criminal offenses. Also, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I will also talk little about the financial situation of this country. Honorable Speaker, I did ask the Honorable Minister of Finance to tell us about the finance situation of this country in 2022. And he have given us that the collection of funds that have been mobilized within that time. And he also went ahead to tell us the methods and methodologies or what he intends to deploy for the effective mobilization of the fund. That is IFMI's project. But before then, we want the Honorable Minister of Finance to make sure that he look closely to his fund mobilization units. That is the GRA.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Busumbala. I now invite the Honorable Member for Janjambure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for according me the chance to also throw in some light. Apart from that, I also want to thank the Honorable Vice President and the entire Cabinet for taking their time to also be with us throughout this week. However, Honorable Speaker, I want to start with the Ministry of Agriculture. During our committee meetings, there were a few things I was trying to actually bring up for the Ministry of Agriculture to help in addressing, but they still seems to be lingering around, and it seems the problems are yet to be solved, which is in relation to Janjambure rice fields. In Janjambure, we have about 3 separate rice fields that are under renovations for the past 3 or 4 years, but then it seems the contractor have not been doing much efforts to actually complete his work. And this actually has deterred our farmers to continue on their usual rice cultivation. So I really want to seize this opportunity to challenge the Ministry of Agriculture to double on their efforts in ensuring that our farmers are able to have access to their farmlands and also continue to do what is expected of them. Basically, if you look at Janjambure as a settlement, you will come to realize that the only farming that is possible on that particular constituency or community is rice cultivation. So if contractors are delaying the process of completing their work, I think then they're still pushing the farming community in a very, very difficult situation. So therefore, I want us to be considered and also for the fields to be handed over to our farmers. Also, maybe about from farming, I equally believe that there are other agricultural activities that are also possible in that community. For example, small and large roaming and rearing is one thing that is actually possible on that island. Also fishing, because the community is an island. We have the River Gambia that run into the community, and beside that we are surrounded with water. So I definitely want to see that collaborations in between the Ministry of Agriculture and as well as the Fisheries Ministry in boosting that sector to help engage our young people to take active participation on fishing respectively. The reason why I am bringing up these issues is we think these are some of the activities that can actually keep our young people not to drift from rural areas to the urban area, that is in the greater Banjul area. Also, along the agricultural sector, I think we have been engaged on production for quite a long time. And it is now time for we to diversify the agricultural sector by looking at how do we add value to some of the produces that actually we produce in our community. And as such, Honorable Speaker, I also want to challenge the Ministry of Agriculture to also look at the value chain. And I believe if much efforts are done around the value chain, I would want to believe that this will actually boost the economy and also minimize that rural-urban drift. Honorable Speaker, I also want to look at the tourism sector. Before specifically I talked about Janjanbureh on tourism and culture, I definitely want to challenge the Ministry of Tourism and Culture to look at how will they actually bail out the players in the tourism industry. Recently, the little research I made with the hotel owners around the Greater Banjul area, some of the interesting things that came out was most of the hotels are yet to sign a contract with the tour operators, meaning the upcoming season will really go down. Our expectations might not be met. And therefore, I think the Ministry of Tourism should actually look at ways and means of bailing out the hotel owners and also other stakeholders in the tourism industry in order to boost visitors' arrival in the country. And looking at Janjanbureh also is also another tourism hub. For the past 3 or 4 years, the community in partnership with the Ministry of Tourism and Culture, that is both Arts and Culture and Gambia Tourism Board, we have been working closely with support from the Youth Empowerment Project or International Trade Center in developing new products that would help Janjanbureh to become as a second leading tourism destination in the Gambia. But this dream is still yet to be realized because we still have a lot more to do in developing new products that can actually help us to diversify and also present products that would actually suit the needs of customers that always travel to Janjanbureh Island. Actually, in the bailout, I would really think that having to actually allocate some funds to hotel owners to upgrade their hotels, lodges, or camps would definitely help. If we look at the COVID-19 issue, is one thing that is actually deterring the development of tourism in this country. And some of the reasons are the hotels that we have in this country does not seem to be ready to receive customers, or they don't actually have plans in place to actually remedy, the challenges around COVID-19. So I definitely want to challenge the Ministry of Tourism to come up with plans wherein they can help to bail out some of the service providers. Also, along the same line, we have a new product that is actually rolling in this country, which is the cruise ship. And the cruise ship, if you looked at how they actually source their human resource, you will come to realize that this has also affected some of our hotel owners or service providers in the tourism industry. So I would also challenge the Ministry of Tourism to actually look at how do they capacitize young people to get the rightful knowledge and skills in order to deliver the required services that are needed. Coming to youth and sports, Honorable Speaker, I really want to challenge the Ministry of Youth and Sports to actually speed up their efforts in ensuring that the mini stadiums that are under construction would be handed over to our respective communities, because we see a lot of leakages around sports and its development. And the last time the minister stood before us here, the feedback he gave us was the contractor is really delaying the process of the construction of these mini stadiums. And I think if actually delay is coming from the contractor, I would advise the ministry to take the rightful legal tools to actually ensure that these mini stadiums are duly completed. Also, with the Ministry of Youth and Sports, I think they should also need to look at how do they develop on entrepreneurship and career development, because with the previous speakers, most of them, what they were saying was most of our young people today have been involved in crimes and other related matters. And I think career development should actually help to equip our young people, to prepare our young people to face the realities of life and also become future good leaders. Moving forward, energy and petroleum. Honorable Speaker, I definitely also want to challenge the said ministry to actually help the local communities to have access to some of the social amenities. I know there are communities that have been actually complaining that they don't have electricity supply, neither water. But I want to believe that Janjanbureh seems to be exceptional for the simple reason that is a tourism hub, and most of the entrepreneurs there, most especially our young people, are more of engaged in tourism-related enterprises, and as such, if they don't have electricity or water, it actually hinders their businesses. Coming to health, it's good that we have the able minister here with us. I definitely want to appeal with him to help Janjanbureh Health Center to have an ambulance. For the past 1 year or two, we are without an ambulance. And sometime in April, I recall, a headmaster died within the vicinity of Janjanbureh Health Center simply because we were waiting for an ambulance to come from Bansang, pick the patient, and take him to Bansang. And prior to the arrival of this ambulance, the patient couldn't make it. And he's a family man, and therefore, I really want to urge the health minister to double on his efforts to help the community of Janjanbureh to have an ambulance. Also, I understand that there are certain charities that have been very supportive to our communities. For example, Aid to Gambia. They have been supportive to Janjanbureh Health Center, Bansang Hospital, Queenala, just to name a few. But I also understand that they have a challenge with getting a clearance from your ministry in order to clear their containers from ports. And also, I want to look at Foreign Affairs, Honorable Speaker. I think the issue of deportation have been a great concern to the Gambian people. And I also want to challenge the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to come up with mechanisms that would help to address the issue of deportation in this country, and also help to integrate some of those deportees in our communities in a way that they will not feel being discriminated or being left out. Also, I want to look at education. I think with the community of Janjanbureh, first and foremost that we are known for is excellence in education, but it seems we are losing our grips. If you go to Methodist Primary School, it is indeed very sad. Even though it is handed over to the mission, you will realize that part of the school is just being occupied by rocks and other objects that are of risk. So I really want to challenge the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education to put that into consideration and maybe engage MRC to see how we can best upgrade that primary school. Also with Amitechino Secondary School, Honorable Speaker, which seems to be the only boarding school in the Gambia, for the past 3 or 4 years, the members of the board, more especially the board chairperson, resides in Banjul or in the greater Banjul area, who knows very little about rural Gambia or Janjanbureh to be specific. We think the norm or tradition that was in place need to be retained. That is to have our board chairpersons to be natives of, even not Janjanbureh, but to be natives of Central River region, wherein they can also push the welfare of the school. Also, Honorable Speaker, before I take my seat, I just want to bring this thing across. That is, the peace in this country, it seems to be compromise. Because even today, as I was following news, I noticed that over 74 blocks of cocaine were intercepted by the Drug Law Enforcement Agency. And I think some of these substances are some of the issues that are actually causing that rise in crime within the country, even though the Interior Minister said the crime rate has declined. But I don't know if he is really looking at the nature of crime. So therefore, I really want to challenge the President to take it upon himself to be coming out on quarterly basis to address the country, because he's a statesman, and I want to believe that if he should be doing that as a tradition, this would actually help to address some of the issues we are faced with. On that note, I beg to take my seat, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Janjambure. I now invite the Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank my constituency members. Particularly, there are groups that complement the effort of the government in bringing water to the doorstep of people of Central Badibu. They are as follows: the Central Badibu Development Group, Mfawala Nafa, Badibu Musolu, all Badibu Association. These are genuine associations that supported us to provide medicine or medical equipment to the health centers in Central Badibu. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the government for providing people of Daruriwan with an ambulance, and also the health facility that they are constructing in Salikenya, though is very slow. I don't know what is the problem there. Maybe the minister will tell us. Honorable Speaker, the road from Bani to Salikenya to Njabokunda, this road is a very important road as far as commerce is concerned and networking. It has been tendered, the contract has been awarded. Still now we don't see anything. I don't know whether the contractor is mobilizing or what, but we need to be informed about the status of the road. Honorable Speaker, education. With your permission, I want to quote from Albert Einstein, who says, "Education is not the learning of the facts, but the training of the mind to think about." And another famous quotation of John Dewey, who said, "Education is not the preparation for life, education is life itself." Honorable Speaker, the people, the community of Badibu Mandor, they have a school for almost 3 years. Children are learning under temporal set, made of what? Local materials. Honorable Speaker, I want the government to consider this particular community to have a structure by now. They are in their year 3, going to year 4. They are still under that kind of condition. I believe the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education should try to help this community, because education is a right. It's stated in Section 30 of the Constitution. With your permission, I can quote, "All persons shall have the right to equal educational opportunities and facilities, and with a view to achieving the full realization of the right." Honorable Speaker, Badibu Mandor is not an exceptional. It's their fundamental right to have access to education. I believe the ministry will take note of this. Honorable Speaker, our educational system needs to move from banking educational system to critical thinking, as stated by Paulo Freire. He's a political philosopher who believes that we need to develop the minds of our people, not only to be memorizing, but we need skills, as I've been always talking about. I believe our Vice President, our Higher Education Minister, and Basic and Secondary, these are ministers who have value for education, who believe in education, who are educationists. So we need to try to make sure that our educational system, let us have a change in our educational system. I know giant steps have been made, but we still need to realize some of these good educational systems. Honorable Speaker, coming to electricity, it's so disheartening. You see a wire passing by your community and you don't have electricity. Dobo is a big community in Central Badibu. For centuries, they don't have access to electricity. And their neighborhood, less than 2 kilometers, Daruriwan, they are enjoying electricity. I want the government to consider these people. These are genuine people, these are taxpayers, these are people who are supporting the government. Though I'm an opposition, they don't support, but they support the government. This is their need, is their fundamental need to have access to electricity. So what is stopping them to get it? We want to know the cost involved. If the government or NAWEC can make an assessment for us, we see whether we are going to dip our hands in our pocket to make sure that they have access to electricity. Thanks to one of our philanthropists who helped the people of Karantaba, he paid it from his own pocket to make sure that electricity reach from Mintekunda to Karantaba. We can also do the same from Daruriwan to Dobo. Honorable Speaker, Mintekunda also, this community, they only see, we are passing by from Mintekunda, from Jabokunda to Nokunda. So we don't know what are the criteria used for communities to get access to this electricity. If there is a need for us to do our community support or participation, we are more willing if you know the cost, so that community also can participate for people to enjoy electricity. Honorable Speaker, going to the health facilities, Daruri 1 and Nauler, these are not a part of Central Badebo. So they felt marginalized. The health posts that are there, they are ill-equipped. The minister can bear me witness. So I want the minister to be more proactive, because it's 2 years, almost 2 years, we promised these people that we'll build a structure for them, but we couldn't. Honorable Speaker, coming to Jinak Island, though not in Central Badebo. Honorable Speaker, I was in this community for almost 3 to 4 years. The water that they drink is unbearable. For me, as a teacher in the school, we used to buy water from Banjul, a gallon, $15 or $20. So the government must look at these people and bail them out of this frustrating situation. Jinak Bara and Jinaki Jatako in Senegal provided water for the 2 villages in the island. Why government is wasting time? We need to provide water for this community. If not, we'll be taking care of the sick people there. Honorable Speaker, coming to TRRC, government white paper. Honorable Speaker, the victims are wallowing in stress. Their concerns need to be addressed. This is a fundamental issue. This is the issue that can lead us to reconciliation. So let us not joke with this government white paper. It needs to be implemented. Honorable Speaker, fathers were killed, mothers were raped, children were shot to death. So we need to address this issue. These are realities that we must face. We are not here for witch hunting, we are not here for personal attacks, but this is a national issue that a lot of investments have been made. We have to see to it that justice is done, seem to be done. Honorable Speaker, coming to democracy. Democracy, you either take the whole package or you leave it. Democracy has been defined by Abraham Lincoln, that government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And the 4 freedoms of democracy has been cultivated in the land of America. That's where the president visited. That's where the people came out to protest. Honorable Speaker, I believe that democracy is about building consensus. It's about people to express their feelings. In our constitution, it's stated highly that Section 25, with your permission, freedom to assemble and demonstrate peacefully and without arms. But if you look at the same section, if you go to 4, the freedoms referred to in this subsection 1 and 2 shall be exercised subject to the laws of the Gambia, insofar as the law imposes reasonable restriction and on the exercise of the rights and freedoms thereby confer, which is necessary in the democratic society and are required in the interest of the sovereignty and the integrity of the Gambia, national security, public order, act, decency, morality. So the Constitution gives you power, in the other hand, and take it from you. We have power to demonstrate peacefully without arms, but the same Constitution is limiting us. So that's why this Constitution is not needed by now. We don't need this kind of Constitution. Because if you go out, the same Constitution is asking you to go out, and if you go out, you can be charged on the Public Order Act. So it's contrary, it's contradictory. Honorable Speaker, I think what the government of the day should accept is for people to come out and express their views, but it must be done with responsibility. We have the police, we have the security forces. If people want to demonstrate, let them be allowed to demonstrate, but they should be monitored. If they violate, let them face the consequences. We saw ministers here. They are protesting in this country for 5 years. When others say 3 years, we saw ministers protesting for 5 years and putting on the t-shirt. That's democracy. And Gambia was applauded for that act. So I think what we need to do, we need to embrace these kind of things. If people want to demonstrate, we need to know the justification. They need to explain and let them come out. If they take out their anger, or whatever they have, that's going to promote our democracy. But the more we want to stop them, the more we want to be violent, at the end of the day, resistance becomes the order of the day. So I believe, as the president said, it's time for us to work hand in glove. It's time for us to recognize each other. It's time for national reconciliation. So, but attacking one political party, pointing finger, putting blame, we need to pass that age. It's just like Animal Farm. When Snowball was out of farm, anytime there's a problem, even if a key is missing, they say Snowball is responsible for it. So I think those days should go now. We have a democratically elected government, the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So I think now what we need to do, oppositions are very, very important in any democratic state. They are one of the pillars of democracy. So we have to allow oppositions to play their card so that we can also be seen as a democratic country. If not, we go back to the traditional system of governance. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Central Badibu. Honorable members, I want to thank you all. It has been a very, very, very informative adjournment debate. I also want to acknowledge once again the presence of the Vice President and Cabinet Ministers for staying all day long with us.
Hello, excuse me, Mr. Speaker. I raised my star and my name was recorded.
Who is speaking?
So I don't know. Kiang Central.
Kiang Central, we have written names. You have not. All these names have been written. We have written names. You don't wait until the last moment and you come up. In my pronouncement, I said, yes, but I was not writing names. These people, their sole aim is to look at you people, they were writing all these names. And you don't wait until we are making pronouncement, you say, I want to talk. You had all the time to put up your name.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, but for me, Jara Central, I did raise my tag and then it was indicated to me that it is registered. So if it's
it was?
It was registered. My name was registered.
Oh, the
table
document.
office there.
Which document?
No.
His name was called when he was outside.
We are called that you were out.
Yes.
And then, so what? You want us to wait for you?
But me, I raised my star. And he told me that your side is recorded.
Honorable member, please, you should tell me. You were told that I called you. I'm sure. You were not told. You never asked.
Told me that, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, but you know that you were not in.
Yes.
I called your name.
But so many members were not in also by the time they
No. Anybody who was not in at the time I called you, I never called back anybody.
Okay.
Nobody here, except you. No other person. They may be out.
But anyway, nobody told me that.
By the time I called them, they were in.
This is what I'm saying. When I came back, nobody told me that you called my name.
Agreed. But you are the only person who went out at the wrong time when you are to be called. All others, though they went out, when they were called, they were here.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. For me, I did not went out. I was here, I raised my star, it was recorded and confirmed.
Who is speaking?
Kiang Central.
You said what?
I said I raised my star and it was recorded and confirmed by the table office. That demand near you. So why?
It was, you raised your constituency tab.
Yes, of course.
It was recognized.
Yes.
And written down.
Yes.
Who deleted your name?
I don't know, because ask the man who wrote it. Ask him there.
Remember, that is, I don't know, probably the angels must have written your name. The name submitted to me here, I read all.
But the lady and that man sitting near you saw an eye contact and wrote my name, confirmed to me that your name has been registered. And I was sitting here throughout.
Full member for Serekunda West.
Honorable Speaker, I was listening. I thought you were going to make a statement. I said I was listening when you started speaking. But I was not going to interrupt to say my tag was raised. I thought you were just going to make a statement. I will listen. If you say you are going to conclude, then I call your attention that I have raised my tag and I want to speak.
Then you must have done it just last moment now. Yeah, I mean, just at the last moments. No, you cannot ascertain that. No, you cannot ascertain that. Honorable member, just say you raised it.
I did.
Yeah, I will not deny that, but you cannot say that somebody saw me also. You looked at him, and what? No. Honorable members, what we can do, honorable members, let's give chance to everybody. But also, when we ask you to put your tag, and you know you want to talk, don't wait until the last moment. Why can't you do it as others did? Put up your tag because they are here. They write any tag they write until they finish. Why do you sit down until last moment and then you want to challenge us my name?
There is no rule in the assembly to say that you must raise your tag at this time and this time. Once the session is on, you can raise your tag at any point in time. Unless if the speaker calls attention and said, I want those who want to take the floor, finally put your tags up for the final time.
No, honorable member, in my announcement, I said, those who want to speak, please put up your tag, and then your names will be written down, 1. And 2, your tag raising is dependent on the speaker see you. If I don't see you, I can call you.
Honorable Speaker, if I may ask, is there any specific time for people to be raising up their tags?
But now, what is the work of the table clerk now?
You know, honorable members, what I am saying is, let's have it in order. People can also sit back, those who raised up their tags. So, honorable members, for us to have comfort and be able to do the job properly, what prevents you from raising your tag at the time others were raising it? And you know you want to talk.
When you were asking people to raise their tags, I wasn't here. I wasn't here.
Honorable member, next time I will close up, and what I will say is, honorable members, we don't want to prevent anybody from talking. Everybody can talk. But let's also regulate ourselves. Very simple. You will sit down, look at people, you go and come. When people are just about to close, you say, I want to talk. And you had all the opportunity to give your name. So let's avoid that. Honorable members, let's just avoid that. When we start a debate and you want to talk, within that period, at least by the time first 10 people talk, you will have decided that I want to talk, you put it up. And then your name will be recorded. And immediately your name is recorded, you will be called. If we cannot finish, we will move to the next time. Let's make it very clear. Avoid it. So we will now give honorable member for Kiang, was it Kiang? Kiang Central. Kiang Central, Jara Central, Kiang and Jara. I'm not surprised you are all from LRR. And
Honorable Speaker, what's wrong with LRR?
Honorable member for Serekunda. See, more people are coming. No, we should be able to, you should be able to accept that, Honorable Member for Serekunda West. When we give you 10 minutes, you should be able to accept that. No, what is good? When you don't...
Just
That's what we were doing. We just closed because I saw nobody who wants to talk, and you interrupted. Yes, yeah, he interrupted and you joined. I never saw you. So be it. So you can see it. If I see you, I will call you. Please. So, and I think they have better eyesight than me. Where they cannot see, I will not see. So, don't worry about that. So, about what they make it so. Honorable members, what I want you to do is, you try to say everything. You can say it when you avoid repetition and all these things. You can say it probably in 5 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes. You can say it. But honorable member, we start with the LRR. And the two are from LRR. One from Kiang and one from Jara.
And Woolly West?
No Woolly West. Honorable member for Kiang Central, can we have you?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable His Excellency, the Vice Presidents and His able ministers. Thank you, my colleague, members of the National Assembly, the media, securities, and the audience. Honorable Speaker, let me start from the Ministry of Work. In Kiang Central, all this development that has been mentioned here, Kiang Central has never enjoyed from any one of it. Coming to the road networks in Kiang Central, since the First Republic to the Second Republic, up to the present governments, there has never been any road constructed by these the past two republics and the present one. I am urging the line ministry concerned to at least help us. Kiang Central has been suffering since. We are really appealing the ministry concerns to help us address these problems. Now, come to Ministry of Fisheries and Water Resources. Water is a big problem in Kiang Central. In the whole of Kiang Centrals, water, clean drinking water is a big problem there. Kiang Central comprises of 23 villages. All these villages is only 4 villages that have boreholes. The rest of the other villages are really having a big problems as far as clean drinking water is concerned. So I'm urging the ministry concerns to at least help us address this issue. Now, the Ministry of Health, there is only one major health center in the whole of Kiang Centrals. And that one also, human resources is a problem there. In the southern part of Kiang Central, I am not reading anything. No. I just make jotting for the different type of ministries. I am not reading any document, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. And continue.
Good. We have only one health center at Quinala. That health center also, human resources is a problem. If you talk about the southern part of Hello. If you talk about the southern part of there, we don't have any post health center. Sometimes women have it very difficult in the time of delivery. I can attest that there was a time when a woman has the same problem and was on the way to Quinala Health Center. She delivered on the way inside the bush on a horse cart. That one is very serious. So we really need a help for the Ministry of Health. Please to help us have at least one health center in the southern part of Kiang Central. Ministry of Petroleum and Energy. Electricity is a major problem. There is no village in Kiang Central, only one village in Kiang Central, that is Quinara, that is enjoying electricity. The rest of the other, there is no electricity. So we are really appealing to the ministry concerns to at least help us address these problems. Now, the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, we have only 3 schools that are upper basic, and the distance between these schools is very far. Some of the distance is around 8 to 9 kilometers. Students walk on foot to these schools. We have only one senior secondary school in Quinala. In the southern part, there is no senior secondary school. And students find it very difficult to go to school, especially in the rainy seasons. Sometimes it takes them for a few days without going to school. So we are appealing to the ministry concerned to at least upgrade some of our lower basics, and then also have another senior secondary school within the constituency. Now, the Ministry of Agriculture, women in Kiang Centrals, really they are facing a big problems. They are farmers, but the only thing they depend on is cutting firewoods, burning it, changing it to charcoals to earn their living. I'm appealing to the Ministry of Agriculture to at least consider us to have some gardens within the constituency to help those women stop from carrying the axe to the bush and then making our area, trying to do deforestation. In that note, I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I now call upon the Honorable Member for Serekunda West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is really very unfortunate that government employees can just dip their hands into the coffers of the nation from 2007 up till now. This list we are holding now has 31 point some million as government impress, not retired. Very unfortunate. For 6 good years, and government cannot do anything about it to recover it. The people who pocketed this money, some of them are with us here. The highest is in millions, 1 point something million. And
we are not serious. This government must show financial discipline for us to have progress. You cannot allow 31.2 some millions in people's pocket and you have done nothing absolutely. That is very unfortunate. Honorable Speaker, the economic presence in this country was dictated by a circumstance in 2016. But I do not think we are in the same circumstances now. That whole arrangement should be revisited. This government should revisit that. This is a sovereign country. If the circumstances dictate that we bring in foreign troops in our soil, it's understandable. After 6-7 years, the situation has changed. Government needs to revisit that. Honorable Speaker, house rent is an issue in this country. The way and manner that landlords are taking monies from people is just intolerable, and government needs to do something about it. In this connection, I posed a question: what is government planning to look at the mode of payment to regulate rent in this country? A good number of us are renting, and the landlords keep increasing their rents at any point in time. This Rent Act of 2014 is not commensurable to what is happening now. If we want our electorates to have a better way of living, we need to revisit this act. I, for one, am not saying that landlords should not offer this service. The services that they are offering is really very good and well appreciated. But those of us who are paying rent also need to be considered. Therefore, there is a gap. And it is the responsibility of the government of the day to look at these gaps and regulate it. That's all we are asking, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if we come to pensioners, we know when you are pensioned at a certain grade, your benefit is limited to that. And now what is happening to some of our very hard-working civil servants for 30, 20, 40 years ago? Today what they are earning as pensions is less, some are $1,000, some are $500. What can that do for anybody now? The current situation demands that we revisit that and at least have regard for people who have fought for this country. The time they got retired, they are retired, the salaries were very low. So as a result, their income is next to nothing. So we need to look at that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, national documents are very important, more so the passports. It is the only national document, as far as I know, I stand to be corrected, that is not decentralized. People from far regions like URR would have to pay all the way to Banjul to get a passport. Those in the Badibus, those in the Kiangs, do the same thing. It's only the few who are around the greater Banjul area that have the privilege of just walking into the offices and acquire this very important document. Government should think of decentralizing passports so that it can be accessed by Gambians that are eligible. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if we look at people's rights, today you go to some of our detention centers, particularly prisons. We have only 3 prisons here. You find people who are detained and their cases are dragging. The Minister of Justice are responsible of the congestion in our prisons. At one point in time, we have 180 detainees at Mile 2 prison wings, remand wings, under horrible conditions. They are congested there. Justice Ministry should do something about that to decongest our remand prisons. You go to Janjambure, you have at a time in point 30 of them. And some of these people, Honorable Speaker, have been in these conditions ranging from 2 years to 14 good years on the remand. You don't know your fate. 14 good years. The longest person that is in our remand is in his 14th year. The case is not concluded. What kind of a republic are we in? What is the Minister of Justice doing? I called the attention of the Vice President to call the attention of the local Minister of Justice to look into cases like that, particularly those from 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14 years. Justice delay is justice denied. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when we come to corruption, it's everywhere in the Gambia. Corruption is everywhere. And this government is enabling corruption in this country. Because if you don't take actions on people who just take government properties, you are contributing to corruption. So they are aiding and abetting corruption. This government needs to change their way of movements because we are very poor in terms of resources. Honorable Speaker, filling planes with delegates up to 40, 50, like the current trip to UN by the head of state, with 5 cabinet ministers, lots of party rank and files. What are their connections? What are they doing there as far as that conference is concerned? Chartering planes. I, for one, praised President Barrow on one of his missions where he traveled by commercial aircraft. That's commendable. I thought he was going to use the same term. But that is just a showcase. It's not something that is real. Otherwise, he would have continued traveling with commercial vehicles, knowing the state of this country economically. If we want to move this country forward, we have to limit the visits, also downsize the delegations. That's the only way we can make out. Otherwise, we have little resources and it will all be wasted on hotels and travels and accommodations when the country is crying. Every member that stood here is complaining of electricity, road, lack of water. These are things that we are, our police, even uniforms, is a problem for them. We need to look at all those things if we want to move this country to where we want to have it, and where we want to have this country is a desirable place. Honorable Speaker,
you see, you've spent your time well. You finished. You are just looking for what to say again. And he tells you you are off. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Serekunda West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Kiang West. Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker.
Where is Kiang West? Yes, go ahead.
May I start by acknowledging and thanking the Vice President for making it up to this time of the night, and honorable ministers here present, colleague honorable members, National Assembly service staff, security forces. Today, I think it would be wise enough and more important for me to start my deliberation by thanking the people of my constituency for the trust and faith that have placed in me to bring me here. And this gives me an opportunity to thank any other person here. My today's deliberation, and of course, the time given is limited, but then I think I would try to limit myself within the time. I would love to have a look at the concept of peace that we call as absence of war. There is no war, there is no war. But then I want us to look at peace at a broader concept. Peace at the development point of view, not just the mere absence of war. Peace in the concept in a nation where a pregnant woman can be delivered on a horse cart, rushing to a hospital, because there is no nearest hospital to take care of that woman. There is no peace in that country. In a country in this 21st century where people who pay tax are still drinking on open wells, there is no peace in that country. In a country where students in this 21st century are sitting on floors to take their lessons from teachers, there is no peace in that country. So I think when we define peace, it's true nobody wants war, nobody wants chaos. But let's look at it holistically at a broader point of view to ensure that each and every citizen is inclusive and they are part of the development process. And the hinterland community are the most affected and the most vulnerable when it comes to these issues that people are talking about. Ministry of Lands and Regional Government. I don't know if we have time bound for our government projects or for our national projects. There are a lot of projects that are undergoing, and the project duration will finish, the projects are still in progress. They cannot finish the job, we cannot get our resources back to ourselves. If there is frequent and proper monitoring and evaluation, as far as these projects are concerned, I think the impact of the projects will be realized. But less this is done, but when the projects come, the project managers will first identify, okay, brand new pickup is bought for a project manager. The monitoring team are bought brand new DTs motorcycles. And this is all part of the beneficiaries' monies. 2 million is out of the money that should go to the beneficiaries. And of course, the quality of the work and the impact of the projects will be less. This is what we need to consider. So let's make time bound to project works, and we monitor the projects. We make sure that the contractors honor these times. If they cannot, because failure to honor the time or to meet the target has an implication on the cost of the project. That is the financial implication. It also has other implications on the livelihood of the people. Honorable Speaker, there are general issues that were highlighted, but I think anybody who spoke here has talked about health issue in my constituency, education issue in my constituency, road network in my constituency. Which constituency is better than which constituency now? Let's ask this fundamental question. Where is better than where? So I think the time has come. We re-engineer our governance. It's true, it has to be a process. If you want instant office solution, you'll be disappointed. We know that the present government has inherited a system that was rotten to the core because of corruption, because of other issues, but we have to see, actions that will tell us that there is hope. We can have hope in the face of people sitting in Wunli that there will be changes. We can have a better health care. Our kids can sit in better classrooms, conducively, listen to teachers. Less this is done, we will not realize our potentials, and we will not get to the land that we promised to get to. Honorable Speaker, I think time has come for Labour Act to come. Minister of Trade to quickly bring this level. People in this country have been dismissed without notice. Have been given short notice and dismissed. Small pay are given to them. They have been given heavy loans that they cannot recover in short period. And according to our present Labour Act, that you cannot loan an employee more than 1/3 of the person's salary, because if the person finishes that one, it's going to be a problem. More especially for those that are working for financial institutions. Once they cannot afford breakfast and fares, they touch the money. And at the end of the day, they take them to court. And they jail them. It's not fair. It's high time for them to bring that. My time is almost finished. Let me try to conclude. The draft constitution, I think it's important. And we want to tell the Honorable Minister of Justice to quickly bring the draft constitution for us. This is the constitution where the views of the teachers, of the nurses, of the doctors, of parliament members, of speakers, of the president, of ministers, of the gardeners, of every aspect of life, of the old age, the youth age, the children, all aspects of Gambian population, both home-based and diaspora, have put their views. They are incorporated. Let's bring back the constitution. Let's compromise. Let's get to the drawing board. Let's get to dialogue. If we need to dialogue for us to have a better book that can govern this country. But the time has come, we have a constitution. If it needs to be compromised, for political decisions to come together and look at a better constitution to serve Gambian people. But it's time for us to have a better constitution. Honorable Speaker, drug abuse. This is a major challenge. Time ago, there was a handsome amount of drug apprehended in the borders of this country, in the ports of this country. Who knows whether the youth are consuming this? It is contributing to the highest crime rate. And some drugs doesn't work with their systems. It causes a lot of insanities that we are seeing on street. Some of them are drugs. So for us to empower these youth, let's try to control the drugs, that are coming into the country. Lastly, for a few seconds, let's unite as members of the parliament. We come together to build this nation. We come together to have a better National Assembly. And I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Jara Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for your generosity. Honorable Speaker, I would first of all give my submission to this adjournment debate by recognizing or acknowledging the presence of the Vice President, His Excellency, and all his cabinet ministers here present, the security sister forces, the media, the staff of the National Assembly in the gallery, the table office, and your humble office, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my first intervention to this adjournment debate would be on the health. I take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to thank the Minister of Health for providing 2 ambulances for the people of Jara Central, which are posted accordingly, one to Jalambere Health Post and the other to Sasita Toranka community. However, Honorable Speaker, we have a remaining ambulance that is supposed to be given to the people of Japine. But I was made to understand by the Honorable Minister during our yesterday's question and answer session that there are plans for the ministry at least to help us with that remaining ambulance. This takes me to Transport, Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Speaker. The road from Sarejama to Minna needs urgent attention of the Ministry of Works. This said road, Honorable Speaker, is in a very, very bad condition. There is a weekly clinic there, a weekly clinic, surrounded by so many communities, satellite villages. But if it is to be referral to Soma, is always a case, because the road is stony and very hilly in nature. You cannot use a donkey cart. To use a car is a problem. So what you use is you walk on your foot to the highway, which is 7 kilometers. That's what I was even mentioning yesterday. These are the two communities in Jara Central which are suffering so much, Honorable Speaker, for 57 years of independence. Minna and Sasila Toranka in the Kabada of Jara Central, these are two communities that have been suffering for 57 years of independence, Honorable Speaker. In the 5th legislature, I stood here and mentioned it here. Some ministers then, they were here. Most of them are moved. Some of them called me and they said, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member, you made a very touching speech here. Expecting that year, at least they will do something in Jara Central. I am here in my second term, Honorable Speaker. And still the same problem is persistent in Jara Central. No good roads. Health center is only Japine that has it, sorry, Jalambere. And that one also is a community initiative. Though I thank the Honorable Minister of Health, because now they are doing some works there to upgrade the health center. So that's a commendable work. Honorable Speaker, move on to agriculture. Seed stores. We need seed stores. It is very sad. You go to your farm, you harvest your products, bring them home, only to see them spoiled. By what? Because you don't have a storage facility for them. Since independence, there are certain communities in Jara Central, they don't have seed store. These are Sare Kifa, Kanuma, Sare Bulli, Buiba Jalokunda, with no seed store, up to date, Honorable Speaker. So I'm urging the Honorable Minister for Agriculture to take note. Energy, Honorable Speaker. I'm urging the Ministry of Energy to at least electrify 21 communities in my constituency before 2023. Deadline. Justice, Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker. Somebody made mention of it, Honorable Member for Serekunda West. Justice delay is justice denied. Long-standing cases in court. I have a brother in remand whom you know is 8 years in remand today, accused of rape, and still now they cannot come to the facts that that rape was done. Honorable Speaker, to continue further, yes, a bag of rice is expensive, as some members say. But Honorable Speaker, the member for Birkama South said, Gambia, we need attitudinal change. Of course, you cannot be more correct than that, Honorable member for Birkama South. Attitudinal change is what we need. In that regard, Honorable Speaker, extravagancy is clearly displayed in everywhere in our country. an iPhone 13 Pro Max. How many households, if you count the number of households in the country, in the Gambia, in each household you will see 2 or 3 people having an iPhone Pro Max. And you will not say that it's expensive, but you will say a bag of rice is expensive.
How much is it?
Honorable Speaker, we have to make ourselves and change our attitudinal. Regional government, ministry, the decentralization policy, Honorable Speaker. The decentralization policy should be implemented fully so as to bring meaningful development in the rural people, to the rural people. I don't know why any government that comes in would not be ready to implement this policy. I don't know what's the reason behind that. But this policy is the right policy to take this country into the right direction. Let us test it and see. Senegal is doing it. This is why when you go to Senegal, the developments are to the doorsteps of the communities. 57 years of independence. Still some people in Kabada, they don't have water. 57 years of independence. Still people in Kabada, they don't have electricity. 57 years of independence. Still people of Kabada don't have good roads.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for Jara Central. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Woolly West. Woolly West?
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I first of all recommend the presence of His Excellency, the Vice President, and Honorable Ministers. I would also like to use the opportunity to thank the people of Woolly for voting me in. I have a few problems that I want to explain or say on issues related to Woolly people. For example, one of them is the health sector. In Woolly West, we have one health facility, Yorubawal Health Center, and then we have 3 health posts in that area. Gunjur Kuta is having a health post that was constructed by the community of Gunjur Kuta and then later handed over to the government. And then I also thank the health minister for providing them with an ambulance. But if you look at the condition of that health facility still now, when they handed over this facility to the government, they still need more support so that the staffing situations can be improved and then the condition of that facility can also be improved. We have another health post at Chamoy Bunda, and then we have another one in Nyakoi Kerwan, which is under construction, but since last year, we could not lay our eyes on the contractor. I would like the Honorable Minister to help me and help the people of Nyakoi Kerwan so that the contractor can be seen and then come back and complete this construction. I also thank the government for providing the people of my area with good roads connecting, like the road of Lamenkoto Pasamas and then the Basse Yerobao road. But we have some feeder roads connecting to these main roads, like the Limbambulu road connecting to Gunjur Kuta, going to Barokunda, leading to Wuli East, Saremudu. These roads are in bad conditions. Because I think this road is older than me. I made this road in Wuli West. The last regime, we did not benefit any of these road constructions for the past 20 years. And then electricity also is another problem. Though we have 46 villages in Wuli, only 5 of these villages are benefiting from this this electricity. So we need places like Gunjur Kuta, they need electricity because we have the health facility there that would help them to preserve some of their medicines or vaccines that they normally get. Looking at Sarangai also, we have a police station in Sarangai, which is in a bad condition because Sarangai is at the border. Sarangai is at the border, and then the police station there, they have a land, but the station where they are renting. And they have no police quarters, they have no vehicle. So I'm urging the minister responsible to help the police people, the police station to be constructed, and then the people, the police station to have a transport that would help them to ease their work. When it comes to, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to water, water is a problem in some communities in Woolly West, especially the same Gunjur Kuta. And then I have a village called Saragayo in my constituency. They have a lot of cattle, a lot of animals, though the village is not that much big. But during the dry season, they normally go to Senegal and pay for water for their animals. They have an open well that they are using. They are in a very bad situation. They need to support so that this problem can be addressed. I also use this opportunity to thank the Nyakoi Kamben Kafo, which I'm part of, for upgrading the Yerobawal labor ward and then also supplying them with a bed for the labor ward. Because there was a time I visited this health facility. On that day, I made 9 deliveries in this health center, 9. And then we have only 6 beds in that health facility. I cannot remember even when those beds were brought to that health facility. I think they are older than me, too. These 9 deliveries, some were sleeping on, they have to spread mats on the floor, which was very serious. Honorable Minister of Health, we need your support. We need beds in Yerobawal Health Facility so that some of these problems can be addressed. Honorable Speaker, I would like to use this opportunity. Please, I think as National Assembly members, we deserve to respect authority as we deserve to be respected. The President of the Gambia deserves to be respected. Whatsoever he has said or made, he deserves to be respected. Let us not be anti-progress. Let us not be anti-development. The Gambia, we are enjoying peace. I'm urging the Interior Minister. Let them not spare anybody who want to create violence in this country. Being an individual, being a group of people. This Gambia belongs to all of us. Whatsoever comes out in this country, peace or violence, we are the very people who are going to suffer. Or if it is peace, we enjoy it. So let us not try to instigate violence in this country. For the Gambia, our homeland. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Woolly West. I now invite the Honorable Nominated Member and Deputy Speaker, C.D. Eskenyai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to recognize the President of His Excellency, the Vice President, and the Honorable Ministers. Honorable Speaker, I'm going to be very generous. I will donate you some minutes. Honorable Speaker, as the member for Woolly indicated, we recognize the fact that we are in a democratic state and that the current leadership, the president and his government recognize that and assert and ensure that people exercise their liberties and freedom for association and assembly. The honorable member for Central Badibu, as he indicated, the supreme law of the country is the 1997 Constitution. And indeed, he quoted Section 25, sub 1 and sub 4, but he realized that he was burying himself in the ditch of Section 25, sub 4, that no responsible government will allow any organizations or group of people for whatsoever reasons to go out on protest, arms to the teeth, with the sole objective of destabilizing the country. Anywhere you go in the world, be it in the developed country, in Europe, in Africa, or anywhere, no serious government will give permit to a group of people with arms. Check with their laws, even in the United States of America or in Europe. When you want to protest, you are profiled, whether you're an individual or an organization, and you are given time, allocations, and also locations, which you should exercise your democratic right. There is your freedom of assembly, peacefully without arms, without also obstructing the peace and stability of that country, and also without affecting any individuals. And if you are in the West, as an organization or an individual or a political party, you want to protest and you are found holding arms, you will be lucky if you are not designated as terrorist organizations. You will be, of course, designated as terrorist organizations by any country in the developed world. That is what we expect any political party or any member of parliament or any proponent of democracy, proponent of good governance, proponent of people's liberty to advocate for. That's what we expect. And that the Honorable Member of Busumbala indicated, President Adama Barrow went to America and hundreds of Gambians came out, appreciated his government achievement and successes. And we have about 10, 15 people who came out and also dissatisfactions. And when he came, because he believed in democracy, he was asked. And he indicated clearly that this trip was successful for their people. It is his democratic right to either to express his opinion, what Gambians are expressing. And if you believe in democracy and you think he should uphold democracy, you should also not be angry. But of course, there were press releases from your party, and it was so vitriolic, and there are a lot of, you cannot, if you are a party or you are an organization, and every time people want to destabilize the country, you come out and express, and also inform the Inspector General of Police and Gambian to allow them to exercise their right because you are validating their effort. So you expect Gambians to associate you with that. That is the right of the president or right of any Gambian to express their opinion. So, Honorable Member for Central Badibu, and I can assure you any constitutions, I think every government has Section 25 sub 4, saying that guaranteeing people's rights and liberties to assembly, freedom of associations, freedom of education, freedom of whatever, but says subject to reasonable restrictions as in the public interest, democratic, you know, the name goes on. That is to protect you and I and them protesting. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that no responsible government will allow those kind of organizations. And we all know the November 11 group, the sole objective of that is to destabilize the country. But there is Public Order Act. It's constitutional. It is derived from the constitutions of the Gambia and as affirmed by the Supreme Court. That is lawful and is legal and it's not in conflict of the Constitution. So if you have no ill motive to destabilize the country, as you are guaranteed democratic space by President Barrow and his government, you go out if you are granted permit to protest, and you will be designated time. But you want to protest from dawn to dusk, and that you are talking about arms, destabilizing the country, rendering the country ungovernable, that is not democracy. That is not democracy. If they were in the West, they would have been designated as terrorist organizations. Honorable Speaker, and in fact, if you look at the group, November 11th, when you listen to them, they're telling you there was this failed military takeover and that they want to honor that. So all the political parties, including UDP, we must condemn them. If I'm a party and I'm associated, the president comes to the airport and he associated my party to any organization, and I believe that is not correct, I will come out and debunk the president's statement and further tell my people that anybody who is a member of my political party must dissociate themselves from that organization, as a party we are not part of it. Honorable Speaker, we talked about the Honorable Member for Brikama South made a very important point when it comes about the crime rates. The issue of crime rate is rising in the country. And I think the President made it very clear that he will engage the service chiefs. And the Inspector General of Police must be on the alert to engage the police intervention unit to assist the general duties and to increase not only nightly patrol but even daytime. Because this day we cannot continue to accept and allow people to render this country to ungovernable and to ransom. I want to thank the security forces and to urge them to step up and help Gambians so that to maintain law and order. But as responsible people, one of the members indicated, the member for Fonyi, that these people come from homes and houses. Civilians clean each other, fighting also. It's not about insecurity. It's not about people traveling from other borders with armed robbers coming in, do some hooliganisms and attack people and run with arms. No, these are people in the street drinking attire or fighting and killing each other, or people coming up with very dangerous games and murdering people. This is it should be the responsibility of all and sundry to make sure that we help government and work done. Honorable Speaker, I want to donate you 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, let me thank all of you. Honorable members, before I invite the mover of the motion, I will now invite the honorable ministers who have been here with us to either reply or comment to issues raised regarding their portfolios, beginning with the Honorable Minister for Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like first to congratulate you on your election as the Speaker of this august body, and also your deputy. And through you, I want to congratulate all the members of the National Assembly who were either elected or nominated to this august body, either newly or for the second time. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I also want to acknowledge and commend you for the way and manner you conducted the affairs of this session. And I also want to respond, if possible, to some of the concerns raised about the Ministry of Fisheries and Water Resources. It is late. I will try to summarize as much as possible, because most of the concerns that were raised here were dealt with during the question and answer session, in which I answered questions and supplementary questions. First of all, in my notes, I have concerns raised about water supply, and these were members from Jokadu, Nyani, Woolly East, Jara West, and other members from is it Kiang West and Lower Nyomi? And who? Huh? Brikama South for water? Okay. I remember that you mentioned something like the fish market in the Brikama market. That was what but anyway, the water, I will want to sum it up because I think I adequately dealt with it during the question and answers. I have told this National Assembly that we have 2 programs for water supply, and that is 27 boreholes provided by JICA and 103 boreholes provided by the ADB. And the drilling of all 130 boreholes are completed. The JICA project, already the installation and distribution system has commenced. And I can remember on the 8th of July, together with the Japanese ambassador to the Gambia, I launched the first process at Faraba, is it Faraba Sutu? And I maintain that that program is ongoing. And for the ADB, after the drilling of the 103 boreholes, bids were invited for contractors to construct tanks and also install the distribution system for the 103 boreholes in 103 different clusters. The bids were evaluated, bidders were recommended for award, and were sent to the ADB for a no objection, which we are still yet to receive. And as soon as we get the no objection from the ADB, the contracts will be awarded and works will commence. And all these both programs will be concluded before June 2023, inshallah. On the Brikama fish market, yes, it is the market. The area council cannot be exempted from that market, but it is a fish market. That's why it's slightly different from the regular market. We have a similar market on the KMC, and this is the backwater fish market. There is a joint management by the ministry and also the KMC, and that is the same model that we want to repeat in the Brikama fish market. He also talked about my visit there. Yes, I was there. The problem was very serious at the time, but what he failed to acknowledge here is some measures were taken to remedy the situation, and the market, after closure by the food safety, it was reopened, and some short-term measures were taken. And that is, we have instructed the management there to hire the services of a septic tank emptier on a daily basis so that the drainage system will not overflow. Because that system was supposed to be connected to a sewage system that was planned for Brikama, which up to this time has not been implemented. And I also said that we are about to procure a permanent septic tank emptier for both Brikama and backwater fish market. That will at least resolve some of the major issues there. And also we received a team from Japan. The team of experts came, they assessed all our needs, and that Brikama market is one of their priority projects that we have identified for them. So very soon, we are hoping to get that problem resolved. On the question of fishing, possibility of getting our young people engaged in fishing activities, yes, it is the policy of government that Gambians dominate that sector. But if you go, those of us who come from the provinces, like I think the member for Janjambore mentioned it, and also somebody from, is it Nyani? You can discover that the people who come from other countries and come here for fishing, they come empty-handed, and when they come, we provide them with our canoes and our fishing gears. So if we are engaged in doing that and they come, if they have no materials to go on fishing, they will not be able to engage in it. So sometimes our local people are to be blamed for those foreigners to dominate that sector. But we are doing everything possible to encourage Gambians, particularly the young people, to engage in that sector. Thereby, we have, I think negotiations have concluded with the ECOWAS to provide us with 51 million euro to be able to buy 100 fishing boats for artisanal fishermen and also fishing gears. In addition to that, to rehabilitate all the fishing lines, landing sites throughout the country, and also the access roads to those landing sites. That, of course, will also take care of the issue raised by the member for Joshua. I visited the place and I saw the place. Yes, it needs to be rehabilitated. And I can assure you that this government will do everything possible that before too long, all those issues will be resolved. Those of the areas where we may not cover them by these two water programs, I think, if my memory serves me well, is the Kabadas, that's Jara West and the Kiang West. I can assure them that immediately after the rains, we will send our team to go and assess their water needs, and with this we will do and take it up with government with utmost seriousness. The programs that are being implemented were assessed by the donors, and that is the limit of what that funding could take place. But we may come back to this assembly and ask you to provide us with sufficient funds to be able to provide them with water. For Jinak, I think that is more than what the Minister of Water Resources can provide. I remember the issue was raised here several times, and the then Minister of Water Resources did reply that that needs to be connected to a NAWEC water supplying system. There has to be some piping. That's not within our mandate.
Am I hearing that the Honorable Minister's time is up in answering your questions? No, the mic going off does not mean his time is off. Honorable Minister, I think honorable members are making your job very easy. Talking about the mic, you said the time is up. His time is up. That's what you said. It's different from the mic is off.
Automatic. Mr. Speaker, I think this is what the points that I remember. Unless if a member wants to remind me of what I have left out, then I will be able to respond to it.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker.
I said that should be will be taken care of by NABEC. It's not us.
Can I remind
I was
you?
just going to, somebody mentioned the cattle drinking points. That's also not within our mandate. That's the Minister of Agriculture, and I think the Minister did adequately address that one. I remember in a question and answer session here.
Honorable Minister, you are ready? Can we release you?
Can I raise this question, Honorable? Because
no, we don't want to entertain questions. Honorable member,
I want to remind him of, because he has not answered my question.
Honorable members, this is not question and answer time.
No, it's not.
You made your remarks. Honorable ministers made their jottings. Some of what you have said is what they try to respond to clear the air.
He did not respond
no, it's not everything that you said that they are here, they will be looking after it.
No, you are just assuming.
No. You know, if we start that, we are going to have it continue. So if the minister comes and he makes a statement, he just goes away. If there are further issues, you follow it up with the ministry or with the minister himself or at your committee levels.
An issue I raised which is not answered.
Honorable Minister, you have answered your questions. Can you take your seat?
I just want to make an appeal. I want to make a personal appeal to members of the National Assembly. I said it here and I want to repeat it. Some of our contractors are experiencing some difficulties in the implementation of their work in the areas. And I want all members to assist us so that these programs will be smoothly implemented. Otherwise, when we approach the donors with those difficulties, it will be very difficult to be able to get funds from them. Second, and lastly, that is the funds that should be deposited into an account for the maintenance of those systems. Normally, when the donors go there and the contractor is there, those accounts are not created. They don't seem to comfortably disburse payments to the contractor. So I'm personally appealing for us, those who have all areas where they're covered, the members should talk to their electorates so that whatever requirements government has entered into with the donors are fulfilled before the contracts are awarded. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Fisheries. And I will also add that you used your select committee on fisheries very well. They can do a lot. I now invite the Honorable Minister for Lands and Regional Government.
Good evening, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, good evening. And good evening, Your Excellency and team. For tonight, we may not have a lot of issues to deliberate on, except to respond to some of the strategies and the statements raised by members. First of all, that is the compensation of acquired land by government in the Combo areas, Combo East particularly. The Honorable Member asked this question during the parliamentary question and answer time, and I responded that the arrangement was done between the community and the project, that is Karafi. But I will add that, again, the community went into arrangements with Gaipa and Karafi. So what transpired between these three, the ministry may not know, but what we can promise that we are going to investigate and guide the process thoroughly. We are aware that Karafi is paying rentage to Gaipa, but we may not know what is the benefit of the community through it until we investigate or we are enlightened. But notwithstanding, we'll take it up, as I said the last time, with Gaipa and also the Karafi project in Kafuta and Sotokoy. This other statement by my honorable member from Fonyi that some part of the abattoir was sold. I don't know to who and by who. Not you, the other one. What is his name? Honorable member for Fonyi Jarrell, yes. The abattoir, which abattoir is he actually talking about that it's been sold and to who and by who? Those are issues those can be very serious allegations because I don't think the government can go into such a business. to take a public property and sell it to a private individual. I don't think that's the government's method of operandi. Again, somebody mentioned about the VDC to be empowered and trained. Yes, the VDC are empowered and they are trained. We believe that they should be the focal point of entry for any development to any community. So the training of VDCs is a progressive one, and anywhere we have VDCs established, the Department of Community Development is training them continuously. We know there are capacity gaps because the capacity of people we also select to be part of these VDCs, sometimes we have a lot of interference in them that they can't function maximally. Those are creating problems. Border posts that fell in parts of Fonyi, some of them are deliberately removed to increase or reduce borders, but we will still investigate and we will make sure the border demarcation comes alive. Rent. I think the last time rent was mentioned here, but I said clearly that it's not under our auspices. The Minister of Justice isn't here to answer to that. Again, physical planning, yes. We are looking at ways to capacitize that office and be able to address most of our needs as when it is needed to really apply what is needed at that time and not wait until it is delayed. You can be right in that. Border at Dimbaya and Dasilame still appearing or occurring. The Honorable Member has stepped out. That is something I got to highlight, Honorable Speaker. I think it's an important, opportune moment. This Parliament is one of the luckiest parliaments ever. Because I remember the time we were in Parliament, it's not possible to even have one minister attending the sessions. Not even a single minister comes. We sit here and talk to ourselves during adjournment debates and pack our books and go home. But today is completely different. We have the head of affairs, that's the minister, vice president here, and other ministers. So it will be rather very much funny if members would leave the gathering assembled with us alone and then go away when ministers are staying to respond to them. A situation about the president's statements and so on, I will not respond to that. Maybe the vice president will take it up. But then the Brikama market, the honorable minister for fisheries has responded to that. Local Government Act, yes, is ready, and then we're going through the last formal episodes about it, and then we'll bring to cabinet and then to parliament very soon. The flood in Bundung, yes, we will also investigate. I'm sure there have been so many problems incorporated in the whole episode. Where is the member for Bundung? Yes, we commend and congratulate you for the efforts you've made in Bundung, but again, the Bundung waterway, as I speak, is blocked. That is one of the main causes of this flood in the area. So if you are seeking for advice, we have to remove what has blocked the place, or as the Vice President advised, we look for other methods of diverting water. If that is not possible, then automatically demolition have to occur to allow water to pass. And then we will discuss and then we further investigate with you. On KMC fraud, yes, the office is in working closely with the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Interior on this matter, and very soon you will see the position of government on the whole issue. Convoys, I've already answered that one, the compensation and the engagement. Yes, as he said, engagements have been done. It's maybe the office or the Ministry of Local Government have not been involved in the negotiations, because some or most of those parts of land is under the customary ownership, so the community or the people or the individuals who own the land have a right to discuss with entrepreneurs about it. What we do sometimes, we are referees, or sometimes we supervise the whole operation in the signing of the MOUs, and we become custodians of those things, because the government of His Excellency Adama Barrow really supports the general public and highly safeguards their advantage in all forms of arrangements they are going into. And this is one thing we need to cherish as a government. The stores in Banjul, yeah, the Banjul not representative. Yes, thank you very much for that point. You are right, it's something we're thinking about it as a government as well. Banjul is a residential area. Some parts of it, yes, is industrial, but most of it is residential. So your proposal of using the top part or other parts of it for residential is a very sound suggestion. I think that the Department of Physical Planning will definitely take note of that. And then, as you've said, the implementation of its regulations will be implemented to the latter. That will not be compromised in any circumstance. The fulfilling of the 25% contribution by government, we've discussed this oftentimes. Again, I will just have to say that the government will have taken note of it, and then we see how best we can implement that thing. The decentralization process. You see, decentralization is a process that occurs. I think we need to cherish what is really happening in the Gambia as we speak today. From the Ministry of Local Government and Lands, you have the governors in the regions, you have the chiefs, you have the area council, you have the, the councillors, you have the VDCs, you have the ward development committees, etc. These are all processes or groups within the decentralization process. So you will realize that if each of these groups maximally function, definitely we'll have a decentralization process. We will all see and realize what is really happening in the process. So I think what is important is the people who are acting within the process should really do their utmost best to make sure we realize what we need as a people and as a government. Time bound on project. I think the honorable member must be looking at me. That's why he said the Ministry of Local Government. I'm not sure if we are directly responsible for project. And as we speak, there is no project under my ministry that has been implemented in the regions where we are buying cars or motorcycles for individuals or groups. I can assure you that if that comes, every project that is designed by government is time bound. That's why we say if you fail on time, you are definitely going to face some penalties. And if we are continually monitoring each of the programs, and in fact we have a program, a project monitoring team in the National Assembly. You have the right to blow the whistle of any project or program that is time consuming and not actually been implemented on time, or the time is been over delayed and not implemented in the program. No success has been realized. You have a right to blow the whistle on that. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, I want to mention one thing. Peace is a very scarce commodity. And in no reason and of no basis should anyone among us as a Gambian compromise what we have as peace in this country. We're talking about demonstration, we're talking about protests, we're talking about everything. Let's be mindful of what rights we give to our people. What we have. We cannot be a country of demonstrations every day or protest. We can't. We can't afford it. The risk that it entails, I'm comfortable with what you mentioned. Public uprising at any given time is very risky. Who is there to take that risk? I think the ministry or the Attorney General will definitely, and the Minister of Interior will put up. If they have given permission to anybody, there have to be a single individual or two individuals to take complete responsibility of anything that can happen within the protest. And then we will see who will take up the risk and the responsibilities. On that note, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, I haven't had my question been answered by the Honorable Minister.
Pardon?
My question is not answered by the Honorable
Minister. No, we are not
Minister.
answering questions. I said this, Honorable Member. We are here, they are here to capture some of your thoughts.
Yes, I understand, but this is a concern. That is the delayed completion in Sanimentary
Member, when I'm talking,
please.
When I'm talking, please. I have said we are not here on questions and answers. Please. If your question or your doubt is not cleared, you still have an option to go and meet the Honorable Minister or the relevant institution, or you use your committees to go and find it out for you. If it is a concern, follow it up. We cannot engage in another debate. It is not possible. That is not the purpose. Honorable Member, may I thank the Honorable Minister for Lands and Regional Government. And Honorable Members, this 25% of government contribution to councils, it has been said a lot of times and there are responses. But we tend to forget that councils also are expected to put 60% of their funds back to the people. But nobody is talking about that. We are not hearing that.
It's happening. It's happening.
Honorable Speaker, I talk about it.
Honorable, what I'm saying is all the debate is one side I've been hearing. We are reminding ourselves that councils also are expected to plow back 60% of their purses to the people. Is that happening? So, Honorable, we now invite the Honorable Minister for Health.
Thank you very much, distinguished Honorable Speaker, Honorable National Assembly members, His Excellency the Vice President and colleague cabinet ministers, and all here present. We say good evening to you all. Honorable Speaker, we have a number of questions, comments
They are quite a number, so we would like to know if we can group them together, because some of them, the answers are similar.
Honorable Minister, you can group them.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Speaker, a number of honorable members did ask for new health facilities, and some want health facilities to be upgraded to various levels. Some want those that are there to be renovated to make them more habitable and usable. And as we mentioned earlier in our interventions, the ministry has embarked upon renovation of all the health facilities in the country, and that process has already started and is going to continue. Many have already been assessed, and the assessment will continue. However, earlier on, we did say there was a list of health posts that are going to be constructed very soon, inshallah. And I would like to go through the list so the members will know. One is in Bulengati, the other is in Madina Sancha, another in Madina Angale, Buduk also will get, Bakau Health Post, Buffer Zone in Talindi, Timbing Koto, that's in Badibu, Madina Modum, Jisadi, and Balangar Jalato. So these are already approved, and there is funding for 5 to 6 of them already from our partners, and we hope to get more funding to do the rest. So construction work will soon start in this. Those that are not on this list will go back to those communities and engage them. Honorable Speaker, we think this exercise is a very useful one, because apart from the assessment done by the ministry with regards to the needs, some of these actually were generated from this assembly by the members presenting the needs of their communities. And then that partnership, I think, should continue so that we are able to know directly what the priorities of the communities are for implementation. Honorable Speaker, the member for Nyanija did mention the issue of getting quality drugs in the country. That is very important, and the ministry has started engaging the partners, and some partners have shown willingness to establish drug and food testing laboratories, standard drug and food testing laboratories for the country. These cost millions of dollars, but the World Bank has given indications that they'll be willing to support. The member for Sani Mentereng and of Joswang also mentioned the issue of Taba, and we've taken note, and the advocacy will be intensified so that we have radio and television programs to strengthen that. Out of the lot, we want to mention to the member for Foni Jarol that Buyam Health Center, Buyam General Hospital, actually World Bank funding is available and is going to be totally renovated very soon. They are just doing the designs now, and very soon that will be advertised for construction and renovation work to start. A number of members did mention the issue of the community ambulances, and many did indicate the appreciation of the members and the communities. We, at this juncture, sincerely thank His Excellency for his foresight for introducing this idea. And we've seen that it has already started making a huge impact to the lives and livelihoods of the people. The community ambulances, before the arrival of these ambulances, as a country, we had just about 67 ambulances. And out of those, over 40 belong to Riders for Health. Only about 20-something belong to the Ministry of Health and the government. The past 2 years, this government has been able to bring in 90 ambulances, 80 of which are community ambulances. And I think that's a big plus. We sincerely thank the National Assembly also for approving the funds that were used to procure these ambulances. Now, we have seen that my own National Assembly member here mentioned the issue of improving health facilities, access. I think government has already started doing that. In the next few months, 5 new health centers would be ready to be handed over to government. That's a big plus. Another one will be ready in another few months. And this cycle is going to be repeated so that every few years we are able to build more new facilities. In our new health policy, we want health facilities to be as close to the communities, each community not to be beyond 3 kilometers away from the health facilities. But the issue of pregnant women being carried on donkey carts is actually what initiated the issue of the community ambulances. The president went on tour and people lamented this, and he said he needed to do something about it. That's how the issue of the community ambulances came about. Honorable Speaker, the issue of, I'm just selecting some of the ones that are a little different. Bundu Maternity and Child Health Hospital. I think that's a model hospital, and the good work being carried out there is going to be emulated, and the private block will soon be inaugurated, and then it's also going to be renovated, the whole hospital. And we'll all add our voices together to talk to the Ministry of Works so that the roads can be fixed to make access easier. The member for Banjul North also did mention the issue of fumigation of Banjul. We thank him very much. He's been very proactive. As councillor, we fumigated Banjul together a number of times. And that facility is available. We want to let the honorable members know that the country, the ministry, has now gotten 3 fumigation machines for the entire country. Apart from our routine fumigation exercises, if you have challenges in your communities where you have pest control issues, flies, mosquitoes, and so on, please let us know, because the facilities are now available in the country. Okay. And the communities, the National Assembly members who did ask for additional ambulances in their communities, we're going to use this to compile the list. We've already gotten a list, but we're going to add onto what you requested for. And we will talk to partners. We've engaged Global Fund already. But if that is not sufficient, we'll come back to the Assembly, and we hope to get your support to approve budgetary allocation to procure more ambulances. And in addition to that, the health facilities as well. And the management of the ambulances, we want to reassure you that the entire management, the entire welfare of the driver is paid for by the ministry. The fueling is by the ministry as well. There were challenges, and we had some hitches previously with regards to maintenance, but that has been resolved. So the driver, the maintenance, and the fueling is all by the Ministry of Health. So let the communities know that is the situation, so no one goes around to ask people for money for fuel. It is totally by the government, and it's important that we know that. But I think at this juncture, Honorable Speaker, we did mention the issue of the RBF here. That's the results-based financing. That has been very, very helpful in the health facilities, and it is now covering all the public health facilities in the country. We've been able to encourage the World Bank to extend it to the entire country, and that has been successful since the second half of last year. And each facility in this country, public facility, each quarter is paid an amount, and that amount, 60% is supposed to be plowed back into the facility for renovation and procurement of essential drugs. 40% is shared among the staff as a bonus. And I think this is an area where we also want your support, because the implementation of this actually depends on the facility and the community, because it's a decentralized system that the World Bank insists on. So the ministry at the the central level, our leverage on that is minimal, but it's a community kind of thing, community kind of strengthening. So the National Assembly members, we urge you to all support us. And then today we sent you the list of, each member is going to get a copy. We've already sent it, it's in the Assembly. So all the facilities in the country, you'll know each facility, what they have gotten for all the quarters since the last half of last year. So you will know how much your facility got this quarter. And you can also hold them accountable. If the toilet is not working, the ceiling, the bulbs are not there, and they receive hundreds of thousands, then you can ask them, where is this money? Where did it go to? Because the prioritization, because we don't have much leverage over what they call the business plan. They decide what they want, what they think their priority is. But if a facility decides that the priority is to fix some offices with air conditioners and fans when the patient's toilet is not functioning, then I think the communities can hold them accountable and ensure that that is done. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. My submission for now. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Health. I now invite the Honorable Minister for Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, His Excellency the Vice President, Cabinet members, mine will be very, very short. Just 4 questions. One from honorable member from Tumana regarding Gambia College Basse area, the challenges, just to indicate that there are 2 components at the college campus in Brikama. You have the academic side, that one is under the Gambia College. You have the social campus, this is the dormitories, that one is private. So it is not managed by the college. The other thing also is all those who are at, all the students who have good grades, including English and Maths, are on scholarship by MRC Holland. So she is giving a condition that if you want to get the scholarship, try to make sure that you repeat your English or your Maths, then you come, I give you. So the objective is to push them to buckle up, instead of having it on a silver platter. So all those who have satisfied that criteria are under the full scholarship of MRC Holland. Honorable Member Fofoni Berefet did talk about the operationalization of Ndemban. I am pleased to inform the August Assembly that the Ndemban and also Kanilai, the job is roughly done now. So most likely in November, December, we'll do the inauguration. The only thing now is the furniture, equipment, that is, so the famous Ndemban will finally be operational. And come January, the first class will start. And we will roll it out now to other areas. The Honorable Member for Brikama South did talk about the curriculum review to inculcate the spirit of nationalism. I concur with you. I remember when I was at the university, students will come and tell me, Prof, do I have to come to the University of Gambia to learn about Edward Francis Small? See?
And so it means we need to, whereas this man sacrificed for you and I to be in a free Gambia. Coincidentally, the first Gambian to enter the House of Representatives, like this one, for instance. But nobody knows, nobody talk about him. And that's, we need to revisit our history. And that's why we are also of the view that the curriculum will be revamped. And also, in addition to that aspect, we want to bring entrepreneurship. So because the education must be fit for purpose. You come out, you function. You cannot have a particular education, you come out and be a liability, you know. So that's we will have it embedded. And already NACA is instructed and to work with all the tertiary higher education institutions. And we don't want to impose it, so they will now meet and then later agree. At a particular time in this country, it will be a must for all the tertiary higher education institutions to have entrepreneurship embedded in their curriculum. Last one, Honorable Speaker, from Honorable Member for Sami, has to do with CRR. I did mention here that as part of our decentralization program for Tibet, and His Excellency the President has directed that we come up with regional Tibet centers, and CRR North and CRR South will have Tibet centers. And it is already acted. The proposal was developed, is ready. And then also the funding also is available through our development partners. And we will have one in Kuntau, okay, multi-purpose, and then in Sapo, that one will be agro-business, hands-on agriculture. So, and students and staff will stay there. So it must be hands-on agriculture. That's the mindset. So that people can come out and be functional also, and among other issues. We will also do the same for other regions and so on and so forth. Already Mansakonko has been upgraded. It will be inaugurated the same time with Ndeman and Kanilai. So most likely November or December. So this is the agenda. So, Honorable Speaker, since this is a paradigm shift, for many years we've not been investing in Tibet because we believe that Tibet is for those who have been rejected. You are not needed anywhere else, so you go to Tibet. All developed countries use Tibet. There's no developed country that did not use Tibet. So if we want this country to develop, we need to promote Tibet. And I said it here, and that's my last point, that will help us address two things: the rural-urban migration and also the illegal international migration, commonly known as the Bagwe syndrome. Let's engage the youth. 63% of the population of this country are youths. That's the priority of all priorities. So this is our concern, so we use education to engage the youths. Honorable Speaker, these are the questions that I had, and I provided the responses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology. I now invite His Excellency the Vice President to respond and wind up.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, members of the August Assembly. My job has been made easy by the ministers. They have answered the sectorial questions. Those ones concerning agriculture, I have taken note, and I'll take them up with the minister, the same with electricity, interior, and finance. Just a few remarks on water and electricity. I think I would suggest to the relevant ministries that they have a water map of the country so that at least they will know where the pressure points are, with a view to providing, the relevant amenities. The same thing with electricity. We will do our best for the Salums and for Badibu, and of course for my own area, Nyani, because I'm there. In fact, I will be more culpable than you because they'll tell me you are the vice president and we don't have electricity or water in Kuntaur or Nyani. So we will make sure that we deal with that. On the youth ministry, he has to leave because there's an event in Kaur tomorrow early morning. That's why he left. And on the mini stadia, we will talk to him about it so that at least, they expedite the work. On the remanded accused who have been there for so long, I'll talk to the Justice Minister. But I think also, I'm not sure, your structure here, whether you have a select committee on the judiciary. Maybe you can also engage them because they are independent, and I cannot talk to the Chief Justice because that would be, it might be conceived as interference, and they are an independent lot. But it is unacceptable that somebody should stay, 8 years or 14 years in remand without being tried. Either the evidence is not there, you free the person, or you produce the evidence and it takes its logical conclusion. The other things are just, concepts of peace, democracy, and he quoted Paulo Freire, who was my visiting lecturer at the University of Bristol, his definition of peace. These concepts are elastic, and anybody can almost put in anything. But the most important thing is, working as a team. I said it the last time here when I commented on the President's SONA. We don't see each other as being in opposition or, in competition. It is cooperation and collaboration. It is like the vehicle, The executive is at the steering wheel. Then you have the front wheels, the National Assembly, and the rear wheels, which, you have the judiciary, something like that. Anyone which is absent, the whole system would collapse. And, I'm reminded of the story of two groups of people. Some of them are as lean as myself, with arms 2 meters long and spoons 2 meters long. And then there is another group of people who have the same arms 2 meters long and spoon 2 meters long, but they are, like the majority leader is not here, they're very plumpy, and they were asked, they asked the first group, my group, and then we said that, because our arms are 2 meters long and our spoons are 2 meters long, we couldn't feed ourselves, so we're going hungry, so, we are hungry people. They asked the majority leaders group, and he said, yes, we have arms 2 meters long, yes, we have spoons 2 meters long, but we feed each other. And the moral of that story is if you cooperate, you feed each other, you become healthy, and you don't go hungry. And that is what, I would want to humbly recommend to this National Assembly. Work with the judiciary, work with the executive. Let us work together in unison for the Gambian people. That is the most important people. The Gambian people are bigger than the judiciary. They are bigger than the executive. They are bigger than the National Assembly. They put us here. All of us, they put us here. They voted you in, they voted us in. They voted the president in, the president brought us into his cabinet, and he appointed members of the judiciary. So we are not in opposition. We might have our differences, that's fine. You know, I mean, in fact, it's boring when you all agree at this, always. It becomes boring. As Voltaire said, I will defend your right to say it, but I hope you will defend my right to, you know, to disagree with you. So that's the way it should work, you know. When we have that kind of healthy, I mean, cooperation and collaboration and commitment and coordination, then the Gambia will move forward. Some of these challenges, development challenges, are not peculiar to the country. You know, we have people who are poor and are homeless in some of these so-called first worlds with all the resources. They're there. You know, if they could spend 5% on defense and the rest on those people, nobody will be homeless. But it's a question of priority. That's what is called the logic of interest. And these big powers have their logic of interest. We should also have our logic of interest. And our logic of interest is not to spend money on defense, you know, to that level. Our logic of interest is to spend money on the social sectors, on socio-economic development, for the self-actualization of the person. Muhammad Iqbal said, it is the degree of the intuition of I amness that determines the place of a thing in the scale of being. And your I amness can only be determined when our I amness is also equally determined, or else there will be a negation of I amness. And that is what I want us to do, to cooperate and work as a team, promote the national agenda of socio-economic development, which we cannot escape it. We are part of it. As the Mandinkas say, Bunna Jano, Buka for Daboko. So let us not Jani the Bungo, you know. If anything, let's improve the house. If it was a mud hut, we go to a brick. From there, we go to the story, and then it goes on like that. Development is not, I mean, terminal. Whether it is at the level of the individual or at the level of the community or the society, is never terminal. It's a process. It continues going. You evolve, you know. This is where perhaps I would agree with Charles Darwin, you know. I mean, an ironic variation of social Darwinism is us. My mom cannot speak English, and therefore she's not contaminated by the Anglo-Saxon culture. I speak English. I studied in UK. It contributes to my being. Those who studied in France or Russia or wherever it is, it does. So we are evolving, and that's how the state should evolve, for the better. Let's do it together. Yes, we can. Yes, we should. And yes, we will. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Honorable Vice President. Honorable members, may I now call upon the mover of the motion, that's the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader and the member for all Yundum, to respond to the issues raised and wind up the debate. Honorable Member.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I think I'll be very brief. The ministers have done the job for me as well. But then I have taken note of cross-cutting issues members have been raising with regards to issues within their various constituencies. I will not be able to call each member for your constituency name to be able to address your issue as you stated them. But the cross-cutting issues, perhaps we were talking about the water problem, Honorable Speaker, electricity problem, high cost of living, high cost of rent, surging crime rate, issues of health centers and health posts, issues of access to education, poor road network, sporting facilities, fire and rescue stations, economic issues, or an economic issue in Foni as well. I think these are issues most of the members were raising as well. And here what I will do is just to be very, very brief with the response. The issue of water and electricity have been mentioned in this National Assembly since in the 5th legislature. And I think the President made mention of it. that in 2025 the entire Gambia will be electrified. That is something we will catch up, and I think each and every community in the Gambia will be able to benefit from that. Water as well. We know we still have problems within the urban center, and the President made mention that as well in the SONA, that they will, separate the water from electricity, and I think we will have an efficient system when that is done. In the urban center, water pressure will be increased, and then the fisheries department will be able to support most of the communities to be able to have boreholes so that they can supply their people. The issue of crime rate has been mentioned. These are things that the National Assembly must step up as well. It all goes down to the issue of, allocating funds. We need to look at priorities to be able to allocate funds for the Minister of Interior to be able to take up these challenges. That is us in this National Assembly. The high cost of rent, this was addressed the last time. We know we have problems in the country, but still it comes back to us. The issue of attitude comes in. But then we will, urge the Minister for Justice to step up as well to be able to bring up mechanisms so that National Assembly will be able to ratify and then have a law for the issue of rent within the country. I think that will help us a lot. Health, post and health centers, the Minister adequately addressed that. I think each and every member had that. Poor road network, the Minister of Works is not here. This also has been concerned in the National Assembly. For many times, members were raising about poor road network within their constituencies, and I think the government is trying their best to be able to, facilitate and have, proper road network for each and every constituency within the Gambia. But then it still comes back to us as lawmakers that we prioritize and then allocate more resources for these ministries to be able to do what they're supposed to do. Sporting facilities, the minister was not here. I think he said during the question and answer session, sites that benefited from the sporting facility, though they are still stagnant and then they are not moving forward, but then we will be able to get to him so that, they can fast track what they're supposed to do. Fire and rescue services, this is also about priority, allocating funds for the Minister of Interior to be able to provide that for the constituencies that need it. The issue of economic, I do not want to comment on that, and I know the Minister of Defense would have been here to comment. But I think it's important during the question and answer session, the Minister said it very clear, economic is here for a purpose. This National Assembly do not approve the coming of the economic. It is a way of arrangement by the ECOWAS head of states. So they are being in the Gambia, I think, as a country, for me, we need to appreciate that. We need to take that because their job is far more different from what our security forces are doing as well. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I will thank you for handling the manners of this National Assembly in such a way that each and every member has seen him or herself in what has transpired in the National Assembly. I wouldn't conclude, Honorable Speaker, without also thanking the staff of the National Assembly. Their time elapsed since 4 o'clock. They're still with us, especially the table office, the legal department, and all other staff within the National Assembly have been here with us till this time. Honorable Speaker, before I conclude as well, for the records, I just wanted to, I forgot about something that I need to mention during when I was moving the motion. That is a ratification that we did with the ILO Constitution. That is also important for the records so that, they can capture it. This Parliament also ratified the amendment of the Constitution of the International Labour Organization, and that was tabled by the Minister for Justice as well. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader. You've indeed deputized for the Majority Leader. Honorable members, I thank you all. His Excellency the Vice President and all honorable ministers for your interventions. Honorable members, this brings us to the end of this ordinary session. But we will immediately go into committee activities henceforth. I wish you all well in your endeavors to serve this great country, the Gambia. Before putting the question, honorable members, for this assembly to adjourn, sign, die, I wish on behalf of both sides of the assembly, and indeed on my own behalf, register our sincere appreciation to His Excellency the Vice President and the entire members of his cabinet for their presence and partaking in this important sitting of the Assembly. I have no doubts, and I sincerely believe that actions speak louder than words. Your presence here from morning to now only makes me believe that all what you have said in this assembly to us is what you believe in. We sincerely thank you, and we also send similar appreciations to the Office of the Clerk and staff of the National Assembly Service for your invaluable contributions and making our work easier. The media fraternity, our friends, we always cherish you and hope we will continue. Honorable members, on that note, I now put the question. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned, sine die. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The Assembly now stand adjourned, sine die.